Hello again, Struck Club. Welcome back to another day of streaming with me, Struck. Today I will be continuing where I left off yesterday, and that will be leveling up my Dusk Mage Flaming Destroyer. I reached Act 3, and I haven't started Act 3's quests since last night. So yeah, we can just continue where I left off yesterday. So here I am at what level? Level 29, reaching Act 3. And normally I think this level is not a good level to start questing in Act 3. So in cases where this would happen, I have a solution. And my solution is to do a Mapworks portal or two. Maybe 2 Mapworks portal would be enough, so maybe let's do that. That would give me a couple of levels, maybe 3 levels, we'll see. In the meantime, I've got a skill point that I haven't spent, so I'm probably gonna try and max out energy spike for now. Let's see, what else could I invest into? Or maybe I can invest into Sword Smash a little bit more. Or I can invest into Holy Bolt. Eventually Holy Bolt will get replaced by Absolver or by Holy Fury. I haven't decided exactly which one yet. So maybe I can just put Holy Bolt all the way to tier 3. Okay, as I said, Mapworks. It's Mapworks time. I've got 3 potions, so I'm gonna quickly buy some potions. And then move on to running some of the Mapworks portals I've got. I've got 2, so let's do those 2. Maybe I can collect 1 more. Okay, the potion NPCs. I don't like where the potion NPC in this town is. It's too far from the portal, from the teleporter. They could have put the pet NPC here. Okay, let's do portal number 1. I'm gonna do those 2 portals, and after those 2 portals, if I'm not 31 yet, then maybe I can do a 3rd portal if I can collect one with contracts rewards. If I can't, I can just start doing the quests regardless of that. We'll see. But yeah, 2 quick Mapworks portals should give me a head start on Act 3 XP wise. Since I'm here for the XP, I'm gonna try and kill everything. No exceptions. Leave no automaton or goblin alive. Seek and destroy mission in this zone. Oh, and did I have rapid bartering on this hero? I think I did. Let me quickly check. Rapid, no, Phoenix. I had Phoenix, not the rapid bartering. All right. Over here. That. Oh yeah, I actually would need to invest more into Sword Smash. If only there weren't such restrictions on the basic attack skills, telling us to use certain weapons only. It would have been so fun to use Flaming Destroyer's giant swings with a sword. See, if I could trigger giant swings with my sword, it would have been pretty fun. But yeah, today I'm starting the stream earlier. I wanted to start a little bit earlier, but we had to take the pet to the vet, and then I decided to wait until we take him back from the vet. before starting my stream, so I don't have to stop in the middle and then do two parts. So I'd rather do it like this: start the stream now and then make it a long stream, instead of split it into two separate ones. Can I get more elites? There haven't been enough elites in this map. It's pretty strange why there have been so little. I guess it's probably because I'm on normal, but no, even on normal I would see a ton of elites. Maybe it's because it's an automaton map. I'm still not sure if I should do the basic attack build first and then respec into a non-basic attack build. That's why I'm not investing heavily. I'm not investing heavily into magma burst, into giant's wings for now, until I'm sure what I want to do with the guy, with this hero. Because I know I want two builds. And I know there will be respectacles that I can buy with money, which would help me a lot. Being able to buy respectacles for money would really help me in my mission to make builds. And to constantly respec. Oops, wrong button. Oh, and that reminds me, it reminds me to use a Scroll of Wifebound on my new weapon. Halfway to level 31. This map work so far is good XP. Started at level 29, I'm already 360 out of 910 on the way to 31. And which reminds me, I need a moment to pull my monitor closer, because I'm having trouble reading the text on the monitor, so just give me a moment. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. I should be able to read it now. Hopefully. So the map's almost ready. I think it's 80% cleared, unless it's a big one. We'll see. Oh, it's not that big of a map, yeah. I will go this way first, clear the dead end. And after the dead end I will clear the middle. Let's group them up together and boom. Oh wait, I shouldn't use my energy, I should save it for the boss. So I can try and burst it. And by the way, Michael last night confirmed that the shoulders that are coming with tomorrow's patch, and yeah, the patch will be tomorrow, not today. That one item, which I'm assuming will be the shoulders that are coming with the patch, will not only give us this 200 relic charge, but it will also give us 100 here. And the DPS boost potential of an item like this would definitely be worth an extra skill bar slot, knowing that you can get this burst every 60 seconds. This is exactly what I want from my relics. Huge DPS burst on a big cooldown, that big nuke kind of big burst potential. And yeah, having items that would let us... For example, I can now cast Summoning Smash. I can then use that one item, and it would refill my energy from 0 to 100 and cast another Summoning Smash. Or I can do it in a different way. I can cast Summoning Smash, I can use 100 energy with Sword Smash, then I can use that item and then cast another Summoning Smash and use another 100 energy with Sword Smash. And every 60 seconds being able to do such a big burst would be perfect for bosses. If you save that cooldown and if you use it at the right time, it's gonna be nice. It's what's been intended. Was it just me or did I not proc a single one of the other skills when using Sword Smash? I'm gonna test it on my training dummy later. And that reminds me, if I see basic attack damage affixes for a certain weapon, I wanna test it to see if it really works or not. Because I'm pretty sure the regular basic attack doesn't work, but someone mentioned on my channel that the basic attack damage with X weapon, for example with mace, with digitus, with staff, does seem to work, so I wanna test this one. Let's see, what items could I need? I need new gauntlets and boots, because they're level 19. Obviously my underpowered pieces of equipment. Oh, this is not bad. Although it's fire defense. Still better than what I'm wearing. Alright, let's try and find gauntlets. Okay, first try. Boots. Maybe another try on boots.
Thanks for the gold.
Let's see here. And tier 3 holy bolt. This should help my single target DPS for now. That reminds me to collect contract rewards. So if I get some boots now, breaches, damage with Holy Fury. It's more defense than the one I've got, and it's not fire defense, but right now I don't need fire defense, so maybe it's better. Maybe it's better, let's see. And I no longer need this. I no longer need this. Definitely don't need this. So, holy bolt, holy bolt. I can try and buy a couple more boots. Defense, defense. Well, it's better than the other one. I mean, I'm losing a lot of evasion, but let's say I want defense for now. Even with the evasion, it's only 12% with the boots, so. Right, should I do another map? One more map and then I can start the quests. Let's do it. One more portal. It's taking a while to load this one. Oh, it's this shitty map. Oh, and I forgot to sell the pet items. Yeah, this map's pretty shitty when it comes to mob density and mob spawners in general. How did I take so much damage? I guess it's my electric defense being... Wait, why does it show me my poison defense, not my electric? Oh, maybe because I don't have electric, it's 26%, that's why. Yeah, I'm gonna try and find some electric defense items for this act. That's what I normally do. As soon as I reach Act 3, I try to every now and then, with the spare money, with the spare gold coins, gamble for some armors. But yeah, today I will be done with Act 3 and I will do some end game. Most likely I won't reach level 60, but I've got time. I've got like 8 hours, around 8 hours. So within those 8 hours, hopefully I should get as close as possible to level 60. Yet another Stormblade. Huh. Yeah, this is not a good map for XP. I wanted to do the portals for XP, but kind of drew the short stick. Couldn't teleport. Okay, let's take this one. Does this one count as a melee spider? So far I've cleared half of the map, not a single melee spider in sight. I'm wondering where they're hiding. It could be one of those maps that you cannot complete. Nesriel says, when is the update coming? The update is coming. It's coming tomorrow. The developers yesterday, last night, confirmed it during the Mayhem Monday talk on Discord, and yeah, the update is scheduled for tomorrow. So don't expect it today. I mean, normally they do updates on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. So I was pretty sure it's gonna be one of the 2 days. Wednesday is like a nice time to patch in the middle of the work week. Okay, 6 out of 8 melee spiders. Come on, give me 2 more melee spiders. Where are they hiding? They're probably down here. Let's check. Oh, look at those. That's a lot of melee spiders. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a moment there to sneeze. I'm saving my energy, that's why I'm not using my sword smash and summoning smash. I want them for the boss fight. Okay, we got 31. That's all I wanted. Now I can start doing Act 3 quests. Now the question is... I'm probably gonna go for some Burning Chance. For now. Yeah, the question is, what do I do with this build? Do I do the basic attack version first, or do I do the ranged one first? I'm obviously not gonna have all the items before the patch. So even if I screw up the build now, I can later just buy Respectacles when they start selling Respectacles in the potion vendor. in the consumables vendor starting from tomorrow. Okay, this one's down. So let's see what we got this map. Stormblade, Cave Breaker, Great Blade. Interesting helmet. Plus 2 skill levels to Blazing Pillars, but shitty stats. So basically nothing that piques my interest. At least it's dropping legendaries. That's the one good thing about leveling up. It's dropping now legendaries, some for the legendarium. I mean, yeah, some of the legendaries like Molten Reach are 60 plus items, and you would want to do 60 plus zones to get those items. But some of the items I get while leveling up new heroes, especially when it's the first time I'm leveling such a hero after the wipe. It's definitely nice to fill up the legendarium. Sorry, had to hydrate a little. Let me actually check how my legendarium is doing. I haven't played Forged yet. But I've played Sharpshooter, Realm Master, and now on the Dusk Mage. So for now, I've got only 4 out of 16 Dusk Mage items, but a total of 71 out of 111, which is pretty decent. I've unlocked everything for Sharpshooter, but I think there's still some things missing on the Realm Master side of things, like the Shotgunner shield and one more item. Let's see on the Dusk Mage how quickly I can get all the things I need. Wow, they're still walking me. They've timed their stuns in such a way where as soon as I'm out of stun from one guy, the other one stuns me. Okay, this quest done, I can just run. Come on, come on, come on. So yeah, I like the start of this act. This act at the start doesn't make me go into the outpost. It doesn't tell me go to Echo Landing until I'm done with the first 3 or 4 quests. I think 3. And I like it. I like it when the game is like that, where I can just keep doing quests without needing to go back to the town. It feels more fluid the way the quests are done in this act. See, I've done the first quest and I'm already on the second here. And then after this one I can go to the next one, and after that I think they make me go into the town. Boom, boom. See, there's a bug. Egg of Mayhem doesn't seem to be proccing. Not every time. See, it procced now. It procced now, but the other times it didn't. Like, I've noticed that Egg of Mayhem doesn't proc every time, and it doesn't say chance. It never has been a chance. It used to be 100%. 100%. Every time you use it, something else should proc. See, this time it did 2 times Sword Smash, which is fine. When it does 2 times Sword Smash, it's understandable. But when it just does it 1 time and doesn't do anything else, I'm gonna keep paying attention to this. See, now it only did Sword Smash without any other thing. It didn't do second Sword Smash, it just did the first Sword Smash. I'm gonna have to report this bug later. See, again, it just did 1 Sword Smash, no other skill. And that's a pretty big nerf to Mayhem skills, if you're on Mayhem builds. If you're doing an Egg of Mayhem build and you're relying on triggering a second spell with it, it's kind of underwhelming when it doesn't. It's a wasted Legendarium slot. Because it has never been a chance to summon another skill, it has always been 100% trigger. And it doesn't say that it's not 100% in the description. That's why it seems broken to me. I don't think that's intended behavior. Yeah, 2 in a row, 2 times in a row it didn't trigger the second skill. Do I have to cast it outside of an enemy? See, when I'm not targeting an enemy it works. But when I target an enemy it doesn't seem to work. I'm gonna keep testing it to see exactly what's causing it. Any advice for leveling on ridiculous difficulty? My advice is keep your gear updated, especially the weapon. Wife bound your weapon and always try to keep a spare weapon just in case, even if it's slightly weaker. And make sure you're not out leveled by the content you're doing. In fact, it's always best to try and keep your level 1 or 2 levels higher than your content if you're leveling on ridiculous. The extra skill points and the extra damage and survivability you can get from higher level items would be nice. Also, use the gambler. If your gear is falling behind, especially the weapon, use the gambler to get new stuff. But yeah, for ridiculous, I mean, in general my advice would be to not level up on ridiculous. That would be the best advice I could give people, to not level up on ridiculous, because it's not time efficient. But if you want to do it, if you want to keep your batch, then just do that. Make sure the enemies are not higher level than you, maybe 1 or 2 level lower than you. And this is super easy to do. You can just do a Mapworks portal or redo a certain zone or redo a certain boss fight a few times. Just so you can get that extra XP. But wife binding your weapon is one of the best things you can do for any difficulty that you're leveling on, not just ridiculous.
What happens when the resources run out?
You're gonna be changing weapons and armor all the time. But if you find a very decent weapon and wife bind it, it could last you at least 4-5 levels. Probably 2-3 levels, but yeah, if it's super good, it could even last up to 5. If it's average, it can last you 2-3 levels without a problem. Because you're gonna be switching all the time, mostly because the jumps in DPS are pretty decent. See, this weapon I'm using right now is level 31. Until I find a level 33, 34 weapon, probably the 31 would be fine. it's not OP because it's not all flat damage. See, instead of knockback and the skill point, I could have had flat damage. And if it was one such weapon, then it could have lasted me 4 or 5 levels. If it had 3 times flat. Oh wow, oh wow. I'm probably gonna die now. I forgot to buy potions. Oh yeah, potions. Always keep your potions restocked when playing on Ridiculous. Unless you're super good at dodging and not getting hit. If that's the case, then you might not need as much potions, but it's always good to have potions when you need them instead of need them and not have them. Even if you have potions and don't need them, it's still better than needing them and not having them. So whenever you're in the city, you might want to resupply. Okay. And in general, when preparing, when playing Ridiculous, prepare yourself mentally for at times the game to feel like it's taking longer than it needs to. So bonus damage to sword basic attacks. Let's see if this really works. 110% weapon damage. 155% weapon damage. Okay, so this really does work. But I'm not gonna use the sword anymore. Because this will give me more damage. This will give me decent damage. Oh, and keep your defense upgraded. Sometimes it's worth removing some damage, like this damage with Holy Fury, which I don't need, to get more defense. Even if it was damage to Light Bolt, which I do use, I still would have preferred the thing with more defense. So I've got Holy Fury, Holy Bolt, more Holy Fury. I'm gonna try and find high level items with Holy Fury damage and Holy Bolt damage. Still haven't decided if I want Holy Fury or Absolver. Someone asked me a few days ago to make another Holy Fury build, but I'm not sure the one I'm making right now would be the most suitable build for a Holy Fury setup. Ember Hout. I'm actually gonna get the waypoint, go resupply on potions. And then go to Ember. But if your build is good, Ridiculous shouldn't be a problem. If you have some good items and your build is optimized. Especially if it's not your first hero and you have some unlocks already.
Hey, you gotta taste this. Don't be a stranger. You ready, thirsty one? See you next time.
Alright, let's keep moving. Ember Hout right here. Oh, I've got a skill point. Skill point. What am I leveling up now? I leveled up Holy Bolt. Should I level up Energy Spike? Oh wait, I think I should level up Shadow Step for the mana regeneration might be a good choice. Is it just me, or is this not triggering giant swings? Yeah, I think it's not triggering giant swings, and it should be. It should be triggering giant swings. I mean, yeah, I know it's 5% chance, but I was triggering it with my greatsword much more often. I haven't seen it trigger a single time with this Digitus.
Keep exploring. Surely there's some clue to its location.
Oh, I just triggered it. Just triggered it. Okay. But on the greatsword it was getting triggered so much more often. Right, let's go kill the widow. Let's get her to reunite with her husband in the afterlife. Okay, let's see here. Just a moment, my pet started moving. We got my pet from the vet earlier, and he's still a little bit sleepy, drowsy. Just paying attention, wondering what he's doing. Okay, he seems fine. Just observing in case he's doing something weird, but he isn't. They should really change the color of those falling rocks. See this one, if you have consecration and this is inside your consecration, it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell that there is something that's gonna fall on my head. It's just blending. See this consecration circle? When there is a siege circle inside the consecration circle and it aligns in a certain way, it's very difficult. I think they need to change it to be something red for the siege, or something green. See, the green stands out. The purple stands out. The red would stand out as well, but right now it's... See, even if it's orange, like the legendary orange, it will definitely stand out. There we go. Vexiu. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Sorry if I mispronounce it. He says, "Do you have a build link for Dusk Mage endgame?" Yeah, I have 4 builds for endgame Dusk Mages, 1 for each relic. So just a moment. You can check on my website. On my websites, I've got over 20 builds. So I've got for some class subclass combos, I've got multiple variations. So for example, I've got 3 sharpshooter electrode builds, I've got 3 Realmaster Bane builds, I've got 2 sharpshooter Cold Heart builds, and once I'm done with this Dusk Mage leveling up, I will have 3 builds for Mage Flaming Destroyer. I've got, for anything else that I didn't mention, I've got at least one build. So any quas subquas combo, I have tried to make one build. It may not be a meta build every time, or I might not have tested whether it's meta or not, because for lack of time. But yeah, I at least have some sort of doable on ridiculous build that you can try with everyone. As long as you have good gear and you play it well, most builds should take you to the end, the ones I've made. Some of them are obviously a little bit weaker, but yeah, I've got one for every subclass, so regardless what you pick. And you can always ask me, you can always comment, ask me. Just make sure that my videos might be a little bit outdated. But some of the information I mention in my videos is still useful and still valid. And on my website I have updated the skills. So if on the video I have 60 skill points, on the website it will include screenshots to how regarding how to configure the skill points with 70, not 60 in mind. So I've went over every build and reworked them with that in mind. So yeah, my website should have some sort of filtering. If you want to filter just by Dusk Mage, or if you want to filter just by Relic, or you can also filter whether the build is early access or post launch. For post launch right now I've only got how many is it? 4 builds. With this hero I'm gonna make 2 more builds. I'm gonna make a basic attack build and I'm gonna make a ranged caster kind of a build. Right now I'm leveling up, so the skills I'm using now might not be the same on either of the builds. I just don't want to repeat my Pyromancer. If I were to take Entropy and I were to take Radiant Blast, then I would be repeating my old Pyromancer, and I want this to be different. I want to use not Entropy and not Radiant Blast. Anything is fair game. Holy Fury Absolver, Holy Bolt is fair game. Unholy Bolt, Energy Spike, even Spirit Well is fair game, although I wouldn't do Spirit Well, not on this build. I mean, it's not bad to do a proc monster, Spirit Well, Flaming Destroyer build, but that's not something I wanna do right now, I guess. Just a moment, I need to put on a hoodie, so just give me a second. Alright, I'm ready. So yeah, there's very ways you can do. Every class and subclass has a few different ways you can spec into that combination, into that class subclass combo. Let's go for the Electric Widow. I think I'm pretty much decent level right now. Doing content level 34, I'm 33. It's not too bad. I'm gonna group them up. I'm gonna try and group them up over here on a choke point. Although they don't seem to be oh wow, they're attacking me from afar. Okay, okay, that's how they wanna do it. We can do it that way. I can just do it like this. So hard to see behind the wall some of the things over here. Okay, we finished this quest. Wait, did I take the chest rewards? I missed them. Vex or Vexius is fine. Okay, Vexius. Yeah, I'm glad. Always happy to share my stuff, and thanks for watching me stream and I guess my content as well. And yeah, for this game there aren't that many people making content and builds in general. It's not your typical commercial mainstream game. So there's definitely a whack of people like me making builds. There's me and probably another 4 or 5 content creators making stuff for this game. So I can definitely understand how it might be difficult. I mean, I'm doing my best to try and provide some builds for every type of class, subclass, but there are just so many builds. I don't have the time to make every single build out there is. Eventually I will, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while to level up every single class, subclass again after the wipe. And to make 2, 3, 4 builds for every class, subclass. To cover different things, but I'm trying not to repeat myself much, so that every time I do a new build it would really be a new build, not just a revision of an old build, because revisions I can just do in theory and they can work fine. And now we're getting new items, so those new items would be an interesting change, interesting shift into how certain builds are approached. Certain items are changing their affixes. Other items are getting new affixes. And there's also new items with things that didn't exist. So for example, the arc-powered pens that used to give us energy, 25 or 50 energy when using the 50 energy skill. In this case it would be Blazing Pillar, or it could be Drain, or it could be Conjure Electrode. So that skill that was on the arc powered legs would move to the new set, on the legs of the new set. And arc powered legs would be getting a new skill. Michael confirmed so yesterday on the Mayhem Monday. In just a moment I'm gonna pour myself some water. And yeah, those items, those new things are coming with the update tomorrow. With new things there's always new bugs, so I'm expecting new things to be broken tomorrow. We'll see how it is, but hopefully there's a lot of fixes for old bugs, as has been always the case. So yeah, just a moment, need to drink a little. Okay, fine. I'm gonna buy some potions again. See, I'm draining through potions here, because my defense is very bad. 34% damage prevented. So obviously I'm just eating through those potions. Wait, I'm probably gonna buy this as a spare gun. More like weapon. Relic energy cost or extra more damage? Let's go extra more damage. Electric defense, nice. This is actually a very good upgrade to get electric defense. Okay. I'm gonna say this is nice. And it's damage with Holy Bolt, which I could use. I could use the damage with Holy Bolt.
Hey, you gotta taste this. See you next time. Need a potion? Ooh, let me get it for you.
Oh, come on. They should add bulk buying potions 5 at a time or something. I'm just wondering, would this become stronger than mine? Also, one more level and this is maxed out. Let's go get rid of that archivist. Oh, and there was a boss spider here. I wanna kill this boss spider. I just didn't have potions, so I bailed to the city earlier. Okay, I didn't drop much. But at least I get fame for my contracts. And I can't find the place I'm looking for. Maybe it's this way. It's gotta be this way somewhere. Oh, that's strange, it's not here. So, the opposite way? It's not here either. Where could it be? Come on, come on. Oh, they're charging from afar. Can't find this library. I think it's somewhere on this side. That's Perilous Climb. That's not where I need to go. So, oh, there we go. We see it. I need to go this way. If only it was as easy as a sharpshooter with revolt to teleport and move around the map. With sharpshooters you can just speedrun the story so quickly, as long as you have items at a sufficient level to keep you alive and to do enough damage. Tier 3 revolt with 2 charges and tier 1 or higher Ghost Visage is just such mobility. On this mage you can get Luminous Run and just alternate between Luminous Run and Shadow Step, and then use that that hood, I think it was called, the hood item. Oh, a disconnect. You can use that hood item that lets you have an extra charge on Luminous Run, and I wasn't the only one that got disconnected, I guess. But yeah, the Wanderer's Hood, was it, or was it the Quicksilver? Let's see, what was the name of the item? I think it's probably the Wanderer's Hood. Yeah, Quicksilver is movement speed, the Wanderer's Hood is the one that gives you extra charges. So if you have Luminous Run and that other one, Shadow Step, you can be super quick. And Imort says, no, Imort, my accent is not Russian, my accent is Bulgarian. mean, I can try and make my accent sound a little bit more Russian if you want me to, but you might get offended. And Przemysław Wada says, can you tell how enchanting system works in this game? The enchanting system works very simple in this game. And I wish they would add more things into that system, but let's explain quickly in a few words how it works. Basically, after level 46, so 47 and higher, you start getting items with sockets. And you would start finding recipes as well. And those recipes you can use. And once you use a recipe, it allows you to enchant an item with a socket for any of the things on that recipe. For example, there's a recipe called Hot and Cold that can give you chance to burn, chance to freeze, flat ice damage, flat fire damage, and burn duration and freeze duration, I think. I don't remember all of them, but I think it was those 6 things. So you take a socketed item, a weapon, for example, that can get hot and cold. And then if you have hot and cold, you click on hot and cold and then you enchant. And when you enchant, it gives you one of the 6 things on the recipe. So different recipes would give you different things. And only items from level 47 and higher can give you sockets on them. So if it's 46 or lower, it shouldn't be able to roll with the socket. And you unlock the enchanting altar later in the game, after you beat Act 3. So you're not gonna have access to enchanting before that. Which is a little bit annoying, because the least they could have done is to let us disenchant items, to let us dismantle items, break them down into essences early in the game. And just not let us enchant until we start finding socketed items. But I also understand how they wanted to make it a more of an endgame activity. It didn't used to be like that. Before you could enchant from level 1. That's how it used to work before, and it felt better before that change. But yeah, Immorde or Imort, I'm definitely not from Russia. And once I did it, once I tried to demonstrate how Balkan accents like Bulgarian, Serbian, Macedonian, Romanian, Turkish, etc., how those accents might be a little bit different than Russian accents. At least the general ones. I mean, probably some people from one part of Russia would talk in English different than people in another part. But I can see how you could think there's definitely similarities. I mean, the languages we speak are similar themselves. So it makes sense the English accents from people in those countries to be similar. Come on, come on. Come to Brazil. Osiris Magnum says come to Brazil. I wouldn't mind going to Brazil sometime. There's some good stuff to be done there. There's some good women there. I wouldn't mind going to Brazil. Good food, good women, good beef. Wouldn't mind visiting sometime. Good weather as well. Come on, come on. Like any other country, every country has good things and bad things. So, and the same is with the people. In every country, there's good people and bad people. There isn't one country where every single person is good and every single person is bad. So I normally don't like generalizing, but I tend to do it sometimes. Even if I don't really mean it. Like when I say there's something good or bad in a country, I wouldn't mean every single thing is like that. But Brazil is definitely a country worth visiting as a tourist, especially some places there. In general, I personally, if I had the chance, I would be traveling all the time. See, the ideal job for me would be one of those, what's it called, the travel shows, where you're traveling and eating food in different places. What better would there be than traveling and getting paid to travel and eat food? That's probably gonna be my dream job. But yeah, it's definitely nice. And Osiris says, oh yeah, I already read that. Kedrick is back. Yeah, Kedrick, I am back. We took our pet to the vet, and the poor kitten got diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. So from now on until his final day, and whenever that would be, he would be on medication for his kidneys. So I was planning on streaming. I would give him a petting, but for now I'm gonna just let him rest. For now he's just resting. But yeah, I was planning on streaming earlier today, but I decided let's wait until we pick him up from the vet and then do my stream afterwards. He's 8 years old. He's 8 years old, so he still got time to live. Even though he's gonna be on medication for his kidneys, at least we caught it in stage 2. It's not stage 3 or 4, where it could have been much worse. But he's a fighter. He's a fighter. Let's see here. I'm gonna max this one out finally, and then maybe start working towards Shadow Step for mana again. Well, it's not something that's terrible. If he doesn't take medication, yeah, it's gonna be bad. But it's not something he can recover from. That's a chronic disease, so it's not something that can get cured. But he can get a quality of life by taking medication. So as long as it helps him, that's fine. We'll see. I mean, right now he's a little bit disoriented because of the tranquilizer that they gave him there to take his blood and urine and all of that. But the little piggy seems fine. There we go. What's this? Junk. This, I can probably equip this, although I want that relic energy generation, but 20 more defense. Does it really matter, 20 more defense? It doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather keep the energy generation. See, if it was 50 defense, probably would have made a big difference. Actually, I don't think I've got this pet skin. I've got the pet, but not that skin, so I'm gonna send it home. Oh, Celestial Cuirass, the third one I'm finding. Why does it keep dropping only one Celestial item? So far, since I've started this hero, I found 3 times the Celestial Cuirass, 0 times any other Celestial item. This one doesn't have defense. But it does have electric defense, and that should work. If there's any other ARPGs, well, what type of ARPGs? Because ARPG is a broad term. ARPGs could be anything from The Witcher to Kingdoms of Amalur to Diablo to this one. I mean, if you mean isometric ARPG hack and slashes like this game and Diablo and Path of Exile and Grim Dawn, there aren't that many that I'm excited about. I used to be excited about Last Epoch, but I'm not a big fan of how they're handling certain things. And Last Epoch I will play after launch, when I'm sure that there's not gonna be any more character data loss, save corruption. Because with Last Epoch I lost 2 out of my 3 characters, without any explanation why that might have happened. One of their patches just broke something and 2 of my 3 characters disappeared. So I'm just gonna wait for Last Epoch to launch and maybe revisit it. But I do enjoy playing this game more than Last Epoch, honestly, right now. So we'll see how that goes. But other than that one, there aren't any isometric games. I mean, Magic the Gathering's, what's it called? Legends, Magic Legends, whatever. This one I'm excited about. Someone mentioned yesterday or the day before that they were invited into the alpha. So I wouldn't mind playing that one and testing it. If I get access to it, I would play it, stream it, make some content if there's no NDA. But if it's alpha, chances are there's gonna be NDA. They wouldn't want people streaming. And I try to avoid playing games that I can't stream. At best I would play them every now and then when my streams are over for an hour or 2 every day. But I won't be able to play it as extensively if I can't stream it. That's kind of how it is. Corepunk, it's an ARPG, but it's more of a, how should I call it, top-down? No, not top-down. It's still isometric, but it's more of a MOBA style. It's more like Dota Online. That's what it looks like to me. Like the controls and the visuals. With Corepunk, the biggest problem is it looks very slow and sluggish. Unless they do something about the combat speed and movement speed, they are gonna have a lot of people getting bored from the slow pacing of it. Some people want it slow, and those people would love Corepunk, but right now whenever I look at some footage from Corepunk, even the one from their trailer, the most recent one they made for whatever online expo there was, it didn't seem anything that would grab me. The only good thing about Corepunk is the PvP right now. Being what it is, having that PK system, that's probably the good thing that people would really love. Because people love PvP, people love competing. And Corepunk would scratch that itch for people. But for someone who only cares about PvE like me, Corepunk doesn't seem like the best game out there. In fact, it seems like below mediocre. Until I play the game though, I won't be able to tell you, because it might look like one thing on the trailers and on the behind the scenes footage we've seen, but maybe it might be better, maybe it might play better than it looks. Maybe it might play worse than it looks, you never know. Albion Online is an online game, it's an MMO. I'm gonna stay away from it. And it's with full wood. I don't play games with full wood. I'm an item whore. Item whores don't like losing items. We like winning items, not losing them. So an item whore like me would not enjoy a game with full wood and PvP like that. Again, I told you, I don't care about PvP. If I want a PvP game, I would get a game that has PvP only, where PvP and PvE are not connected. Where items I've gotten from PvE don't matter in PvP, and items I've gotten from PvP don't matter in PvE. That's how I like my systems separated. See, I like how Guild Wars 2 is doing it. Guild Wars 2 is separating the PvP gear from the PvE one. Unless you're talking about World v World. But when it comes to structured PvP in Guild Wars 2, you have your PvP items, you select some of those you want for your build, and just do it. And just play with those, and they're separate. So regardless how much time you've spent grinding dungeons and stuff, your PvP gear would always be equal to the ones of your opponent. When you introduce PvP items being mixed up with PvE activities, you introduce this balance. You introduce this balance where time spent gives you an advantage versus a newbie, other than the advantage of knowing the skills and knowing how to rotate your class combos and things like that. Other than experience, personal experience playing the game, I think time spent in a game shouldn't give people advantage over others. The only thing that should give you an advantage is the knowledge of your class and how well you've built your skills and items and things like that. Damn, I'm super thirsty today. I think I had too much salty stuff on my lunch. But yeah, I probably already drank over a liter of water since I started streaming. At one point I'm gonna have to make a break for getting that one out, but for now we'll see. And let's see if I've missed some comments. Ahrumatic is asking how is entropy with code. Anything with code could be okay, but don't expect it to be meta. Entropy is a meta skill, and it can be super strong, but Code Heart is not the best relic. Code Heart only has 3 skills I like. 4 if we count Energizer. So if you do an entropy build with Ice Shield, Snowstorm and Cold Front, it's not bad. At Energizer, it's not bad. Entropy by itself, even if you remove the relic skills, even if you have 0 points in relics, entropy builds can be strong, but in order to make an entropy build strong, you would need certain items. Oh, that reminds me. You would need those items. First you need Molten Reach. Molten Reach very important for entropy, unless you want to spam entropy. But with Molten Reach, I think the 8 seconds cooldown is worth it. Another thing you would need, must-have item on any Dusk Mage build, Celestial Gauntlets. Must-have items are Celestial Gauntlets and Celestial Boots. Get those two and then maybe get the helmet equipped. And then put in the Legendarium the chest piece. So my ideal selection for items would be to wear Celestial Boots, to wear Celestial Gauntlets, to wear Celestial Mask. Then I would put Celestial Cuirass, the chest armor, this one, the Cuirass, in the Legendarium. I would put Molten Reach in the Legendarium for an entropy build, and then I would put whatever else fits. There's something amazing to consider coming very soon. Tomorrow with the patch, there will be a new set. I can even show you a screenshot, just a moment. This one. So with this set, if you have the shoulders would let you regenerate your energy. First you're regenerating this energy from 0 to 100, and then you're regenerating this from 0 to 200. Every 60 seconds you can do this. This is such an OP item that it's just silly. It's just silly how good it is. I mean, yes, 60 seconds is a long cooldown, but it's definitely worth it to put it on your skill bar. So the shoulders from this set would let you have this on a 60-second cooldown. Most likely it will be 120 seconds without the set bonus and 60 seconds with the set bonus. Maybe it will be like that. They did say 60 seconds, but they didn't say whether it's 60 seconds with or without the set bonus. but the set bonus is gonna be half of that cooldown. So it's either gonna be 60 with the set bonus and 120, or 60 without the set bonus and 30 seconds with it. But my guess is 60 with the set bonus. Otherwise it would be overpowered if it's 30 seconds. And that's a good shoulder. That's a good shoulder to put in your legendarium. But people are saying that you might want those things equipped. It's gonna work in such a way that you might want to have 3 pieces of the set equipped. And another thing that I managed to finally bring to developers' attention after months of time, not knowing whether it was intended or not. Basically, do you know how leg armor and chest armor can get flat damage? But only on blue and green items. Well, it turns out legendary items should also get blue and should also get the fixes that every blue item gets. So if you can get flat damage on blue items, legendary is supposed to be able to get it. So all of my builds where I was mentioning legendary chest is not as good as blue, and legendary legs, I mean pants, are not as good as blue. This will no longer be the case because they're going to fix this. This was not intended behavior. They were just not aware of it because no one thought it's a bug to report it. And yesterday I mentioned this in the Mayhem Monday, and Michael confirmed that every blue affix should be rollable on a legendary item. So once they fix this, I would see myself running 3 pieces Celestial and 3 pieces of the new set, the whatever they call it set. And yeah, I will mention this in my builds. So thankfully, I finally was able to bring this to the attention of the devs, so they could start and work towards fixing this. It's not gonna be fixed with the next patch unless it managed to get squeezed, but I doubt it. I doubt 1 day time would be enough to squeeze in a fix for this. But with the next big patch update, maybe we can expect flat damage and percent damage elemental to roll on legendary items as well as blue. And then it would be super nice running 3 pieces of the new set with 3 pieces of your class specific set. I can already see some of the nice synergies there. And someone else says, thank you for your review of the Chaos Bane build. You've been a great help. I'm always happy to help. If you have some questions about Chaos Bane, don't be afraid to ask me, even if I'm playing Torchlight 3 right now. There haven't been major changes in Chaos Bane. In fact, there haven't been even small changes since I last played it. So we'll see how Chaos Bane develops further. For now, their focus was shifted towards the new consoles. And they haven't updated Chaos Bane in a long time. There should be an update soon though. There should be an update. On October 19th, they're releasing the new hero on the new console generations. There will be a Slayer edition where you can get an extra new hero, the Witch Hunter. Let's see if I've missed some other comments. Let's see what comments I've missed. Kedrick D2 Pot says, I wish there was a Cyberpunk ARPG. Yes, there will be. Cyberpunk 2077. That's a Cyberpunk ARPG. That's the game of the year. Believe me, this game will win it. If it doesn't win game of the year, I would be surprised. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is not launched. And it's nowhere near as ready to win a Game of the Year title, but Cyberpunk 2077 is probably the game that's gonna win it this year, and for a good reason. It might be too early to say so because I still not played the game, but it's CD Projekt Red. It's like the Scorsese of gaming, I think. So yeah. when they make something, you know it's gonna be good. It's like the good old Blizzard from back in the day. Back in the day, from the StarCraft 1 Brood War, from Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, etc. So CD Projekt Red right now is your company. You know when they make something, it's gonna be good and it's gonna be winning awards and it's gonna be played by millions. I mean, the game already sold millions of copies as a pre-order, as a pre-purchase. And that will be the ARPG. Yeah, it's not gonna be isometric hack and slash ARPG, it's gonna be third person, but it's still an ARPG, it's still action RPG. With some shooter elements. So kind of like a mashup. Although it's gonna be first person as well. If I'm not mistaken, it's gonna have a third person and first person, or is it gonna be just first person? But in any case, it will be action RPG shooter kind of thing. I hope there is a third person camera and not just first person, because I wanna play it the way I played Witcher. With that kind of camera. But even if there is just a first person camera, there's still gonna be a lot of hacking and slashing and shooting. Wait, how did I get here? Gainer's green room. It would have been nice if they put another word with G. Gainer's green something with G instead of room. Is there a word for room with G? Alright, let's get out of here. I can't find the wooded warehouse. I'm probably going the wrong way. And Hedrix also saying isometric RPG, you can do so many fun things with it, but no one is making games for it. Why? Basically, there aren't that many sci-fi ARPGs, isometric ARPGs. You've got the Warhammer one, Inquisitor Martyr, and then you've got the one that's currently in development, which is called Q Squad. But Q Squad doesn't have a big audience. In fact, I'm surprised if I'm gonna be surprised if there are more than 100 people playing the game right now, concurrently active. And Q Squad really needs an injection of population, but in order to keep the people playing, they need something. They need something that would. They need fixes. Last I've heard about Q Squad, I was hearing things about the endgame being bad, non-existent, and the player base being dead. So, if the developers manage to turn it around, I would be surprised, but delighted, because I'm really looking forward to a sci-fi hack and slash ARPG to play. It doesn't have to be isometric, even a third-person one would do. I just like sci-fi as much as I like fantasy, but fantasy is what everyone has been making recently. Not everyone wants to do the sci-fi version. See, I remember back in the day Hellgate London, it was pretty fun for a sci-fi looter hack and slash game. And Kedrick says that Max Schaefer is saying the same thing. Isometric RPGs are just the beginning and you're just getting started figuring out fun stuff, but no one is making games for it so far. What do you mean by no one is making games for it so far? Games for what? There's so many isometric RPGs. Yeah, not as many sci-fi ones. Achromatic is asking what is Entropy good with, Electrode or Flaming Destroyer? Both of them are good choices. Both of them are good choices. If you go Flaming Destroyer, you can consider combining it with Firestorm. Maybe if you don't have a burn chance weapon, use ignition source, and then use things like magma burst. It's gonna be definitely great with firestorm to have entropy as a proc monster build, so you can keep proccing things. Let's get... I need to get this level 6, and then I can increase my chance to burn. Alright, my mana problems should be solved now. And Achromatic says, do you think they will buff Cold Heart? I see a lot of complaints. I'm not sure whether they will buff Cold Heart, but I'm sincerely hoping they will buff Cold Heart. I mean, there's 3 skills, as I said, that are good. And 1 passive that is fine, because it's the same on every relic. So, Energizer is fine. Ice Shield is amazing. Snowstorm is amazing, but it has a broken tier 3 bonus. Once they fix the tier 3 bonus of Snowstorm to actually make you 100% crit frozen enemies, it's gonna be a huge DPS boost for anyone playing freezing builds. In fact, it would be so good that you might want to consider using chance to freeze on your weapon instead of another flat damage. That's how good it will be when they fix it. Because that's gonna be guaranteed critting, and as long as you use freeze chance on your weapons, you're gonna be serving crits left and right. So hopefully they buff the other things like Breaking Point, Jagged Ice, and what was the name of that other one? Frost Skin. Those are the 3 things I think they need to change. In fact, I think Jagged Ice, instead of chance to chill and chance to chill, it should give you chance to chill and chance to swow. Then builds, Realm Master builds would be very fun with that chance to swow. Especially if it can swow bosses. It will be amazing if they make it like that. So let's see what other comments I've missed. Achromatic says, oh yeah, thank you for the great. I visit your blog too. Yeah, my website is for that. Visit it, read it. Let me know if something is wrong there. I don't mind correcting something. In fact, I prefer to correct it. So if you notice something on the blog that doesn't seem right, do let me know. But yeah, I make those builds for people who wanna just get a little bit more information than there is on my videos. Some of the information is on the videos, but not on the blog. Some of the information is on the blog, but not on the videos. Because when I start making the videos, I don't remember everything. And if I were to try and list all the information in a video, the video would have to be much longer than it needs to be. That's why I make it. Some people prefer reading, some people just would rather read it than watch it and listen to me. So it's good to have it in both versions. It was mostly people from Chaosbane that gave me the idea to start making text versions. And ever since then I just kept making text versions of the builds. And it's definitely fun. It takes a little bit longer, because whenever I make a build video before I upload it, I try and make the text version as well. But I think it's worth the extra effort. It's worth the extra effort to make it that way. Arc of Light. Perfect. Perfect. Wait, I might even wear it. If it's good damage, I could wear it. It's not good damage. Ideally, I would have Ebon Grasp and Arc of Light. Egg of Mayhem probably is not gonna be for my build. For now, I'm keeping it because I'm using Sword Smash, but maybe I'm gonna use Blazing Pillar, or maybe I'm gonna use Sword Smash, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it. I really want Ebon Grasp, but I also want Arc of Light, and I also want the Celestial Chest in the Legendarium. But I also want the Egg of Mayhem. And we only have 3 slots, and that's 4 items. And of those items, the only thing I can consider wearing would be the chest piece. But that means I'm losing flat damage until they fix it. But ideally when it gets fixed, that would mean flat damage would be doable, and that means the celestial piece would be my go-to item. And this Egg of Mayhem doesn't trigger every time. Something's broken with the Egg of Mayhem. It doesn't give me the extra cast every time I do it. Let's see. Duration for consecration, evasion. Where's the portal? Let's see if I've missed any comments. Kedrick says devs abandoned Chaos Bane. Well, the developers haven't abandoned Chaos Bane, they have just been too busy with trying to get the game to console. And not to console, but to next generation console. So I can show you what I mean. I'm gonna show you my browser and something Chaos Bane related in my browser. It's in French. I don't speak French, and I'm using Firefox right now. It's my work browser, so I can't translate it for you. But basically, what this should say, it's a Slayer edition, and this here, I'm gonna try and zoom in. This should mean Witch Hunter, new character, the Witch Hunter. So the rest stuff, and there's gonna be 4K, 60 FPS, blah blah blah. Diablo 3 in the universe of Warhammer. I mean, some of the things you can. So this would include Chaos Bane, including 11 DLCs. I mean, even if I don't speak French, you can. Some things are easy to translate. So it's gonna include the Tomb King's DLC and the new Witch Hunter. 70 monsters, blah blah blah. Co-op for 4 players, local or online. And this is coming out on the 19th of November, if I'm not mistaken. 19th of November 2020. And this is on Series X. Chaos Bane Slayer Edition. If I look up Chaos Bane Slayer Edition, it's probably coming for PS5. Amazon PS5. So yeah. Pretty weird, but is there a screenshot of the new hero? That's not a new hero. That's not the new hero. I don't think they put a new hero here as a screenshot. But yeah, so they've been working on this, and that's what most of their stuff went into developing for that, I guess. And it's interesting how it's gonna play out on PC. No one's mentioning whether this DLC is coming to PC. I'm assuming it's coming to PC, but I'm also assuming most likely they're gonna charge us for the Witch Hunter, unless they do it like a lesser. For a lesser, they didn't charge us. And I'm wondering if it's gonna include a new campaign. Or not. But in any case, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it plays out in the long run. So they might not have abandoned the game, but they probably, apart from the new hero, there's most likely not gonna be much new stuff. We'll see. Oh, my pet is puking. My pet is puking. Poor guy. Okay, I'm going back into the game. I'm just gonna quickly check for other comments I missed. So Achromatic says Groom. Not sure what that means. Does it mean Grum? Grum means thunder in my language. Kedrick says, well, not just sci-fi, but just in general. No one is really making any good ones. Well, It's hard to make a good one, I guess, in this genre, because in order to make a good game in this genre, you need years of development to make sure you have enough content and enough activities. In just a moment, my pet just puked. I'm gonna just let him finish puking maybe and then go clean up. I guess it's all the medicine they gave him today. Let's wait. I'm gonna wait 1 more minute or 2 to see if he's done with the cleansing. I really love that energy spike with the extra projectiles. It's so fun. Right, I think he's done with the puking, so I'm gonna go and clean it. Just a moment. I hope nothing kills me. I'm here in the room. I'm just gonna quickly wipe off that stuff. Alright, that's fine. I cleaned it. So, yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I mean, I'm taking it slow. I probably could have been almost done with the story if I was rushing and pushing. I'm still rushing and pushing, just not to the maximum. Not as much as I was doing on my Realm Master or my Sharpshooter when going through this. Alright, let's kill this dude. And Fred NL, welcome to my channel, to my Twitch, welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you for the follow, Fred. And Achromatic says to check out Godfall. It's probably gonna be too expensive for me to consider checking it. I've got other priorities on where my money should go. One of those things would be Cyberpunk. After I get Cyberpunk, I'm probably gonna be done buying games for the year, because I need to save up for a new graphics card. I need to get a new graphics card. I need to get my PC case upgraded, because the old one right now has duct tape on it and cardboard. So once I get that new PC case and once I get, I'm gonna get 3070 Nvidia. I think it's time. I mean, my video card is 5 years old, 1060. 6 gigabytes, so getting a 3070, it's not gonna be the best I can get, obviously, but it's gonna be good enough for someone on a budget. It's an expensive card, but not really that expensive, knowing the gains. For 400 bucks, you're getting huge increase in performance. At least I will get a huge increase in performance with my 5-year-old video card. So it's definitely gonna be worth the purchase. So until Christmas and the Christmas holidays and winter, I will be saving up for that. So Godfall might be something I can test sometime eventually. If there's a cracked version, I can probably download it and check it to see if it's worth buying. And if I think it's really worth buying, I might consider getting it. But for now, Godfall is on my... It's gonna stay on my wish list for a while. Because it's not gonna be something that hasn't been done. They're just overhyping this game for no real reason. The game is nothing special. It's gonna be just like Warframe. Just without the guns. It's gonna be Warframe without the guns. They're trying to make it as if they invented a new genre, Wooter Swasher. That has been a thing for a long time. There's been many games like that. Dark Souls, Witcher and other games like that that are third-person Wooter. Although Witcher is not just a Wooter, Witcher is a Choices Matter game. But yeah, Kingdoms of Amalur, Two Worlds. There's just so many games with third-person camera, with wooting and RPG elements. They're just trying to overhype the game, and I don't think the game needs to be hyped this much. Whether it's gonna be good enough, depends. And Adi, welcome back Adi, welcome back Adi. Sorry if I'm missing someone's comment. I'm gonna check on the comments in a moment. After this boss fight I will check on all of your comments that I might have missed. I'm just not sure how many potions I've got. The game tells me I've got 2 potions, but it's been telling me I've got 2 potions for a long time. Ever since I started playing the game, since April 2019, there's always been a bug with the potion system, one bug or another. They would fix one bug, then there would be a new bug. I don't remember if I've seen the potion system without a bug in this game. Right now I don't know if I really have 2 potions. Sometimes it would tell me I have 11 potions. Then I would use 1 potion, it would tell me I've got 0 potions. Sometimes it will tell me I've got 0 potions, but then it would actually let me consume a potion. So it's that weird. It's that weird of a system how it works now. Okay, now it's comments time, chat time. So let's see if I've missed. Oh, Kedrick is saying to Fred that that Kedrick is also from the Netherlands. Okay, 2 Dutch people here. And Kedrick saying I have a question. Oh, you're from Groningen. Nice. Noisia is from Groningen. The Legends Noisia, their studio is there, their custom made studio is there. Let's see. What would you rather do? Any monitor has a setting called VRB. What it does is it lowers my monitor response time to 1 millisecond, but it also makes my brightness very dark dim. If I turn it up, it turns VRB off. So you can't do that, it's just how VRB works. Should I use VRB with low brightness and 1 ms or turn VRB off? But it will be normal ms, which is 5 ms, but it's bright. Well, that's something I can't answer for you. I don't know how dim and dark it is. I don't know whether you need the brightness more than the ms. Are you playing competitive games where you need the millisecond reaction? If you're playing shooter games, BRs, like PUBG, Fortnite, etc., Counter-Strike, Valorant, you need the reaction time. If you're not playing things like that, the reaction time is not as important if you're not a competitive player. See, for competitive player, reaction times and refresh rates are important. But if you're not competitive player, if you're not a pro player, esports player, etc., then just do whatever you feel is better for you. I can't make this choice for you, whether you go for a better reaction time or whether you go for the better looking brightness and contrast, etc. Let's see. What did I get here? I'm gonna have to get rid of this item to get those two items, and we're halfway into this act, or maybe one third, 35% of this act has been completed now. Which reminds me, I need to go to Echo Landing. And Freddy's just getting into Torchlight. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game, Fred. I mean, ARPGs also need reaction time. But I'm pretty fine with my monitor. And my monitor, I think, is... I'm not sure how much my reaction time is. Let me quickly Google it. I'm gonna open my channel and look up my monitor. I think it's 5 milliseconds. I don't think it's more than 5, but I don't think it's less than 5. So let's look up my monitor. My monitor was... maybe I didn't include it. Maybe I didn't include my monitor in my specs. In any case, I don't think it's more than 5 milliseconds. I mean, yeah, the reaction time is definitely gonna be better if it's fast, but if it's making the game as dark as if it makes the game so dark that it's unplayable, obviously don't go for that VBR. But again, it's something I can't decide for you, dude, because different people would decide differently in this situation. When it comes to VBR. That reminds me, I need to go to my fort. It's time to go to the fort and get rid of some stuff. I need to put some stuff in storage wardrobes.
Dear hero, you've returned. The Voltura attacked the town, and it was none other than that rogue Kennick leading the charge.
Over here. Next step, Voltura village, but first my fort. Kedrick's got 20 hours so far. Stuck on the last boss on ridiculous. I would say just get some levels. Level up, get enough potions, and focus more on ranged attacks with this boss. The phase with the skeletons is where you might wanna use your relic stuff. Like Ice Shield and Snowstorm and Cold Front, things like that, to prevent him from healing. If you need help, I can always come and help you on one of my other heroes if you need help with the boss fight. If you can't beat it yourself. I'm gonna get more burn chance. So let me test something. It did 2 times. Okay, now it did two hits. Okay, let's see now. It did 2 hits, okay. Although it's doing the same skill twice, it's still better than not doing any second skill. See, now it only did 1 skill, and this is what is broken. It shouldn't be like that, it should always do a second skill when you have Egg of Mayhem. See, now we did the ice skill, and the ice skill does count as a second skill. Now we did the ice. It did the fire. Now it just did 1. See, it's not always doing a second skill, which is a little bit bad. Like now it just did that 1 skill. Okay, let's make some storage. I'm gonna put this, and this. Maybe this. Then here I'm gonna put this, and this, and maybe this. This. Okay. Now we're ready to go. Next stop machine works. You made on easy sharpshooter electrode. Yeah, that's gonna be easy for you. Not only is it a good combination from the get-go, electrode sharpshooter, but you're also playing it on a different difficulty. But yeah, in general, if you're stuck with something, just get some more levels. Get some more levels, get stronger items, get better defenses and damage, and you will get it. You can beat that boss at level 49, 48. If you're level 44, 45, 46, you just can fight in... there's two places you can fight for levels, even after beating the story. King's Road and Astral Gate are good, but King's Road is better than Astral Gate. So you can just stay in King's Road, which is 43, 44 enemies, if I'm not mistaken. So let's say you have level 43 enemies, you can fight those enemies until level 47. If there's 44, maybe until 48, before they stop giving you XP. And that's not bad. At 48, 49, the final boss shouldn't be that difficult to do. If you need more levels, you can just fight in the Astral Gate until like 50, I think. You can also always do Mapworks portals once you reach a level that you just can't get more XP from the zones because you've out-leveled the enemies. You can always start doing Mapworks portals to catch up. And then once you catch up, you can just try and do the boss again. But yeah, getting higher levels would not necessarily mean the boss will be easier, because your gear will always scale down to one level higher than the content you're doing. So if you're doing a level 46 boss fight, your gear will never be more than 47. But better items, more legendary powers and things like that would still make it easier. So maybe optimize the build a little bit more, but sharpshooter should be able to do the final boss on ridiculous without a single point in the relic. Even if you make 0 relic points build, you should be able to complete on ridiculous the final boss with just sharpshooter skills. Shasta really is needed. Tier 2 Shasta. Don't make sharpshooter builds without tier 2 Shasta. You're losing 50% damage and you're losing the ability to taunt from Shasta. I mean, you can still taunt with Ghost Visage tier 3, but Ghost Visage tier 3 is not as good as Shasta tier 2, because the damage comes from Shasta tier 2. Even if you can taunt, you're still gonna lose the damage if you don't have Shasta tier 2. So you might need to rework some of your skills if you're having trouble with that boss. In general, with Sharpshooter, any skill is fine from the precision except Heartseeker for your main spam skill. So it could be tight grouping, targeted strikes, onslaught, explosive arrow, or scatter shot. Those 5 are good choices. You've got 5 good choices for your main spam DPS precision skill on a Sharpshooter. And either of those should be good enough for your code Sharpshooter to finish that final boss. And hey Fun Horror, welcome back. Wow, okay, okay. Damn, I'm taking so much damage, I really need defense. There we go here. How goes the mage? Bit by bit it's getting there. I'm still not exactly sure what I want for the final setup for this mage. I'm pretty sure what I don't want, but I'm not sure what I do want to make with this guy first. Do I want to make the basic attack build first? Do I want to make the ranged spellcaster first? Probably I'm gonna make the ranged spellcaster first because it might be less demanding. And since the patch is tomorrow, meaning tomorrow I will be able to start buying Respectacles. That's pretty good news. I hope they are not too expensive, the Respectacles. Like if it's 500 or 1000 per Respectacle, it could be a good price. That means with 20,000 you can get like 20 or 40. Okay, let's say 500 is a little bit too cheap, but let's say 1000. That means with 20,000 gold coins I can get 20 Respectacles. That would be pretty decent in my opinion. Even if they make it 20,000, so with 20,000 I can get 10 Respectacles, it's still an acceptable price, but anything above that is kind of pushing it, since if you want to do a full respect, that's 70 Respectacles. I mean, there's gonna be a very rare case where someone would want to remove every single point. In most cases you're probably gonna be respecting 50-60% of your build at best. Because certain passives you want on every build. For example, on every build I would want Light Spear tier 2 as a passive and Energy Spike tier 2 as a passive. On every build most likely I would want Shadow Step tier 2 for the mana regen. So those 3 skills is something that I would see myself having on every build with this class. And since it's about balance, probably on every build I would have tier 2 Holy Bolt and tier 2 Unholy Bolt for the 20% light and dark skills damage. So that's just an example of things that most likely you would not respect. But still, I think 1000, 2000 is acceptable. Anything above 2000 per Respectacle is just pushing it and making it too grindy. I hope they strike a good balance with the pricing. I'm kind of doubtful though. I'm kind of doubtful, and most likely they're gonna make it something like 10, 15, 20,000 per Respectacle, which would be super silly. But one can only hope for a decent price. see. Nice, just when I was about to go to the city to buy potions, it dropped me 2 of them. Make that 3. Well, the thing is, the mage hero would need some gear, but I've already got it. I've already got the items I need for the ranged. I still need celestial items, so right now the thing I need is celestial gear. See, I've already got Arc of Light, and I've already got the Ebon Grasp. And I've already got Vitality Extractor if I wanna use Holy Fury. But let's say I do Arc of Light, Ebon Grasp, Egg of Mayhem, or Arc of Light, Ebon Grasp, and Celestial Cuirass. And by the way, good news to those of you who didn't hear me saying earlier, who are just coming now, like Fun Horror, we will be getting a fix. Apparently it's a bug that blue items are getting flat damage and percent damage, but legendaries are not. So legendary items would also be able to get flat damage and percent damage on chest, leg, and boots. Boots only get percent. Which means every single build I was using, where I was telling people use blue items on the chest, leg and boots, would become better, because that means more pieces where you can use legendary. That would mean I can use 3 pieces of one set and 3 pieces of another set. And that would be perfect. That would be perfect. I can't wait for them to fix this. So they didn't know there was such a bug until I brought it to their attention yesterday, in the Mayhem Monday. Michael thought that every legendary gets every blue affix. And he was just talking how legendaries are equal to blue, with the slight difference that blue gets wivebound, legendary doesn't, and that was their intention. But yeah, right now the reason people are picking blue items over legendaries are that just some affixes don't roll on legendaries, and once they fix that, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a matter of, do you want that extra 20% stats from Wivebound, or do you want to go for legendary without the 20% but slightly lower things? Because I think legendary in general is like 10-15% higher number on the affix. So overall it will be still weaker than a blue, but you would have an extra affix and you would have the legendary power and be able to do 2 sets of 3 pieces. So I just can't wait for fixes in that direction. But they're most likely not gonna come with the next update tomorrow, because if they found out about this yesterday, I doubt they can fix it in 2 days and quality test it and everything. Unless it was an error that didn't require much coding and just tweaking certain things. But we'll see, maybe in 1 or 2 months this would be in the game as a fix. And I guess no one knew that it was a bug. Everyone might have thought like me that it was intentional. I honestly thought it's intentional, that legendary items don't get flat damage or percent elemental damage affixes. Wait, I haven't found Higgs. Yes, isn't Higgs here? Wait, didn't I beat the boss? Maybe there was no boss here. Maybe I didn't get him to spawn. Oh, there we go. He spawned now. I can't hit him. He's standing in such a weird place where I can't reach him. Okay, I can reach him from that side. My missiles were going upwards towards the sky. And you know what's gonna happen? When they fix the bug with those affixes, legendary weapons will be able to get flat damage as well. Which would mean legendary weapons equipped would be better than flat weapons, than blue weapons. Still not as good, because if we were to compare equally strong legendary and blue item of the same rarity, you're gonna see that it's not 20% more stats on the legendary, but there's still more stats on the legendary than the blue. I'm gonna try and find you the perfect example. Do I have the waypoint here? Yes. I'm gonna try and go to my fort quickly to demonstrate. I'm gonna find level 60 items, and we can look at the built-in affix of a level 60 weapon and of a level 60 legendary weapon. And someone just subscribed to my YouTube channel. Mihai Katrina, thank you very much for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club. So let me also catch up on some of the comments. Range first to farm gear, okay. I don't think they will be more than 2,500. Oh, for the spectacles, yeah, hopefully. How do you like this compared to your melee sharpshooter? I like it. I like the melee sharpshooter as much as I like this. This one I wanna level it up. I already have a pyromancer. I have a pyromancer where I was using radiant blast and entropy, and it was pretty strong. Even though I didn't have the entropy item, I didn't have the molten reach when I was testing it. Even then it felt strong, so it's good enough. I mean, everything can be strong when played the right way with the right items. But yeah, let's quickly have a look at level 60 items just to check the difference. So let's find a blue level 60 non-wife bound item. Blue level 60 non-wife bound weapon. That's what I'm looking for. Damn, seriously, don't I have a single non-wife bound level 60? Okay, stuff. See, this one is 4,912. 4,912 damage at the top, and between 850 and 950 per flat damage. So if this is 4.9k, let's find a level 50 two-handed weapon. That's legendary, and it's level 60. Level 60 legendary two-handed. 6,202. Huh, interesting. And this one 4,800. See, this is 4,800. Let's see, this can go up to 5,200 if you're lucky. This stuff that we were just looking at is giving you exactly the same type of damage. In fact, this one is 4,900. But see, this 900 physical and this 800 fire, etc. If I can get those on legendary items, it will be amazing once they fix it. It definitely will be amazing, because even if I don't get wife bound on legendary and I don't get that extra 20% stats, it's still a good amount of damage. It's still a good amount of damage, including adding damage on the socket, for example. I'm gonna have to do proper testing later. So look at this rifle. 5,400 physical, level 70 rifle. And the other rifle was 6,000. Somewhere here I found something that was 6,000. Where was it? This one, 6,000. So if it can go to 6,000 at the top, that means it can probably go up to 1,000 at the bottom. And if you get 2 flat damages at the bottom with 1,000, you can still get it to 8,000 without the wife bound. If you get 3 flats, that's 9,000. And if you get the socket, that's 10,000 on a legendary. So I really hope they fix this. And in theory, 10,000 flat damage legendary two-hander will be doable without wife bound. If you're lucky. I mean, that's why we would need a system with rerolling to be able to get those min-maxed numbers. Okay, I came here just to put some stuff in my storage. Just this one here. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to see things like those fixed. Actually gonna keep this. I'll use this. I'm gonna use... For now, let's keep this. And let's move. And Fun Horror says, what are your thoughts on an electrode tank? I know you made the melee sharpshooter, but do you think a melee Realm Master would be tankier? Curse of PP would be hard to give up. Yeah, Realm Master will be tankier. Realm Master will be tankier because you can be better than a Realm than a sharpshooter. With Realm Master you have Hammer Spin. Hammer Spin just by itself, with the tier 3 bonus, maxes out your damage reduction to 90%. 90%. If you want a tank, you can use Shield Car. You can use no other car, just Shield Car and Train Car. And be tanky. Shield Car can let you max out the damage reduction. Another thing that lets you max out the damage reduction is Skittering Shoulders, which will be a skill. You would have to sacrifice a skill bar slot after tomorrow's patch to use the skill from Skittering Shoulders. So it's probably not gonna be that great to use it, but it's still a good choice. It's still a good choice if you want tankiness on an Electrode Realm Master. And yeah, if you're using the melee damage reduction, which is 70% with tier 2 Blasting Charge, and you're using Hammer Spin, that can give you extra 50% to max out to 90, and then you're using other things such as Shield Car that can also max it out to 90. In fact, with Shield Car you should have permanent 80% damage reduction without activating anything, with just Fighter Spirit, with just the melee damage reduction. 70 melee damage reduction and 10% while near your Shield Car. That's 80% damage reduction. And the cap is 90, so you're gonna be very tanky. Probably more tanky than a sharpshooter can be. And you can get block chance. You can get a shield with a mace and stack the block chance with maybe stacking, what's its name? I forgot the name. Lightning Barrier. Lightning Barrier stacked with the shield can max out your block chance. Maybe you can get some items for evasion and get enough evasion. And then you're gonna be getting hit around a little bit more than 1/3. 36% of the time you're gonna get hit if you max out evasion and block chance. And if those 36 times when you do get hit you're benefiting from 70, 80 or 90% damage reduction, it's actually pretty good. Most likely better than a sharpshooter tank. Because sharpshooter is not the defensive hero. But the same way I made a sharpshooter electrode melee build, I can make it with Damnation on a mage. The exact same way. With Damnation on a mage. and with the mace. Because Damnation does the exact same thing PP does. Reduces the enemy's damage for up to 50%. And this one also immobilizes and costs no mana at tier 3. And it also can return mana as you're fighting enemies. I just hope they would fix the basic attack damages that are broken. Basically, no pun intended, but yeah, the basic attack bonus damage percent doesn't work. The basic attack to Digitus, basic attack to Sword, to Mace, to X type of weapon does seem to work. Someone brought this to my attention today on my YouTube channel. I tested it and it does work. When it says basic attack to sword attacks, basic attack to staff attacks, and you have that weapon equipped, the damage on the tooltip here changes. I tested it with the sword attack boost and it changed my sword attack from 110% to 130 something percent earlier. We shouldn't miss saving those villagers. Okay, they're all in the same place. I'm just gonna run there. I love it when everything from this quest is in the same location. Okay, and one more. And then we are done. That was a very nice choke point play. I like it when games allow me to use a choke point to my advantage. And just funnel the enemies into that choke point and just spam AoEs from afar. Maybe slow them, keep them busy there. Yeah, you can use arrow keys and you can even use WSAD if you wanna keybind it. I mean, I'm using WSAD for different things, and I don't like using WSAD when I have to press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. But yeah, you can keybind most things in this game, so that's nice having this much customization. But it makes sense, if it has controller support, it makes sense to allow you to use WSAD, because it has the tech already. Okay, we're kind of 2/3 or 50% done with this act. 50% of the act seems to have been completed now. Or was it after Shriekbeak? I think after Shriekbeak we can say that we're 50% done with the act. Shriekbeak should be after the chop shop, if I'm not mistaken. go. It's weird how you can step on a rat and the rat immediately gets squished. Derek Rank says, hopefully Godfall has matchmaking, haven't seen them mention anything yet. Oh yeah, without matchmaking it's gonna be painful, just like in this game, no matchmaking and you have to go to Discord or to other places to try and find people to play with. In general, games like this, any type of Wooter game requires matchmaking. Otherwise, people are stuck in using chat in-game or chat in Discord servers. Not the best place to try and find people to play with. It's much better when it's hassle-free. Click on a button, join a queue, get queued with randoms. It could be a good experience, it could be a bad experience, but at least it doesn't take any more effort than you clicking a button and waiting a little bit. I hope Torchlight 3 does some sort of matchmaking eventually, based on the type of content, story or endgame. And maybe based on the endgame they should add different types of queues when they add more endgame activities. I just really hope they don't leave it to just Fazier and really add some sort of new endgame stuff. I did ask yesterday if they're thinking about other different than Fazier endgame things, and I think my question got misunderstood, because they answered about thinking of how to make the Fazier better, which was not my question. My question was if they're already working on new endgame that is different than the Fazier. But I think my question was misread. In regards to whether they're already in the works of new endgame activities within the Fazier, and that's not what I asked. So I'm gonna try to ask my question again sometime and hopefully it gets understood properly. But my question was something within the lines of are you already working in or are you already in the work in progress stage, or in the still thinking about it stage when talking about new endgame mode, something like that. I don't remember exactly how I worded it. I can check though. The way I worded it is, let's go, Mayhem Monday. So the way I worded it is, come on, where is this question? Oh yeah, are new, vastly different from the Fazier endgame modes, currently already work in progress, or only in the we're thinking about it phase? And that was not really answered. Okay. Let's go back into the game. Because yeah, I didn't get a clear answer about this, and that's all I care about right now. Whether they're already working on new endgame activities, or whether we're stuck with Fazier for another year. Which would be painful. It would be painful if we don't get another endgame activity for more than 3-4 months. I mean, ideally, we should see at least a review of new endgame, at least work in progress update, kind of a screenshot or video or whatever by the end of the year.
True, I died.
But you never know.
Somewhere out there in the ether, Mother saw my potential.
Oh, I can already go to Shriekbeak's laboratory.
Into waste.
I've killed enough Netherim this time.
Unfortunately for Mother, I don't think she realized just how much potential I have.
Can I take a shortcut through here? The shortcut didn't work. Alright, let's kill some enemies and try again. Let's read some comments, some chat. Fun Horror says, I wish there was a wardrobe function in this game. Well, there is a wardrobe function. What do you mean? What do you mean by a wardrobe function? We do have wardrobes under storage. Under storage, there is a wardrobes tab, and you can switch a full set of items and weapons from yourself to the wardrobe, or you can only switch the weapons, or you can only switch the armors. Kedrick says, yeah, there's a lot of humor. Kedrick also says, oh yeah, Opera launched a new browser. It's an internet browser made for gamers. So it uses less RAM plus CPU and stuff. It also has a Twitch integrated on the sidebar, which is nice. It's called Opera GX. Try it. I might try it and install it. Thanks for letting me know. And K Vivek says, any exact date for Halloween update? Tomorrow. The exact date has been set tomorrow. Yesterday they confirmed it. And Sardok says, struck my dude, man, you leveled up fast. It's been 2 hours since I've gone for job seeking, came back, you are 42 already. Nice. And Fun Horror says, like a transmog function to change your gear graphics. Yeah, that's coming. Not anytime soon, but it used to be for a long time in the to-do list in the Trello, in the roadmap. Then they removed it from the roadmap because they probably realized it's better to focus on the important things and then bring us transmog after the game launches. But it will be something we will have to equip the skin of one item on another. I think transmog was priority when the game was gonna be free to play, because they could sell skins for real money. But when they decided to remove the free to play MMO model, they probably decided to not focus that much on transmog, because it's not a high priority. I mean, there were more important things to do. And yeah, it would be nice when they add it. It will be nice, and it's something that many people want, and it's something that the developers know we want. And they will add it in the game eventually. It's a matter of time, not a matter of if, I guess. Yet another Stormblade. Oh, Celestial Pens. Okay, now I've got 2 pieces of the set. I'm actually gonna lose that damage with Holy Bolt. See, my Holy Bolt right now does 513 weapon damage. It's gonna probably go to 420. 435 weapon damage. Well, losing some, but I'm getting crit chance a little bit more, and I'm getting a lot more defense, which I do need. And some HP. Okay, I don't need this. Alright, halfway done with this act. Maybe more than halfway. Need to go to Echo Landing, but before that, King's Road awaits me. Look at how funny Chance to Freeze is. I mean, you're basically destroying the enemies with Chance to Freeze to a point where they can't attack you. That's why I think having a cold heart hero in the team for support, not for damage but rather for support, to freeze the enemies while the others destroy them with their DPS is always a great thing. An AoE Absolver, for example, is perfect. Absolver Dusk Mage with Cold Heart is perfect to freeze the whole map. You can equip a weapon with Chance to Freeze. You can use some other chance to freeze things like cold Cold Front Tier 2 and Snowstorm and things like that. And you can just freeze them up and then your teammates can do the killing. You can still do some damage, not as much, but still decent damage. Entropy Cold Heart Absolver build. That would be pretty decent. With Moat and Reach. Alright, let's go to Echo Landing to turn in my quest. But you can see right now my chance to freeze is 37.1. You can see how often I'm freezing the enemies. It just... even elites and champions are getting frozen. And you're just priming them for damage. Now I'm probably gonna remove Giant Swings, because I'm gonna make the non-basic attack build first. I've decided to make the non-basic attack build first. So maybe... should I start investing into Absolver already? Eventually I want to remove Holy Boat and maybe switch to Absolver. And I want to remove Consecration and switch to Damnation. Okay.
You pay up front, no refunds.
I can respect that 1 point. Ice damage. Let's try this. I'm gonna equip this with bonus ice damage. And then maybe equip this with more bonus ice damage.
I make no promises.
I need to sell this. I need to sell this. And how's my potions? 18 potions, so I can try maybe gamble for a helmet.
Good luck out there. You pay up front, no refunds.
Okay. Oh, 3 levels in Shadow Step. Okay, now we're talking.
So you buy in or what? Good luck.
3 levels in Shadow Step. Now my Shadow Step is level 9. One more level and I can just have an additional charge and move. I'm not a big fan of how this is handled. I don't think tier 1 should be tier 1. I think tier 1 should be tier 3 and tier 3 should be tier 1. It's not fair. It's not fair if the sharpshooter gets on tier 1 extra charge and other heroes can get on tier 1 extra charge, the ones that do. I think the Forged also gets an extra charge at tier 1. But the Dusk Mage needs a fucking tier 3 to get an additional charge in Shadow Step. I understand that this current tier 1 bonus, getting that 5% mana per enemy hit, could be strong. But I'm trying to not be next to my enemies when I do it. All right, let's do this.
Our community is whole again.
And King's Plateau, let's go. King's Plateau is a great zone if you want to stop for a moment and redo the zone for XP. King's Plateau is a good zone to do for XP and for farming. Oh, this guy has a very interesting fort. Let's go give him an item here. Let's give him this. It's very fun sometimes to see what people do with their forts. For me, my highest priority, as I've said multiple times, is wardrobes. So eventually I want to have 2 of every type of wardrobe for every type of hero, except the hardcore ones. And that's what? That's 48 wardrobes. 48 things in my fort need to be wardrobes, so I can max out my hoarding tendencies, the gear hoarding. You know, TOF in my name stands for the Wood Fiend. I do have this idea for a goat-like creature with horns and a wood back, like the gear goblin in Diablo 3, but something that has goat-like feet and head. And yeah, that's kind of the idea I have of a mascot of my channel. I'm just bad at drawing, so I can't draw it myself. Although I have tried. Eventually maybe I can try and learn to draw better, but that's not something you learn overnight. And try and draw it. It's kind of like the goat man in Diablo, but a chibi cute version of it. And with a wood bag, like a bag of goodies on his back, like a Santa. So more like Chibi Krampus. Chibi Krampus, that's what it might look like. The Wood Fiend. Should I just rush this map? Let's rush it. Actually, I think it's this way. No, it's not this way. I haven't made Damnation builds in a long time. I decided to make this one a Damnation build. Most people probably would want to replace it with Consecration for damage. No, wrong way. Wait, is this broken? Oh, never mind, it's just too slow. There we go. Okay, I'm not even in harmonic form now, and the damage is still decent. Wrong way. Okay. Arc power boots, not bad. Okay, let's go here. We're getting close. We're getting close. Almost done with this map. I mean, with this act. On my Realm Master, I completed this act at level 43 because I was rushing a little bit more than this one. With this one, I'm probably gonna be 45 by the time I complete the act. There should be a big robot guy here. The dildo neck robots. This guy, when he dies, it has like a dildo body or whatever. You're gonna see it. It's this thing in the middle of his body, the one that connects his torso to the locomotion. This one. It's even ripped. It's like a ripped dildo for extra pleasure. Let's see here. They're dying pretty good. Ebon Grasp, a new one. Am I going the right way? .44, nice. Yeah, one more level is probably what I'm gonna get before I reach the final boss. If I kill every champion group on my way to the boss, of course. And this chance to freeze, I'm loving it. I might as well keep chance to freeze on my weapon permanently. I'm just loving it too much. So, oh, this is the stat I was talking about. See, this flat physical damage should be able to drop on legendary items once they fix it. And all sorts of other elemental damages that currently just don't roll. This one... See, this item at 43 is just as good as it will be at 60. I'm not gonna get more evasion, crit damage or relic energy generation if the item was 60. As long as it's legendary, it has a certain minimum and maximum value for all of those rows. So if you're doing evasion, blockchain and stacking, this is a perfect item to keep, even though it's a level 43 item. The problem is we're losing a lot of defense if you use this item. But yeah, I'm really hyped already from the things I heard last night, because I asked in the chat for the Mayhem Mondays last night to give us some sneak peeks, to tell us some information about the upcoming set, the new items, and they did say a lot of good information. And it's actually already uploaded. If anyone wants to listen to the Mayhem Monday recording, I can give you the link. Just a moment. So, copy link, paste link. This is where you can read it, listen to it. There's a recording of the discussion. And Bean has mentioned, note, there was a point where I was, actually I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what I'm reading in Discord. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up on my stream. Discord. It's not showing up on my stream. Okay, weird. Just a moment, I'm trying to... It just doesn't want to show it. Anyways, I'm gonna read it. Somehow my stream doesn't want to show Discord. What the message said was... The message said, note, there was a point where I wasn't being heard for a few responses in Discord, which could make it seem like I was talking over them or being ignored. Not the case, just me hitting the wrong push to talk button. Also 2 new fixes coming, not 3 due to misreading a patch note. Okay. So that's been mentioning this. So if you wanna listen to what was discussed yesterday, what Michael, one of the game designers, talked to us about, around the very end is probably 10-15 minutes before the end, is where I asked him to review a little bit more information about the upcoming set, about the upcoming new stuff. But the patch is coming tomorrow. We will know tomorrow what items there will be. I'm not gonna be done with this build until I've gotten some of the new items, because I wanna include those new items in my theory craft, so I'm not gonna rush it. If the patch comes tomorrow, I can spend tomorrow and the day after tomorrow trying to get at least some of the items from the set. The good thing is the Legendarium would show us what those items do. So we would know which items we want and which items we don't want. If I want to get 3 pieces Celestial, 3 pieces of the new set, I would want to consider which 3 pieces Celestial, which 3 pieces of the new set I want to wear, and which ones I want to put in the Legendarium additionally. Marvin, there is no place where you can find working and not working mechanics. There is no place that I know of. But we can try asking this question again. Maybe you can send this question to Bean, although she's getting fooded with PMs. So don't expect an immediate answer. She might take 2-3 days, maybe a week to answer. She's kind of overwhelmed with PMs. But you can try and send her a question and get her to find out for you whether that's an intended, with the chance to swallow affixes. That's the only way I can think of how you can find this out. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. And the hand cannon pistol giving crit chance is also a bug. Michael confirmed it. Innate crit chance on a one-handed weapon is definitely not intended. as I suspected. So it might be a little bit of an overpowered weapon, but don't get too attached. Eventually this will get fixed. That's why I've always thought so. Don't get too attached to bugs in the game and that make you overpowered or give you a little bit of extra power. Because you get used to playing with those things. And when they get removed, people get butthurt. Why something that was imbalanced and overpowered is no longer imbalanced and overpowered. Like, I mean, one-handed weapon that gives you the two-handed affix for extra crit chance at the top definitely seems like an overpowered thing. Because you can get like, what, 5, 6, 7, maybe more crit chance on that one-handed pistol. That's an extra affix by itself. Okay, let's move. Am I going the wrong way? Oh no, there's a turn. Should I get 45 before the boss fight or just do it at 44? Maybe 44. I need to report the book about Egg of Mayhem not always triggering a second skill. It's a bit of an annoying bug. I normally like my Mayhem builds, but when it's not working the way it should, it's a bit boring. Yeah, Eddie UK is back. Hey Eddie, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Eddie UK. Did you start streaming already, or did you stream already, or are you gonna skip your stream today? And if I'm not mistaken, today was your birthday, right? Yeah. You said you're 43, or was that someone else that mentioned 43 the other day, sometime last week? But yeah, age doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. You haven't yet. Might skip today. Is today such a bad mood day? Interesting. But yeah, enjoy your celebration whenever you do it. Maybe on the weekend. Maybe on the weekend you can unleash the beast and celebrate properly. Did you have your 3-course meal, or is it gonna be later today in the evening? Your 3-course meal. Wrong direction. Come on, come on. Okay. And we're 45 now. And we can go and do some Fazir now as well. I'm gonna focus on defense. For now, I'm focusing on defense. Two more skill points. What should I get with my skill points? Damnation tier 2, and after Damnation tier 2 I'm probably gonna start investing into Unholy Bolt tier 2, and eventually I want Holy Bolt to change from tier 3 to tier 2, and I wanna use Absolver so I don't have to use Arc of Light and I have room for the Ebon Grasp. That should be better. Instead of using Arc of Light and Ebon Grasp, I'd rather use Ebon Grasp and just use Absolver. Instead of auto-casting basic Absolver, I'd rather use the big Absolver. And then Jesus says, is it worth to play characters on hardcore? Well, I mean, it depends on the person. I don't like playing hardcore because I don't feel good losing progress. But yeah, it's definitely not easy to find people to play hardcore with. So maybe play regular for now, and eventually when there's more people playing the game, if there's a time in the future where the game population grows substantially, you can try and find more people to play with. But for now, I'd probably stay away from hardcore if you don't want to do solo. If you want to do solo, hardcore's fine. It's not bad. It will provide you with some sort of entertainment. As long as you like hardcore in general. Alright, let's go to my fort. But first I need to talk to the general. And I'm probably gonna do like a 2-minute break or something quickly. But first I wanna go to my fort. And if anyone wants to join me for some endgame, I can switch to ridiculous. For now I will level up on normal. But I'm planning on switching to ridiculous once I reach level 60. To see how it goes. We'll see. Normal is better for farming because you're doing things quicker. You're clearing things quicker, you're reaching bosses quicker. Yeah, it's 20% less gear work and it's less monster spawns. Less champion spawns. So maybe it's not gonna be that better on normal, but my experience is on normal. When I'm finished with the story, I do tend to get more drops. We'll see. The other day I had 4.5 hours without drops, just a single Stormblade. Or was it Arc Power chest piece? I can't remember. And then suddenly in one map I dropped 3 items after 4.5 hours with just one item. And then it just started dropping regularly. And that was on ridiculous, on level 60. So RNG is very tricky, but there's some fixes, there's some changes to the RNG, to the itemization, to the drop rates with the patch tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna mute myself, start my BRB screen, and I'm coming back in 2 minutes or somewhere around there. It shouldn't be more than 2 minutes though. Be right back. Oh, and I'm also gonna run some mats on Twitch if you don't wanna watch my BRB screen, but if you're on YouTube, you can't watch ads. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So, yeah, my pet, my pet's kind of recovering still. He's still drowsy. He saw me moving and he started moving as well, and then went back to sleep. I guess the tranquilizer is still in his system. All right, let's move on to doing some end game, and let me check if I missed some comments. Eddie UK said he had two course meal instead. 2 course meal is pretty nice as well. Kedrick says, how do I build wardrobe? You press F in your fort, then you go to storage, and then you click here, which is the wardrobe section. And then you would have different wardrobes unlocked, and you can unlock more wardrobes from contracts. Basically, there's a bunch of wardrobe designs that you get from the contracts. See, the chiseled ones, then the blue ones, then the bronze ones here. So a lot of contract wardrobe designs. So that's why I suggest if you want wardrobes, you need to do contracts. You need to do every single contract to level 40. See this one. And then there's the ship ones. So yeah, every contract you can get to level 40. And once you get the contract to level 40, you've gotten all of its rewards and you start doing an endless whoop. And that whoop is where you get a lot of respectacles, gear bundles and things like that. But the one-shot rewards, the one-time rewards, those are in the regular section. In the one-time, the level 1 to 40. All right, let's do Fazir. So yeah, I'm gonna get a few more levels and then respec into Absolver. Let's say I can remove 4 points from Holy Boat. And I would need 6 levels, 6 points into Absolver. So once my Absolver is level 4, no, once my Absolver is level 6, I can remove 4 points from Holy Fury and put it in Absolver. Ideally, I would get the Celestial Gauntlets and Celestial Mask soon, because I really need those. I will be gambling for Celestial Mask and Gauntlets. Gauntlets maybe should be my priority, because right now my DPS is suffering without those Gauntlets a lot. When in Harmonic form, it's a huge boost for you to have those Gauntlets. Right now my damage in Harmonic form is good enough, but eventually if I move to Ridiculous I would need that boost. Oh, it says BRB. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for telling me about this. I thought I clicked it. I must have misclicked it. Sometimes it happens. If I click on OBS, it clicks to switch instead of clicks to change. So sorry for this, and thank you very much for telling me that you can't see. Wait, just a moment, my pet. Oh, never mind. I thought he would need help opening the door. He opened it himself. I think he wants food. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's time to give him food. The doctor said to wait a little before giving him food. So I'm not sure if it's time. It's 5:11 p.m. Okay, let's do this. Over here. Okay, there we go. I'm still experimenting, by the way, with this build. I'm still experimenting. I still have no idea what exactly I want to achieve, but I already have decided what skills to use. Absolver and Energy Spike will be my spammy DPS skills. Oh, the Energy Spike is not that spammy with 4 seconds cooldown. Oh, and I need to get the cooldown 10% reduction from Dark Spears. But again, my most important thing to get right now would be Celestial Gauntlets and Celestial Mask. And get those set bonuses. And Nestor says, can Mage compete with other classes now? I mean, Mage has always been able to compete with other classes. In fact, there was a meme, Disc Master race. And it was called Disc Master. Because Mage was OP. And it still is, but it is OP with the right items. Without them, and without the right skills, it can be underwhelming if you play it. But there are some skills that can give you good damage, and in fact the best DPS for a Dusk Mage is Harmonic Form with Cosmic Gauntlets with the set bonus. This is just huge boost of your DPS. Even after the change and the nerf, because right now the Celestial Gauntlets give you 100% extra weapon damage. Before you could get 200% damage. I mean, not weapon damage, damage. So before you could get 200, now you get 100. But now every skill of the Dusk Mage has been boosted except Spirit Well and Dark Spears. So every other skill has had substantial boosts in its damage. So even though there was a nerf, this extra damage buff makes the mage a little bit stronger without needing items to be strong. So that's the thing to consider. Okay, crit damage. No defense, but poison defense. Maybe we can wear this. We'll see. But yeah, I think everyone can compete with other classes, but the Forged is the one that is getting a rework soon and needs some changes. Because the ranged Forged really feels underwhelming in many ways. And unless you focus harshly into the relic side of things, the Forged, especially range 1, might feel underwhelming and boring and just bad DPS. And Idem Jesus, dude, this level 60 is the maximum. The level you're seeing on people's names is this level, the challenge level, the endgame level. So if it's with yellow numbers, it's not the player level, but the level challenge that they have reached. So yeah, while level 60 is the maximum, and while you do see white numbers next to other people that represent their level, such as here, you can see level 46 for me. Once this number becomes yellow, it starts representing the Fazier. That's how it works. And Kedrick said he's gonna go do grocery shopping before it closes. Alright, Kedrick. If you're still there, see you when you're back. And what do I do? Let's do this. I think I ran out of water. Should have gone to get myself some. Just a moment, I want to see if I've got some water in my pitcher. Oh, never mind, still have water. Just need to pour some. Okay, let's move on. Wrong button. You're probably wondering what the hell is Strict doing using this skill right now. Yeah, it was just a mispress of my mouse thumb button. Um, I'm really a big fan of the size of Damnation. See over here. Okay, let's keep moving. I can... Actually, I need to kill 4 more spiders. I was gonna say I can rush to the boss, but then I realized I need 4 more spiders before rushing to the boss. And it might be better to just kill as many as I can on my way. Still leveling up, so rushing maps won't help me much. In fact, rushing maps would even do the opposite of helping me. It's gonna make it much quicker to get out leveled. Although there is a way to get XP by rushing maps. Rushing maps and just not pushing further and repeating the same level. And that will probably get me better XP. Although I'd rather get a gauntlet map and just level up with the gauntlet map. We'll see how things turn out. And Nestrio, regarding Dusk Mage with Electrode build good. Dusk Mage can be good with any build, and Electrode can be good with any class. So Electrode is good on any hero, and Dusk Mage is good with any subclass. Even with Cold Heart, where you might feel a little bit underwhelming, underpowered, Dusk Mage can get very strong by just the Dusk Mage skills. Even if you put 0 points into the relic, you can still have a strong build. Not OP strong, or meta maybe, but still good enough. Absolver is strong, Entropy is strong. For single target, Holy Bolt is not bad either, so that's good. Radiant Blast is good for AoE. You've got good strong skills on the Dusk Mage side of things, regardless of the relic. Let's see, Travel Passage. Did I miss Kenny? Oh, Marauder said, Kruk, is ridiculous difficulty worth it? Well, Marauder, I'm gonna give you a detailed answer. So, ridiculous difficulty is for bragging rights, and it can be better because it gives you more champion spawns, more purple, yellow and green enemies. And more purple, green and yellow enemies means more XP. But it also means more time to kill. And with that time to kill, it becomes kind of inefficient to level up. But keep in mind there is a visual representation over here next to you or next to your head. Actually, let's go to a city so I can show you what I'm talking about. Next to the player's heads you would see number and a shield, and this shield represents the lowest difficulty. See, this guy has played on painful. He has never played on a difficulty easier than painful. Let's see if there's another guy here. What's going on? Why is there just one person here? Alright, I'm gonna go to another city to show you another person. There isn't just one city. Even if I'm in Travel Point, there's different seats of Travel Point based on the server that I'm connecting to. Well, okay, this guy has only played on normal. Or no, that's actually hard. He has played on hard. He has never played on something easier than hard. So this is how you can tell what difficulty someone has played on. And this is representation of the lowest, not the hardest, the lowest difficulty ever played. So if you play on ridiculous and never switch to a lower difficulty, you're gonna have that purple golden shield that represents ridiculous, which would be, let me try and show you. Torchlight 3 roles, public game data, difficulty. So yeah, you will be able to see this shield. Are you seeing it? I think you're seeing it. It's what you would see for ridiculous. This one is for painful. So that would be next to the people's heads, those shields. So yeah. Then yeah, the monsters become a little bit stronger. Actually, not a little bit. They can become quite strong. So I'm gonna try and show you the exact numbers. Just give me a moment. I need to scroll down. I'm gonna share my browser so you can see the exact numbers. I need to make it somewhere. I need to write it down somewhere on a guide or whatever. But just give me a moment. I'm gonna find the exact numbers. Okay, let's look for so that's the numbers. Monster damage versus players on hard. That is from the update. That was this update is from September, I think. September 15. That's the last time they changed those numbers, as far as I remember. So on hard, the monster damage versus players is 140. It's 300% damage. On painful, it's 500. On ridiculous, it's 800. The champion monster damage from 200, 400, 600, and then boss monster 200, 400, 600. Prayer damage versus regular enemy monsters 40%, 45%. On ridiculous, it's 45%. Player damage versus champions. So how much damage you do on painful is 45. Player damage versus bosses on painful is 45%. On ridiculous, you do 30%. So that's 70% damage reduction. You're only going to be doing 30% of your total damage on bosses on ridiculous. And now there's something based on how many people are in the team. With 2, 3, and 4 players. With 3 players, amount of player damage applied to monsters due to number of players in an instance is 60. Then with 3 people 50, and with 4 people you only do 40% damage to monsters. Before applying those, or after, I'm not sure which one is applied before which. And yeah, the monsters move at 35% per speed at ridiculous, at painful, and 20 on hard. So yeah, you might want to read this. I'm gonna give everyone the link in just a moment. If anyone wants to read this by themselves or have the link, here it is. Here's where you can find it. Some of the numbers might not be here, and you might want to read the previous patch notes, which could be a little bit further down. This is from August. So that's old new info. Don't read that info from State of the Game 10. But yeah, it's from the update for dummies. So yeah, enough of this. Let's go back into the game. I hope this info is kind of helpful to some of you there. So in general, ridiculous is for bragging rights, and it gives you 20% gear work. But gear work is not quality of items, it's quantity. And finding more items results in finding more good items. Not a direct increase of the number of legendaries, but having more gear work would give you more legendary gear eventually. But keep in mind, the gear work caps at 100%. And there's maps that give you 50% gear work just from the map. And if you're playing on ridiculous, that's 70%. 20 from the difficulty and 50 from the map. And if you have another person in your team, that's another 15% as long as you're in the same instance. So that gives you a total of 85 without even considering gear work from items. So yeah, that's one of the bonuses. I mean, gear work is not the main reason why people would want to play ridiculous. People sometimes might just want an extra challenge, and that's not bad, I guess. Okay, so yeah, let's keep pushing that Fazir. I prefer to level up on normal or practice and then switch to ridiculous once I'm geared up, once I think my gear is up to the task. So let's see. And Nestria is asking, what would you say would be meta for Dusk Mage? There's many things that could be meta for Dusk Mage. Entropy is meta. And so can be Absolver, and so can be a good build with Arc of Light and Holy Bolt, and so can be a build with Radiant Blast used the right way, and so can be Energy Spike. So whether you're using Entropy or Energy Spike, they're both good skills. Whether you're using Holy Bolt with Arc of Light or Absolver or Radiant Blast, they're good skills. Holy Fury seems a little bit underwhelming. I'm gonna test. If the spectacles are not too expensive, I can test max out Holy Fury versus max out some of the other skills. I normally use Holy Fury as a filler because I don't like how slowly it's recharging my my light buff bar. And for Dusk Mage, using the Celestial Gauntlets is meta. If you're not using the Celestial Gauntlets, you're losing a lot of damage. So you're obviously gonna want 3 Celestial pieces. And one of them, you better be using the boots and you better be using the gauntlets as one of the pieces. And the other one, most likely would be best to use the helmet. And then you can just swap the chest in the Legendarium. Or when they fix it so you can get flat damage affixes on legendary items, which right now you can't, and it's a bug. When they fix it so that you can get those affixes, you can just swap the helmet or swap any of those other things I mentioned, the boots or gauntlets, and just wear the chest. Ideally, the new meta with the patch tomorrow, the new meta would be to use 3 pieces of the Celestial set and 3 pieces of the new set. And the new set is coming very soon. The new set is coming very soon. So let's see. Flash Renderer, interesting weapon. But yeah, 3 pieces of the new set and 3 pieces of the Celestial set would be the new meta most likely. I'm thinking of putting points into Unholy Bolt for dark skills damage now. Or should I have started putting points into my relic? So my relic skills, I'm still not decided what I want to do with the relic skills. This is the thing I decide last sometimes. Because I want to do two builds. One of the builds would be basic attack build, but I don't want the basic attack build first. Because it would require a good level 60 Digitus or a good level 60 Greatsword. So I can proc the basic attack thing. So I'm probably just gonna do a ranged build for now. I just haven't decided whether I want Sword Smash or whether I want Blazing Pure. This is nice. What was Shadow Step tier 3? Additional charge. Well, I can live without it maybe for now. Defense, defense. Defense, poison defense. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one. And I need to unspec something. Which reminds me, I need a Dusk Mage skill station. So I don't need this anymore. Let's say I'm not gonna go Giant's Wings for now. Giant's Wings maybe later. Let's say... How many skill points is that? 2. Yeah, it's still not enough. I've got bonus 1 level, so that makes it 3. And if I remove some points from here, I can remove 4 points from here. That's gonna make it, yeah, it's not gonna be enough. And I've got 9 Respectacles. Alright, for now let's increase my Unholy Bolt. I want the tier 2 bonus. And let's see. I think my pet needs to be fed. Just a moment, I want to go and ask something. I want to go and ask what time we need to feed our pet. Because the doctors today said to not feed him immediately. But he's meowing, so maybe he needs to be fed. So just a moment. Okay, sorry for that. Sorry for that. We had to feed the little kitty. He was at the vet today. And yeah, they gave him some medicine and stuff like that, and they said not to feed him until later, but I guess it's already time. So okay, let's do the next. I'm gonna do goblins, cause there's a good density of enemies. Good XP. Good XP on those. Let's see now. So yeah, goblins, my favorite when it comes to getting XP. By the way, if anyone wants to group up from for the Fuzir, if you're around my level, late 40s, early 50s, we can team up and grind together. In the Fuzir, I don't mind any difficulty. I don't mind ridiculous. I don't mind practice or anything in between. Just when I'm solo, I'd much rather do it on normal or practice. But in a team, it's okay to go for a harder difficulty. It's not bad to do it. But yeah, we'll see. Let's just keep moving. Why no cat cam? Cause I still haven't gotten green screen, and even when I get my green screen and my lighting and my new PC case, cause right now if I use my camera it will be 30 frames per second 720p, and my camera can do 60 frames per second 1080p, but I don't have my green screen, and the wall behind me is some terrible, horrible pink purple color. It's like it's fuchsia. Fuchsia, if you know, I don't know exactly what the color is called, but it's probably that one. It used to be a female room, the one I'm using, and I just haven't repainted it. So I'm just waiting to get my green screen so I can hide the background. But my cat will be in the background. There won't be a separate camera for the kitty, and the kitty today got diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. So the poor guy will be on medication for the rest of his life. But at least we caught it early. We caught it early, so it's not that severe. It's only stage 2, not stage 3 or 4. And yeah, he's gonna be on a special diet and taking medication every day. The poor little fella. But he seems fine now. Although he's probably in pain after the surgery and everything. They did give him painkiller. Though it wasn't a surgery. It wasn't a surgery that they did today. They just... I'd rather not get into details because it could be a little bit disgusting, the thing I'm gonna say. But yeah, they just did some stuff because there was some inflammatory stuff. And gave him some medicine and antibiotics and painkillers. But yeah, there will be some sort of a kitty cam, but the main cam will be the kitty cam, because the kitty normally stands behind me. There is like some big structure like a tree that he lies on. So even though there is no real kitty cam dedicated only for the kitty, you still would be able to see it soon. I'm just waiting for before I can get my new PC case. I need to get a letter from Google delivered to my address. The first letter never made it to my address and got lost in translation, as it said. So I ordered a new letter, but without that letter, I can't verify my address for Google to start paying me. So that's the problem. Fucking postal services. Something as simple as this. And until then, I'm not gonna get my new case and my other things I need. Oh, this is a good pistol. This is a good pistol compared to my current weapon. Pretty decent. I'm actually gonna enchant it after this map. Let's see if I've missed any other chat now. But yeah, this cover, the fuchsia cover, is terrible. I mean, I would rather have a room painted in black than this. It would still feel better to have a room painted in black than this bright pink color. Even if it always painted in green for the green screen, even that would have been probably better. But yeah, eventually I will repaint the room. But for now, I can order a cheap green screen. In my country, there's someone who is making those custom size for a decent price. But yeah, I think he already is feeling better soon. I think the kitty feels better soon. I think the tranquilizer is wearing off and he's starting to move around. In fact, he's actively begging for food and I just gave him some. And yeah, if he's moving around and being active, I guess he's feeling better. He was having pain in the lower back and I thought it might be arthritis, it might be many other things. So I just decided to take him to the doctor because I've been noticing him feeling pain when you touch him at the back, and I guess it was just inflammation in the kidney side, and that's why. I'm not sure which would have been the preferred outcome out of the two evils, the chronic kidney disease or the arthritis, but in any case either would have been a bad thing. Alright, there we go. Give me the fame, give me the fame. Boom. Okay, here we go. Come on, come on. I can't wait to switch to Absolver. I love Absolver so much. This that I'm using is like a mini Absolver auto cast and it's not bad. Because with Holy Bolt you do get very decent single target damage. And it's a bit cheaper to maintain Holy Bolt than Absolver. But if you have mana cost reduction on Absolver, it's not bad. Even with Absolver. Even with the casting speed build like my Absolver Zealot, my Electrode Mage build, even that one I managed to tame the mana cost. I managed to somehow tame the mana cost with 75% casting speed stacking at points when you stack the 1000 volt burst and the conjure electrode. Even at that super quick casting speed, I was able to tame it with 3 pieces, I think, with mana cost reduction for Absolver and some other stuff for mana regeneration, such as tier 2 Shadow Step. It worked out fine back then. Let's see, come on, come on. There we go. See, this boss I managed to deal with without harmonic form. If I had harmonic form, he probably would have died with 3 or 4 casts of my skills. And if I had the Celestial Gauntlets, not just harmonic form, but the Celestial Gauntlets too. By the way, now I have 1 to dark skill levels. If I were to equip this, I can get +2 light and +2 dark. But I'm losing a lot of defense if I do it. Like huge DPS, huge defense was. But maybe I can play like that. Maybe I can play with the 3 pieces of the Celestial until I get a better chest. Because all those skill points would open up the build. See, all those skill points early in the leveling progress is very good. Later on, when you're level 60, losing 10 skill points or so is not the end of the world, but you definitely want them before you can call a build complete. But at least I got the thing, the mask and the cuirass early. I'm gonna keep this chest until something better comes my way. But let's enchant my weapon. I can't wear this. I'm gonna need to repeat the map maybe. If I'm getting things that are much higher level than I can wear, I should stop pushing. Let's enchant the weapon. I probably have some other weapons that I can wear, by the way. Let's look. Most likely I've got something better I can equip. See, I'm wearing a level 50 weapon. Can I wear level 51? I don't think I can wear 51. 50 I think is my limit right now. Need to organize my storage sometimes. I've been postponing organizing my storage for a long time. So yeah, let's do as I wanted to do, respect some points. I can remove 1 point from here, 2 points from here, 2 points from here, 2 points from here. This can remain the way it is. So that gives me 5 points. 5 points. And I can remove 1 point from here, and I can remove 1, 2, 3. I can remove 1 more point from this one. Now I can max out my Absolver. And max level Absolver. Here it goes. And next, what are we maxing out next? I'm not gonna put Magma Burst until I get the crit chance from here and the crit chance from here. Let me theory craft my points. Let's say I put this one here. And now let's say I have 13 points left and I need 4 points here and 4 points here. That's 8. That still leaves me with what, 7 points? No, 5 points. 5 points. 5 points. I can remove 1 point. That leaves me with 6 points. 6 points. Maybe I'm not gonna get the crit chance for dark. I'm only gonna get crit chance for light. So that's 10 points. 10 points. With 10 points I can max out one of those two skills and then put some points here. Or maybe... I'm not sure if I want to max out this one. If I don't get the crit chance here or here and rely on other sources for crit, I would have 14 points. And that could get me Magma Burst, maybe Energizer. For now I'm gonna keep Sword Smash. And I just don't want to do Blazing Pure again. I've already done a build with Blazing Pure on this class. I want something different. So I'm gonna do a build where I'm getting max level Summoning Smash and max level Sword Smash. I'm just figuring out how to do it. If I get rid of Firestorm, I can probably do it, but then I'm gonna need Energizer. And maybe I can get rid of Damnation, but I really want Damnation in the build. But in theory I can get... okay, for now let's not think too much about it. I can try and only go for level 6 Summoning Smash. Level 6 Summoning Smash is not terrible, even if I don't max it out to level 10. But I really want to max out to level 10 the Sword Smash. Those tough choices. Alright, like this. I gotta laugh Absolver. It's just such a fun skill. Come on. And before the harmonic form is out. Oh, it's out now. Fred and El got disconnected during a boss fight. That must have been a painful experience. Especially if you have to run all the way back now, because there's no nearby waypoint. I'm loving the wife-bound scroll drops. I guess I'm not gonna run out of those soon, if it keeps dropping like that. But yeah, Dusk Mage is the class I spend the most time playing, ever since Alpha. When we only had Dusk Mage and Forged as heroes, until they added the Realm Master. I started playing as Dusk Mage first, and most of the playthrough was Dusk Mage I did. Eventually when they added Realm Master, I started leveling the Realm Master, and then I started leveling up Forged. And by the time I was done with all 3 heroes at level 100, and yeah, 100 was the limit then, it was time for a wipe. It was time for the first wipe, before introducing the the sharpshooter, and before moving to Steam, where there was some beta testing before early access started. Actually, that was, I think, the start of early access when it moved to Steam, when it changed the name to Torchlight 3. Oh, okay. I'm gonna use this. So yeah, I've played so much Dusk Mage. But there are still a lot of skills I haven't played much with. And Radiant Blast used to be an AoE knockback around the hero. It wasn't skill that is a nuke like now. AoE nuke. It was more of a AoE crowd control, move the enemies that are attacking you in close range away from you. It wasn't as fun back then as it is now. Okay. Let's see here. Alright. Should I clear everything in this map? I think I should. Because this is a level 50 map, I'm 48. And I want all the XP. I don't want to get out leveled this quickly, but I will get out leveled. If I keep pushing a map without repeating, eventually I get out leveled in the Fuzzier. Okay. This one, it's tempting, but let's not switch yet. Maybe I can send my pet to sell while I clear out the remaining enemies. Wow, who's doing so much damage to me? Someone just took half of my HP with one hit. It might have been the big doggo. The goblin doggo. Ah. My harmonic form wasted. Should have gone the other way for enemies. Just wanted to check if I didn't miss any packs. 1 minute until my pet returns, so probably he won't be here for the boss fight. Okay, I'm prolonging this. Oh, why did I waste my summoning smash? Should not have wasted my summoning smash. my real life pet is back in my room now. If he's as energetic as to scratch his nails in his scratcher, I guess he's feeling fine. Although he's probably very thirsty, but they told us not to give him water today. So maybe we can give him water later on, around midnight. Okay, what else can I enchant other than this? Nothing else yet. Woodsby's shoulders, please be good. Oh, crit damage, yes. Oh, damage with Absolver. 30% damage with Absolver. This is such a huge DPS boost. Just pay attention to the damage. See, it's right now 452 weapon damage. Boom, that's probably 570. 569. Oh, pretty decent. I should change my legendarium to the quick travel and then change back. What? I'm not sure what you mean by change my legendarium to the quick travel. Senesh, could you elaborate exactly what you're talking about? And Kyler asked 33. Yeah, definitely he's getting the vibe, the keygasm, the woodgasm. Although the problem is this is a low level item, so it's gonna have to go away. But yeah, 30% absorber damage. Pretty neat. Let's just show you the difference. 18,000, 18,000, and without that item is 15,000. So that's a good difference from 15 to 18,000. That's like yeah. What, one quarter of the damage, one fifth of the damage. Okay, I need to put some stuff in my wardrobes. Not this wardrobe, this wardrobe. This was holy bolt damage. Let's put it here. Holy Fury. Where was my other Holy Fury? I had other items with Holy Fury stuff in them. Ah, fuck it. Let's just put it here for now. Should I go wear a shield? Maybe I should. I'm pretty sure I had a shield somewhere that I can equip. Can't find it. Maybe it's on my Realm Master. But I'm sure I had like level 51, 52 shield. This one is 58, so I'm not gonna be able to wear it until 55. Alright, let's just do the next map. Or maybe I can do Mapworks Portal to catch up with the levels. Just a quick Mapworks run to catch up my XP with the content. And Tsenesh said, you said your pet wouldn't be back for the boss fight. Oh yeah. Yeah, I understand what you meant. To use the to change in my legendarium to get the rapid bartering thing. This one, which just reminded me I need to remove Arc of Light, and I need to put Ebon Grasp, and here maybe I can put power conduit, or let's see, other than power conduit, what else can I put? Celestial pants, maybe. No, I'm wearing celestial pants. Arc powered shoulders, skittering shoulders. Maybe skittering shoulders would be nice for extra survivability. For now. Or you know what? Is that the skittering map? I'm gonna be switching every map if I remember. I'm gonna use skittering chest now, and if I move to a non-skittering zone, to a non-high-vid zone, I can just change to a different one. And I decide to just level up Sword Smash to the max, see how that works out for me. Let's see. Come on, come on. Okay. So far I'm clearing them pretty quickly with Absolver, just what I wanted. Celestial Cuirass, higher level than mine. Don't mind if I do. And that's how we upgrade. Yeah, I think running the act chests based on the content would be nice for now while I'm farming. I can spare a Legendarium SWAT for those while farming. There we go. I'm already seeing some good numbers on the damages. And I'm not even level 60. Of course I'm on normal, so this would be reduced by 70% against bosses on ridiculous. But yeah, if I'm already doing 104,000 with 2.6 thousand weapon instead of 8.6 thousand weapon, that definitely means on ridiculous I would be doing with maxed out weapon 8.6k damage or so. Probably I would be doing 2-3, maybe even 400. We'll see. Of course, that's with harmonic form. But yeah, Absolver and Entropy is your probably go-to meta combo. I just don't wanna repeat my old builds by using Entropy with this relic. But all of my builds are pretty flexible on the Dusk Mage. For every build, if I'm using Absolver, you might replace it with Radiant Blast or Holy Fury or Holy Bolt with the Arc of Light item. And if I'm using Entropy, you can replace it with Energy Spike or maybe even with Unholy Bolt for proc monster builds, for example. Fox says respec will be 2.5k just so it... Okay, very good. 2.5k is the perfect price for the respecs, I guess. So, yeah, that's amazing. How many do we get with 20,000? 8 respecs. You can get 8 respecs with full 20,000 gold coins. Definitely a good thing. 2.5k respectacles. I'm gonna keep this. I'd rather have a spare weapon. Alright, back to the Fazir. Netherwell or Quoked? Let's do Netherwell. And Rahu says, is it worth spending your gold for gambling on items? Well, I can't tell. I mean, I've gotten legendary items from gambling, but much less since the recent changes. Sorry, I touched my microphone by accident. But yeah, I've gotten much less gold from much less legendary gear, not gold gear, legendary gear from gambling recently. But if you don't have anything else to spend it on, for example, if you don't need respectacles or enchanting, then you're definitely better off using it on gambling if there's nothing else to use the gold on. Or save it, but eventually if you have 20,000 gold and you're not using it, you're not gonna be getting gold and you're just wasting gold. So try not to reach 20,000, even if it means gambling for things. If you need certain items, gambling is an okay way to get items, but not perfect way because it takes a while. You might end up spending 100,000 on helmets and still not get that helmet you need. You might spend 100,000 on one-handed items, weapons, and still not get the one you need. Or you might get lucky and spend 20,000 and get it within the first 20,000. It's that random. So while it may not be the best thing to spend your gold on, there aren't many other things to do it. I mean, I personally would prefer to spend my gold on respectacles once they add them tomorrow, because I really love respecking and I'm all about making new builds for my community to try. So I'm trying the builds and making them, and then others can follow those builds or modify them and make them their own. But yeah, if you've noticed, I don't stick around too much on the same hero, and even if I do play a bot on the same hero, I try to respec it and test different builds, figure out what works, what doesn't, what's fun, what isn't. And that's how I find a lot of things that are broken, because I constantly am testing different things. I'm not sticking to the same build. But if I were to play the same build for 2-3 months and just not change once, I'm gonna get super bored. I'm gonna get so bored. I probably won't be able to sustain playing this game for this long. For now, I'm gonna try and make as many builds and test as many things as I can before November 19th. When Cyberpunk 2077 comes out, and after that I will spend some time on Cyberpunk, maybe 1, 2, 3 playthroughs, we'll see. My first Cyberpunk playthrough, I will definitely take it very slow, do some side missions, so it's not gonna be your typical speedrun the quest, speedrun the main quest side playthrough. Or I could do it. If people really want to see me speedrun the main quests, I can make the first playthrough quick, and then the second one be something where I do all the side quests. I'm gonna figure out when I start streaming Cyberpunk. I wouldn't mind doing what my community wants. Although first playthroughs you only do once. So I'm probably gonna get sidetracked a lot. Just like with Baldur's Gate 3, I did a lot of side missions to the point where I got bored of doing side missions, and in the final part of Baldur's Gate 3's playthrough, I kind of skipped some of the missions. Not all, but some. See, I never fought the owlbear, and there is an owlbear in Baldur's Gate 3. And I never did find that secret artifact. But yeah, definitely gambling. Gambling is okay. It's not the perfect way to get gear, but there aren't many other options, especially now with the drop rates being the way they are. Which tomorrow apparently we're getting a fix for drop rates in the end game after level 60 has been reached, where most people have been reporting shitty drop rates. We are apparently getting a fix for that. I'm just testing, because it doesn't always do a second hit. See, now it did it. Now it did the second one. Now it did the second one. Not sure why it doesn't do it always. Alright, enough messing around. Let's do the next one. Kronk, quick one. But yeah, something seems wrong with the Egg of Mayhem. It seems like they accidentally made it not 100% chance to proc. Or maybe when it doesn't proc, it's supposed to proc something that's broken. But I've noticed it do ice, lightning, poison, bleeding, and I've also noticed it do fire. So it's doing all 5. So it's not like one of them is just not working and it's showing empty, where I've seen it proc all 5 other ones. Is anyone else experiencing such a problem with Egg of Mayhem, where it doesn't always trigger a second cast? I'm wondering if it's just me. Cronky boy went belly up. The patch is not on Thursday, unless they pushed it back. Didn't they say it's tomorrow? I mean, yesterday they said it's tomorrow. Who is saying the patch is on Thursday? See, Twitter says this update is scheduled to arrive on Wednesday. I'm gonna try and show you. See? This update is scheduled to arrive on Wednesday. And this was posted on the 26th of October, so yesterday. And today they tweeted something new. I can't remember what. Oh, this one. Oh, Disco Machine Gun's fort creations. Yeah, Disco Machine Gun has some amazing forts. Not sure if he's watching right now, but if you're watching, dude, you're making amazing things with the forts. By stacking one floor on top of another floor, he's just he's abusing the system in such a nice way to make all those designs. Give Disco Machine Gun a cookie. But yeah, enough of this. Let's go back into the game. Yeah, there's some crazy designs that I've seen on the Discord channel, especially from Disco Machine Gun and some other people there. OGX Lucifer, hello OGX, welcome to the Struck Club to you. Yeah, let's keep pushing the Fazir. I think I'm starting to get items I can't wear, but since it's normal for now, I'm fine. Although I'm probably ready to switch to Ridiculous, but I think my defenses are not. I think my damage is ready for Ridiculous, just not my defense. So we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen. Just a moment, just a moment. Sorry about this, there was something like my pet was bothering other people in the house for food, and they were asking me where I put his food so they can give him some more. Sorry, but yeah, he, again, to those who don't know, he had some problems today and went to the vet, and yeah, long story, but yeah. Just had to show them where the food is. And I gave him some more food. And yeah, let's see. Oh wow, that's... I couldn't escape on time. See, sometimes this happens, you just can't escape on time. Now I lost my good weapon as well. Is this pay to win? Of course it's not pay to win. There's no cash shop in the game. It's buy to win. This game is buy to win. You buy it and you can win, but even if you buy it, you can't win unless you're good at playing the game. See, I couldn't win. Perfect example of how you don't always win, because yeah, if you're bad at the game like me, you're gonna get wrecked. You're gonna get wrecked. And lose your weapon if you wife bind it. Alright, let's make some room. But yeah, there is no cash shop in this game. It's a buy to play model. Buy it once, play it forever. And there's gonna be DLCs eventually. Eventually there will be DLCs. And some DLCs will be free, some will be paid. For example, there's probably gonna be big expansions like Diablo 2 and Grim Dawn, etc. Other games with that model. But yeah, for now we don't know much info about any DLCs. The game is still fresh out of the oven. Although I've played this game since April 2019. So for me, it's not really fresh. Okay, what was I gonna do? I've got a little bit of extra potions left. I'm gonna do the infamous maybe, because it's goblins, even though it's double HP. But yeah, my defense is definitely not ready for ridiculous if I get wrecked on normal. If I get wrecked on normal, I shouldn't even think ridiculous yet until I get level 60 and equip some of my items. I can go on my sharpshooter or realm master and take some of the items from those heroes and put it on this one. Oh, and just one thing I need to change here quickly. Please don't kill me while I do this. Please don't kill me while I do this. Since I'm farming goblins, might as well equip the goblin farming item. Wait, do I have chance to freeze? Oh, chance to freeze. This makes things much easier for me if I've got chance to freeze. Come on. Wow, something did a lot of damage. Why do I never see when I'm taking damage? Is it those little mines on the ground, the grenades, that I just don't see? How many things from the quest? 2 out of 6 stolen flasks. Since I need XP, I will do this map completely, like clear every single enemy. Nate Moon 1 says, Dusk Mage is Dusk Mage as powerful as Realm Master? I think Realm Master, Sharpshooter and Dusk Mage can be all strong from their quas skills. Whereas Forged right now, maybe with the melee quas skills can be strong, but with the ranged quas skills it's a little bit underwhelming. That's why the Forged is getting a rework. Well, not just because of that, because of many other things. But yeah, the Forged is currently undergoing some reworks. And eventually, maybe in 1-2 months, we might see the fruit of the developers' labor regarding reworking the Forged. But yeah, Dusk Mage can be as strong as the Realm Master, and so can the Sharpshooter, without relying on relics. Of course, with relics everything becomes stronger. And even the Forged can be meta with the relics if you barely invest into the Forged and invest mostly on the relic. And just keep the relic defensive skills, for example. Relics are very strong. Right now, most people would even say that relics are outshining the quasses. And the relics are the ones that feel like the real quas, whereas the main quas feels like the sub-quas. That's what some people have been telling me, that playing the game feels like to them. But again, it's all a matter of balancing. Eventually, maybe later we would see some changes, but I think Dusk Mage got some decent rebalance very recently. The Realm Master also got some reworks to his endurance system recently, like 2 months ago or so. Or maybe more. Can't remember exactly when, but it was some time ago, where they reworked the Realm Master endurance mechanics. And now they reworked the Dusk Mage harmonic form, which was separate buffs before. And now they're reworking the Forged. Maybe next they might revisit the mechanic with the Sharpshooter and the boring mechanic of the Adventurer skills. I would much rather have the Adventurer skills retain each other, even after using a different Adventurer skill. So if I have, for example, two charges left on my Ghost Visage Adventurer bonus, and then I use Goose, I would love to have the Ghost Visage charges remain while getting the Goose charges too. But just getting the remaining ones left. That would be such a better mechanic and way of making adventurer skills work on the sharpshooter. I guess some people would say this is too overpowered. I don't think it will be too overpowered. I think it would make it much more fun to chain one after the other the adventurer skills and then start DPSing. It would make you wanna do 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4 adventurer skills, or 1, 2 depending how many you're using, and then boom, unleash the DPS afterwards. So make that prep. But again, that's something I'm probably gonna write on note as a suggestion later on. I'd much rather wait to see the forgery work done before suggesting changes for sharpshooter. Can't wait to see what they're gonna do with the forged. Are they gonna give it a class specific weapon to use with all those relic basic attack passives? And if yes, what would it be? I would love to see a flamethrower weapon. Class specific forged flamethrower weapon. That does weapon damage, but maybe is and is equipped in the weapon slot, not in the cannon slot. It would be amazing to see something like that, especially if they can come up with some weird animation, maybe something that shows up at the top next to his shoulder. It could be something else, it could be just a beam weapon or something like that. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna use this, and then more boom. Oh, I got a lot of XP in this map. If only this was a gauntlet, I would have stayed a few levels in it. And Rahu says, what is a gauntlet? Gauntlet is a map mod. Pardon me, it's a map mod where the enemies constantly respawn. So you kill some enemies and then a few seconds later they're respawning. But they don't drop items. They only drop wife-bound scrolls. So it's a good thing to level up. It's good for leveling up. It's not great for farming. So while leveling up, it's pretty nice to do it. So, you know, when I'm doing the Fazir dungeon, there's affixes. The map I'm doing right now is Berserking double HP. And Infamous. Infamous is a positive. Gauntlet is a negative. So the negatives are in red. Woods Beast Trap. Okay. Let's see. Wait, was that a one-handed? Okay. Okay. This one-handed seems like my kind of one-handed. I'm gonna enchant it and maybe wear it. Zipwet is back, and he says, "Hey Struck, I'm just 60 with my forged butt. I'd have so many questions." Feel free to ask all the questions. And Nate says, "I made a new Realm Master last night and already ran into a bug at the Netherrim Jawbone quest. Only dropped one." Wow. Wow, okay. That's interesting how you only drop one. Well, the good thing about this quest is you can redo it. You can exit the map, go back to character selection and re-enter, and at least you can do it again. So it's not a complete, it's not completely broken, thankfully. It's a shitty bug, but it's something you can at least negate the negative aspects of this. Okay, no more chance to freeze now. Let's see, how much can I get from this? If I go defense, 397, that's not much. Not much defense at all. So now the question is, do I want more fire or more electric? I guess I can switch based on the map I'm doing. How's my skill points? 2 skill points. And El Castillo says, hello El Castillo. I hope I'm not mispronouncing this. Welcome to the Struck Club. But yeah, if I miss some of the comments while I'm fighting, I try to read comments in between map runs, or when I'm not fighting in the map. I can just stop and read some of the chat, some of the comments. So apologies if I'm a little bit late with replying sometimes. I'm gonna do the Gearwalkie map. And El Castillo just follow. Thank you very much, El Castillo. Really appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Zipwet says, before getting the proper set to get the +2 in Brawl and Barrage, I'm wondering where to put my points on the Bleed tree. I've put 4 in Blood Letter, 10 in Seekers, 4 in Rupture, 5 Energizer and 3 remaining on Dance of Death. Let me quickly open it up myself so I can know what you're talking about. So let me do it that way. And Kyleras33, welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you for following as well. Let me quickly share my screen and I can tell you where to put some of the points. So this is the build calculator. I'm gonna switch to Blood Drinker Forged. So let's say you don't have the 2 points. And how many points did you say you're using? Let me quickly read. He said 4, 10, 4, 5, 3. 4, 10, 4, 5, 3. So he says he has 3 here. He says 4 here. What else did he say? 10 in Seekers. He said 5 Rupture if I'm not mistaken, and 4 Rupture and 5 Energizer. Okay. So what I would do, I would probably keep that at level 1 for now. And you get 2 more points. And then I'm probably gonna put Living Barrier 1 point, if you have room for it. And I would use Drain. Honestly, Drain is amazing. But if you don't want Drain, sure, don't use it. And I would remove Rupture and I would remove Blood Letter. and I would probably focus on Drain. But that also depends. Do you want to focus on Rupture and Bloodletter, or do you want to focus on Drain and Bloodseekers? Either one is a good choice. Either one is a good choice. If you need more healing, this is nice. This one is definitely good even as a one-pointer, Living Barrier. And Energizer, it's good. It's not bad, but maybe it's not the highest priority. But if you're using Drain, you can use the Arc-powered Lex, which is gonna get replaced. The bonus from Arc-powered Lex right now gives you, when you use Drain, 25 energy back with some chance, I think 10 or 20% based on the set or not. And then you can get with the full set 50 energy. I think, or maybe I forgot. I can't see it here because it's getting reworked. So Papi, I think, removed it from the calculator. There's gonna be a new set, and the bonus from Arc Powered Lex is gonna go to the Lex of the new set that's coming tomorrow. So I would use those Lex, and I would use Drain, and eventually maybe I would put Dance of Death at 6 points, but for now maybe keep it at 1 point. I think if you can get level 3 Drain or level 6 Drain, it will be pretty decent. In fact, I would try and go for level 6 Bloodseekers and level 10 Drain. That's what I would try and do. So that would give you 23 points into that relic. If you go 1 here, 10 here, 6 here, 1 here, 5 here. And that's how I would do it. I wouldn't focus on Bloodletter and Rupture this early, before I get extra skill points. But if you don't want Drain, of course, then do it the other way around. Just ignore the whole Drain thing. But okay, let's go back into the game. I hope this kind of helps you figure out what I would do. What would Struck do? WWSD. we can make it a thing. The what would Struck do kind of situation question. and the fun thing is, it can be a meme because I have long hair and beard. So, oh fuck. I have long hair and beard, and we can make it a meme. If you get what I mean, then you understand me. Most likely you don't though. But you know, there's this question. The original version of this. Oh, Cyberpunk just posted something on Steam. Important announcement about Cyberpunk's launch. I'm gonna read it later. But I just saw a notification that there was an important announcement about the launch. Let's see if I've missed some other comments. ZipOS says he was not planning on using Drain. Okay, if you weren't planning on using Drain, just ignore it. But Living Barrier, I strongly suggest putting 1 point into Living Barrier. As a 1-pointer, it's a very good skill. It gives you damage reduction and it also gives you healing. That's more than enough to make it worth it. If you don't have problem with surviving, then Living Barrier is not needed, definitely. Then I would do it another way. See, I'm not. If you're planning on using Dance of Death more often, you would wanna be wasting your energy. Then consider putting Spinning Blade, if not Drain. Are you planning on Bloodseekers being your major damage from the relic? Because if you are, Bloodseekers is not amazing for damage. It's good, but it's not amazing. And if you're using Bloodseekers, you're not gonna be activating Dance of Death as often. Whereas if you have an energy dump, it could be either Drain or it could be Spinning Blade. With that energy dump, you can just activate Bloodseekers before the energy dump, then dump all your energy for a burst damage. And then that would give you energy towards your recharge thingy. Towards the big skill, towards Dance of Death. So the more you spend energy, the sooner you would have Dance of Death. That's why I think Drain is the perfect thing, because you can use those new legs that will replace the arc powered legs as a skill, and that would keep giving you extra energy out of nowhere while using Drain that you can use to recharge Dance of Death, so you can spam Dance of Death more often. And that applies to every relic. An energy dump skill means more often using your energy ultimate, the energy charge skill, the big relic. Without energy dump, you're not gonna use it as often. So without an energy dump, maybe you don't need to max out that big skill. Maybe keep it at level 6 or level 3 or level 1. But if you're focusing on Rupture, then definitely keep that big relic skill at level 3 for the bleeding, at least. But if you're going for Rupture, you might want to consider using a bleed chance weapon. You might do less damage, but you will be proccing things more often if you're applying the bleed more often. Then you wouldn't even need Bloodletter. Or you could stack it with Bloodletter and you can try and get gauntlets with bleeding, which would be even better. Keep in mind the flat damage bonuses we get from blue items will be available on legendary items. It apparently was a bug that blue gear can get flat damage and percent elemental damage where legendary can't. That means legendary weapons, which also don't get flat damage on the non-innate affixes, are also bugged and will also be able to get flat damage. So that means legendary items will be better than blue items eventually. Slightly less powerful because no wife bound, but if you get all flat damages on a legendary item, it will be amazing. Especially if they add a fixed rerolling system, then we would be able to min-max our legendary items, and that would open up a lot of more build possibilities. Because right now we are forced to use legendary items in the legendarium if they are weapons, because it's just not worth using a legendary weapon right now. Wearing it, I mean. By saying using it, I mean equipping it instead of swatting it. Oh, I could have used a shield there. Well, might as well use this for mana again. Let's save this. I can't wait for them to fix the affixes on legendary items. This would be probably one of the best things that they can do for a bug fix since forever. Because right now, thanks to this bug, where legendary items are not getting every single affix that they should be getting, it's really limiting some of the build possibilities and forcing people into using blue gear. And it seemed like it was a good idea. It seemed like it's intentional and a good idea to force people into not only using legendaries, but considering blue items. But right now blue items are superior in few places. In the weapon slot, in the chest, and pants slot. Okay, this one got bursted. Come on, come on. And Rahu says, what's the patch tomorrow for? The patch tomorrow will be for various things, such as the Halloween pets, the Halloween fort decorations. We're getting a new set of items. So that's a new 6 items, armors, that every class can use, which would be centered around relic synergies, modifying certain things certain relic skills do. We're also getting 2 legendary weapons. So that's... they said 10 legendaries, but I know about 8. Oh, you know, it's actually 10 because the Forged has Woku Motion and Hatch. And those count as separate legendaries to the pants and boots. So it's in theory it's 10 items, but really we're actually getting 8. 2 weapons and 1 full set. So yeah, the Woku Motion is equal to the pants, and the hatch is equal to the boots. So yeah, in reality it's really just 8 items, even though they're saying we're getting 10. Unless there's 2 items I don't know about, and they're not counting separately the hatch and Woku Motion, which could be the case. It could be the case. So close to leveling this one up.
Your pet has returned. I mean, what could go wrong?
Should we do... What's the less risky one? I think the less risky one might be this one. And crit chance against burning enemies. That's actually pretty nice for my build. Dimon Herson says Garno Grash. I'm not sure what Garno means. Let me use Google Translate here. Translate Garno. What does Garno mean? It doesn't show me anything. Wait, did I write it properly? Yeah, Garno. I mean, I know Grash means you're playing. Okay, let me try and find a different translator. I have no idea what that meant. Oh, you play well. Okay, that's what it means. Okay, thank you very much for thinking so, Jude, that I'm playing well. Although I'm not a meta player and you're gonna see me get wrecked by making mistakes all the time. And I'm playing on normal, so if I get wrecked on normal, like now, perfect timing. That was not intentional, honestly, that was not intentional. But yeah, I don't have poison defense. My defense is terrible right now. This is why I'm not switching to ridiculous yet. I don't go to ridiculous until my defenses are good enough for it. So, okay. We're doing this now. My defense right now is very bad. 8,000 poison, 6,000 regular. And now I fucking went 2 levels down. This is what I don't like about Fazir. Having to go down to a checkpoint. It just feels terrible. It feels terrible. They couldn't just make it having to repeat the same map, but they had to make me lose a few minutes of progress done. Right, let's do this one. Actually gonna die again. I'm gonna die again, so I'm gonna leave my rifle in the storage for a moment. I don't like this map, so I'm gonna die again. I don't wanna do zombies. They can be bugged and not have enough quest items. Hopefully they fix all the broken quests. There's gonna be some extra loading screens. Oh yeah, this one definitely can... Oh no, this one can be bugged. In any case, I'm gonna let them kill me. So I can get new map rows.
Oh no, your insurance covers that, right?
Oh wait, I may not get new map rows. Do I? I don't think it's gonna give me new map rows until I complete a different map. That sucks. I'm gonna have to do one of those shitty maps, and I don't wanna do those shitty maps. Let's go get some potions.
You look pale. Can I offer you a drink?
Worst potion system I've seen in a game ever. I really hope they change it. It's terrible. It's forcing you into going into the town all the time, and that's intentional. They confirmed yesterday that they want us to be going into the town. I don't like a game forcing me to go into the town to resupply on potions. But they want us to go into the town. That's why they're not making us being able to buy potions from our fort or from the pet. Because apparently they want the players to keep going into the town to see each other. It makes no sense. Why would you want to force people into doing this? Not everyone wants to go through a bunch of loading screens every few minutes just so they can resupply their potions. That's why I never would agree with this potion system. It's unnecessary. They could have just put it an endless supply of potions on a cooldown and just let us switch between one and the other based on the content we are doing, rather than forcing us to go through loading screens just so we can resupply. But I've learned to accept that there's never gonna be a game that does everything the way it could be. There's not gonna be a game that focuses on the quality of life and eliminating the number of loading screens a player goes through while playing the game. The less loading screens are needed per hour, the better. Alex Script, thank you very much for subscribing to my channel. But yeah, that's what my policy. The less loading screens a player needs to go through an hour, the better the experience is. The more loading screens, the more boring the game becomes. And right now some people are saying that they're playing the loading screen more than fighting enemies. I can understand. Those people are probably running boss maps and just repeating bosses and bosses and bosses. If you're doing that, you're gonna go through more loading screens than playtime. It is a possibility. If you do the Fuzzier by just constantly repeating bosses, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Because the boss fight is not gonna take more than like a few seconds with a good build. But the loading screen, if you're playing online, when it's two of them, it could equate to more than this. But yeah, I've read all sorts of comments, and this is actually something that's not a legit troll comment when someone writes it. Alex says, big thanks for your guides. As mecha, I now have a good build. Nice, glad to hear that. Which relic did you decide to go for on your forged? Just wondering which guide you were referring to. Because I've got one for every relic. So I'm just wondering which one's to your liking. And yeah, this build that I'm doing right now will be similar to my Pyromancer, just a little bit different. I'm probably gonna make this a Mayhem build, and then I'm gonna make a second build with basic attacks. Once I find a level 60 Digitus or a level 60 Greatsword that I can use to trigger giant swings. Okay, okay. Let's do this. Another one of those. I still can't wear this. Need one more level to wear that sword I found. Alright, there we go. Did I remove my ignition source? Or is it still at level 5? Because I'm not seeing the procs. Maybe because I'm killing the enemies with the first hit. And that's why... Wait, why is this level 5? Oh, I need to remove 1 point from this skill. Just need one more spectacle. You're using mecha with the Bleeding Destroyer, nice. And what about Rail Master? The Rail Master, I'm not sure what you asked about it. But yeah, the bleeding, not the bleeding, but the Blood Drinker Forged is pretty fun. And it can be both spin to win or bunches of punches built. So it's pretty fun. The punch bot drain a lot. With the updated skills that are on my website, anything can work both ways, as a rapid strike or as a cyclone mode build. And that was my goal when reworking the skills, to make it that every setup can be swapped out. And those extra 10 points really made it possible. It wasn't possible to do it that way before they added those extra 10 points and before they removed the damage from Body Chalice. But after they removed the 50% physical damage from Body Chalice, it was definitely much easier to make those new versions with the 15 points. Celestial Gauntlets, yes! Holy DPS. Holy DPS. Now the damage is gonna skyrocket. So I was able to do like 200 something thousand until now. Let's see on harmonic form how much damage I can do. Most likely I will be doing 350, 60,000 damage when I max out my harmonic form, and we'll see. That means I can probably remove my leg armor for now. $159,000. 159,000 is replacing my 111 regular hits. 285. 285,000 is not bad. So I guess that's my That's my increase to 285,000. But I guess I'm not stacking all the damage at the same time still. Well, that's good. 285,000 will be on ridiculous around 100,000 damage, and I'm at level 51. That 100,000 would be enough to kill the enemies on ridiculous. And Vivaunus says, is there any point to focus on one element in terms of damage? For example, do I get anything extra if I go for only physical on a blood drinker sharpshooter? There is something to consider, and that's percent elemental damage items. So currently only blue items can give you this. I'm gonna demonstrate it in the fort. I'm gonna try and show you what I'm talking about. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna finish this map and then show you. But let's say you have boots with 8% elemental, and then let's say you have let's say this elemental damage is physical. So you have boots that do 8% physical and maybe give you 39% crit damage. Then you have a chest that gives you 8-900 physical and maybe 8-9% percent physical. And then maybe you have legs that give you 8-900 physical and 8-9% physical. Then this percent physical from the chest and from the legs and from the boots will multiply, not multiply, but will add up together to like close to 30%, like 27 or so percent. And that 27 or so percent would be much better if your weapon only has physical rolls. But there are rules. How affixes roll, there are rules. For example, do you see where it says 3 to Dark Spears, Damnation and Absolver? In those 3 slots, I can only get 2 times physical damage. Maybe on a two-handed weapon I can get it 3 times. On a one-handed weapon, until like a few weeks ago, you couldn't get it more than once. You could get physical, poison and ice. On a blue weapon, actually you could only get 2 rolls, cause not 3. But yeah, you could get poison and physical, for example, or poison and ice, or physical and ice. You couldn't get 2 times physical. Now you can get 2 times physical, very rare. And now you can get physical in the middle and physical in the socket. So let's say this weapon gives me 2300 physical, and then it gives me another 300-500 physical in the bottom, and then another flat damage, and then in the socket I could add physical. A few weeks ago you couldn't. Few weeks ago this weapon, if the Dark Spears was physical damage and I had a socket, I wouldn't be able to add physical because it wouldn't allow duplicate elements. They changed it after for once they made it so you couldn't, and then reverted the change because they decided it's not a good change. So there's been many cases like that where I'm following how they're changing some behavior in the game. I normally do reviews of the patch notes. You can expect on Thursday, once they release the patch notes on Wednesday, you can expect on Thursday for me to make a video where I talk about the patch changes, and I call it an overview of the patch notes overview. That's what I call it. Basically, I copy paste the patch notes I like, and I would want to talk about, and the ones I don't like and I want to talk about. Since some of the patches have been massive, I would not talk about every single thing, to try and keep the videos at a reasonable duration, without needing to split them to force people to watch more videos. Although from a content creator point, maybe it's better to just split it into multiple small videos because more views, more money. But yeah, I'd like to keep it, I'd rather have one 30-minute video instead of 2 50-minute videos when I'm making them, when I'm talking about patch notes and stuff. So depending on how big the next update is, I will have certain things to talk about. And there's definitely gonna be a lot of things to talk about from what we've seen already. But yeah, I try to pay attention to things like this because I really care about items. I really care about what to suggest to people when making builds, and that's how it works. So, for example, if this one had another physical damage, it would be possible. Instead of crit chance versus shield, it could be another physical. For this one, I can add fire or ice. Let's try and show you. See, I can add fire. But ice, I'm not... even ice should be possible. Even ice should be doable on this weapon. But before it wasn't. Alright, let's see if I want to remove this. And equip something different. This one's with more defense. I'm gonna keep this for now. I'm fine. I'm fine without the leg armor being there for now. Anything else I can wear? Some good DPS weapon maybe. 52? No. Let's see if I missed some chat. Bigger bleeds, you're not gonna get bigger bleeds, but you can get bigger bleeds if you get bleeding chance on your weapon. So it's gonna give you better chance of getting bleeding, which would result into better chance of getting rupture to proc. But with builds with fast hits per second, you probably will be applying the bleed within the first, second or third hit in most cases, even if you only rely on the passive for chance to bleed. You can rely on the passive and gauntlets. Gauntlets can give you chance to bleed. So Guoff's gauntlets can give you chance to bleed. And chance to shock, and chance to burn, and chance to poison. And what else did I miss? And chance to freeze. Any other comments I missed? Alex Script says ID better like spin to win as Barb D3. Well, the spin to win in this game is not as Barb in Diablo 3 because there's a nerf of the movement speed in this game. So in this game, I think you're moving at around 75-80% movement speed when spinning. I don't like it. It wasn't like that before, but the developer and the game designers they think it's overpowered. I don't think it's overpowered to move at base movement speed, at 100% movement speed. I think it's overpowered if you benefit from movement speed bonuses. From things like charged up, from the skittering shoulder, from the arc powered shoulders, or other buffs like whatever other buffs you can think of. I think those would be overpowered, but if they make it to only move at 100% movement speed, it's definitely not gonna be my choice to use spinning to escape hits. If I wanna escape hits, I would use ramming robot. It's the one logical choice. You wanna escape danger, you use your fucking escape mechanic skill. That's how it should be. If you're spinning out of danger, you either ran out of charges on ramming robot, or you're just losing DPS. Because, see, I know this sounds like elitist min-maxer stuff, but think of it this way. If there's 2 seconds before something hits you and you see the broadcast, and you know for those 2 seconds you can maybe do 1-2 more hits with the spins, and then use ramming robots to escape, would you do those 2-3 hits before using ramming robot, or would you start running away with spin to win to just escape while spinning and moving? Or would you switch to your basic movement speed to escape? Ramming robot makes you escape much quicker than basic movement, and ramming robot would allow you to do a few more hits before using it, because of how quick it can get you out of danger. So their logic is BS. The logic why they're nerfing the movement speed of Cyclone mode is BS logic. Because no one in their right mind would start walking away from a falling rock if they have a charge on ramming robot. I mean, I understand if you don't have a charge on ramming robot, sure, switch to movement speed or spin away from danger. But it's not gonna be overpowered as they're saying, where you would be able to just constantly spin. First of all, you can't constantly spin because you're gonna have problems with the heat. The heat makes it so you can't constantly spin. So that's the first thing that even if we take ramming robot out of the equation, the heat by itself is not gonna make it so you can spin out of danger every time. And again, adding ramming robot just doubles the reasons why they should just let it be like it used to be. Before it used to be, when you're spinning, you're moving at your default walking speed. And it felt good. Now it feels like, I've said it multiple times in my stream, but I'm gonna say it again. It feels like you're pushing a supermarket trolley with the food brake on. The brake on the supermarket trolley that you press with your foot. And it's that type of staggered dragging movement. It feels like the Forged is dragging on the ground instead of really moving. It doesn't feel fluid, it feels awkward and weird, and it looks awkward and weird on the screen. And it kind of kills the whole immersion of the spin to win. I hope they would consider changing this when reworking the Forged. Because their logic just doesn't really make sense. I understand why they think that, and I understand the reason behind their logic, but anyone within their right mind would really just use ramming robot to escape danger. Or try to save ramming robot charges at least, to use them for the right time. And again, the heat is the second factor there. That just won't let you spin forever. Regardless how much heat dissipation you stack, it's just not gonna let you spin forever. And that's why I like Vortex Bomb and things like that. And there's other things I don't like about the spin to win mechanic. If you wanna use skills like Drain or Living Barrier, you have to stop spinning. Normally it's common in games to let you cast certain skills without channeling. And I'm not talking about channeling Cyclone mode only. I'm talking about channeling things like Absolver that I'm channeling right now, things like Holy Fury, things like Rapid Strike, anything that you can hold the button and it would keep casting. There should be certain skills that you can use while channeling. Not all, but certain. Such as buffs, debuffs, auras. So Snowstorm and Drain and things like that. Things where you're not moving your weapon or something like that, where you're just activating some sort of buff debuff. I don't think it's gonna be overpowered to be able to use certain things while channeling Rapid Strike or Cyclone mode or Holy Fury or other similar things. But again, this is just my vision. Maybe some of you don't agree with me here, and that's totally fine. Okay, I can use this sword now. I don't need this anymore. I don't think I need this for now. I don't need this. Let's keep moving. And Zippo says, I have 0 legendary items apart from recipes since I'm doing Jin. Is there a way to get them? Well, yeah, gearwork maps help, and if you find dividing gearworky, that's good. And try to go for goblins. Maps with goblins have more density normally. In general, goblin packs are more dense in numbers than other packs. But yeah, other than gearwork, there isn't anything I can tell you to try and do. And dividing is good. But there is no real trick, honestly. We just have to wait for the patch tomorrow, where they're gonna look into changes for the drop rates. They already said they have done some changes. They squeezed in some changes at the last moment in the patch regarding drops and drop rates. So I hope that whole problem with people not getting drops for hours of Fazir gets solved tomorrow. I mean, I've gotten drops myself, but I'm playing on normal, not on ridiculous, and I'm not level 60. Some people are saying as soon as you hit 60 it starts getting worse, and as soon as you start playing on ridiculous it also gets worse. Not sure if that's confirmation bias or not, but it seems the same way to me too. Much more drops when I'm playing on any difficulty that's not ridiculous, and much more drops before I reach level 60, or even before I reach Vizier, even more than. Soon I will be ready to go to ridiculous, just need some more defense. The hard part would be getting level 60 celestial items. This would be the biggest challenge. Getting level 60 celestial items before I can say, okay, I'm ready to do that build on ridiculous. We'll see though. And Fred NL says, oof, stuck on quest for science, bugged for me. This time stuck at 60%. Cleared the whole map. Wow. That's so many bugs for quests. Why don't I encounter those? It's strange. I only encounter the bugs in the Fazir. I don't encounter bugs in the story zone. So I'm not sure what could be happening there. And Zipoet says, actually I don't get why I do so much damage with my bleed. Is it related to the fact that I have the blood relic, or is it related to the fact that I put points into Energizer or else? See, you have a little bit of a strong bleed that's separate in Dance of Death. Dance of Death does a different bleed, and that bleed should do a little bit more damage than your other bleed. As for the Bloodletter bleed, do you have a weapon that does more bleed damage? Because the Bloodletter bleed should do 50% weapon damage for 3 seconds. Check it on a dummy. Check it on a dummy and you're gonna see the actual bleeding damage. Just look at my, for example, look at my burning damage. It's 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. And that 6,000 is supposed to be this burning, which is 50% weapon damage for 3 seconds. And my basic attack does 110% weapon damage, which is why it does what does it do? It does 5,000? Wait, there's something broken, yeah? So it's not 50% burning. It's 130% more like. But yeah, if 110% weapon damage is 5,000 and 50, and then I'm doing 6,000, that's like 110 plus one quarter of 110. Let me check. 110. No, that's 1/5. 1/5. 110 times 20 divided by 100. So I'm doing 132% roughly. 132, let's say maybe 135% weapon damage instead of 50. And I don't have any... Oh, look at this. This is why. This is why. I have 82.7% weapon damage on that. If I change my weapon, you're gonna see the changes. See now, I do 2000 weapon damage, 2000 basic damage, and then the burn is 1200. So yeah, you probably have a weapon with bleeding, because it's additive. The percent base damage is additive. So this 82% is added to my 50%, and that equates exactly to 132.7. So exactly the number I got when calculating it. This is why you might do big bleeds if you have a weapon with chance to bleed. It's good though, figuring out that this is additive in this way. So I thought only the percent chance to burn and bleed, etc. is additive, but the damage is also additive. So I have 80% burn chance right now, and the burn damage, it's not showing up here. It's not showing up here, but I do know it. I do know it because I just tested it, and I know it's 50% weapon damage plus the other one. By the way, let's remove one skill point from Holy Bolt because it's unnecessary. I don't have room. I'm gonna need to do this. And Zipo says, so as I use the Blood Relic, I should focus on physical damage to naturally do bleed in addition. No, you don't focus on physical damage, you focus on chance to bleed. If you wanna do stronger, bleeds, you focus on X% chance to bleed for X% base damage for X seconds, or maybe I should have used XYZ. But yeah, X% chance to bleed for Y base damage for Z seconds. This would increase your bleed. If you want to do damage from bleed. If you don't want to do damage from bleed, then don't mind this and just get flat damages. And as I said earlier, focusing on physical flat won't be bad if you get percent physical in your boots and chest and legs. But you can do the exact same thing with fire or any other element. It doesn't have to be physical. You can use the Blood Drinker Relic and still get a weapon with fire damage and more fire damage in the bottom and then more fire damage in the socket, and then get a chest with flat fire and percent fire, and then boots with percent fire and crit damage, and then legs with flat fire and percent fire. Again, those things, it doesn't have to be the exact same element. But it does help if you combine certain things. It does help if you combine percent with flat. But it's much more useful if you get percent damage to a certain skill. Like percent damage to Cyclone Mode or percent damage to Rapid Strike. That's gonna give you much better DPS than flat damage or percent elemental damage. I tested it and I can tell you the results are kind of surprising how much more useful is to get 25 or 26% damage to a certain skill compared to 900 flat or 800 flat damage on a chest or a leg armor. So that probably should be your priority. Okay, Sword Smash level 10. Yeah, I do a lot of testing. I test all sorts of things. So this thing that I just figured out after you mentioned why the bleeding is so high, kind of gave me a weird idea to try and make damage over time weird build. On a mage it would be nice. On a mage is probably the one class I would see myself making a damage over time build. Rainbow build with all sorts of different damages. Because with Harmonic Form and the Celestial Gauntlets we can make our bleeding do a lot of damage. We can make our burning, poison do a lot of damage too. So if I do a build that does bleeding, burning and poison, it will be amazing, maybe. On something that spams like Holy Bolt, Absolver, Unholy Bolt or Entropy. Any of those would be nice, because they can apply and reapply those effects pretty easily. Power to get health from the bleed you do, that's drain. It doesn't do bleed. It doesn't do bleed, but it gets you health by doing damage. So it gets you health by doing direct damage, not by doing damage over time. But yeah, I understand what you mean. You want the more damage over time you do as bleeding, the more healing you get. That would be interesting. Body Chalice could have been reworked like this. Maybe Body Chalice, instead of giving you damage reduction, could have given you this type. 1 or 2% of damage dealt as bleeding, returned as HP or something like that. Or maybe 0.1, because you can do millions of damage, or you can do 1 million damage or so when properly maxed out. On some builds you're gonna be doing 100, 200, 300, 400,000, and 1% of that is still a lot. So maybe 0.1 might be okay and acceptable. And when it's level 5, maybe 0.5. The number can be adjusted, but yeah, that would be interesting. As long as it's something not overpowered, but yeah. I would love such a build where the more damage over time you do with a certain element, like bleeding, and it's just the damage over time, not the direct damage, the more you get healed. But again, that could be very overpowered if not balanced properly. So it could be a little bit of a pain to balance something like this for every class. Because with the Dusk Mage it's clearly gonna do the most, because Dusk Mage can get the most damage over time from dot builds. On other heroes you don't have that many things that increase your weapon damage. But on Dusk Mage you have Harmonic Form, and on top of that you have Celestial Gauntlets to increase it even further. On other heroes you have things like vulnerability, like extra damage to taunted enemies, like extra damage to stun sword, etc. So those can also be considered strong. Extra damage to burning on the Forged, for example. So the Forged can also do such a build. You can do poison with Poison Dart. You can do burning with either of your burning skills, Furnace Blast or Cold Launch, or even with a weapon. And you can do bleeding with a relic, for example, and get a dot build with that extra damage to burning targets. So there's a lot of interesting ways dots can be done if the damage is additive the way we've seen. I didn't know the damage was additive, so I didn't know it was this strong. But yeah, I've just confirmed it. So if someone is considering testing a rainbow dot build, do let me know how it ends up being. I can try and test it sometime when I get the right items, and that's gonna be very item specific build, very hard to get without respecting rerolling affixes, I mean. If they had a system where we can reroll affixes, I can min-max such a fun build. It may not be as meta as some other builds, but it's gonna be still a viable build from from what I'm theorizing it can do, based on the extra bonus damages that we can get. We'll see with those base those extra bonus damages. We can see what can happen with those. But yeah, many ways certain things can be done on each relic. Let's see over here. Indomitable pincer. Nope. Nope. Wait, what was that? Was that a shield? Oh, I'm not using a shield. There we go. Now we are. Was wondering what was missing. Or maybe I should get mana again with this thing. If I have problems with the mana, I'm probably gonna get mana again. For now, I haven't encountered problems. All that mana again is very good for builds that need it. For builds that need all that mana stuff. Like electrode builds. Electrode casting speed zealot builds, they really need mana again. On those builds, I do suggest using a focus if you're having problems with the mana again. But the thing that helps the most on such builds is cost reduction. 3 items with Absolver cost reduction, or Holy Bolt, or whatever else you're using a spam skill. Cost reduction 3 times on your items would give you such nice spam ability on a build with 75 casting speed. It should be able to negate this to a point where with a focus item, cost reduction, and this passive, and those boots, which I don't have right now. Can I put the boots? I probably don't have them yet. Yeah, celestial boots I still don't have. But yeah, with those things you can negate any type of mana cost that the game throws at you. Wide vote. Let's do it. Did I miss any comments, any chat? Zipoet says, now that I'm at more than 60% on all element resists and 43% in physical resist, I really have not the least problem on dungeon, but I'm only around Rift 30. Will it become much more difficult at some point? Well, I wouldn't say much more difficult, because they nerfed it a little bit. It was overpowered. It could one-shot you easily with a lot of resistances before. The damage of the enemies right now goes up by 0.02. It used to go up by 0.5, which is 25%, 25 times more. So right now the Fazir dungeon becomes 25 less times difficult than it used to. And it stops getting stronger after stage 100. So once you reach stage Rift Challenge 100, it stops getting stronger. From 100 to 251 is just a matter of time. If you can do 100, you can do 251. There's nothing special about doing 251 if you've done 100 already. And 220% is the maximum HP the enemies will get to prevent from bullet sponges emerging. Although on ridiculous, on double HP maps, they're already bullet sponges, even with 220% being the limit of how much HP they can get. But yeah, they've added some caps to the damage they can get, caps to the HP, and caps to the movement speed they can get in the Fazir. Where is he? I can't see him. Let's see. Inferno token, okay. Another thing I didn't have that I can unlock now. What level am I? Level 52 doing 56 maps. I should probably slow down with the pushing and go back a few levels. Because I'm starting to get potions that I can't use. I'm gonna show you what I mean. See? Potions that I can't use because my level is not high enough to use this item. I've reported this bug and it still hasn't been fixed. It's a bit annoying when you're pushing harder levels. But yeah. I know what could be happening. Let's see. My pet's been meowing a lot. Maybe he's very thirsty. But the doctor said not to give him water today. So I'm not sure at what time it's acceptable to start giving him water. Maybe when I end my stream around 10:30. Or maybe around 11. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let's just use those. I can't wait forever to keep those there. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of those potions I cannot use. So instead of playing for potions I can't use, I'm gonna just repeat maybe one of those maps. Uniques. Oh, uniques and gear wiki is also another thing you can farm. If you can get dividing gear wiki, uniques gear wiki is not bad. Wait, was that gear wiki? Gold wiki. Gold wiki, gold wiki. Dividing infamous. Yeah, I'm gonna do the uniques. But that's not goblins. I'd rather do goblins. There is no goblins as a choice. This could work. This could still be within my level range. Dividing live wire. But yeah, whenever you find the Fazir dungeon more than 4 levels higher than your level, just go back a few levels. As long as you can get XP, it's fine. I'm not seeing Gauntlet, unfortunately. In a Gauntlet map you can stay and gain like 3-4 levels, or 2 at least levels, before it starts wagging. This one should be a good map. This is a level 51 map, I'm level 52, almost 53. So I can still get XP. On level 51 map you should be able to get XP until you're 55. After 55 you shouldn't be able to get XP, including 55. I think 4 levels more than you was the limit. Or 4 levels, I mean 4 levels lower than you is the limit before you can stop getting XP. Know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put rapid bartering. Or maybe not. Yeah, let's put rapid bartering instead of the Egg of Making. And I'm gonna farm for stuff here. Instead of Egg of Making, I'm just gonna be putting the pet to some work. Nerd Gamer says hello back to you. Welcome back to you, Nerd Gamer. And Fun Horror says, so you were saying that chance to X for Y amount of damage increases the damage with the relic buff? Yes. It's like that. If you have if you have chance to do 80% base damage bleeding, and then you have 50% weapon damage from ignitions, from whatever skill, like the one from the bleeding relic, it will stack. So I have right now I have 82.7% damage, and this one gives me another 50% damage. So not only do I have 25% chance with my other chance, but this 50% damage actually ends up becoming 132.7. And I tested it and it really is like that. So you can stack those bleeding, burning, etc. things. Yep. It could be any relic. Fire, blood, poison. Even with the shock, probably it would still, the initial hit on the shock would be higher. And the good thing about this is it also increases the chance of proccing things. Because the more burning chance, the easier to proc things. The more shock chance, the easier to proc things. So you're losing some flat damage by having this affix, but you're winning some other damage, and by proccing things more often, such as firestorm, rupture, spread of death, etc. Lightning strike and so on. And you're also winning damage from the damage over time from the ailment. And if you stack different ailments, you can make that rainbow dot build. And on a Dusk Mage, as I said, is probably the best thing to do such a build. With Harmonic Form on, your ailments will do a lot of damage on enemies. I wanna try it. I wanna try an ailment rainbow build on a Dusk Mage. It might work. It just might be this crazy that it works nice. If you use Egg of Mayhem, it will add the poisons. For example, if it does poison, it will add poison. If it does shock, it will do shock. So just look at the original skills at level 1. If they can do bleed and poison and shock and all of that. I know Venomous Mode does poison even at level 1. And I'm pretty sure Sword Smash doesn't do until tier 1, the burning. I'm gonna check, just give me a moment. But it should be able to cast this. For example, if you use Egg of Mayhem and it does another skill, that other skill still has a chance to apply a bleeding or a poison. But if the bleeding or poison has already been applied, then there's not much that you can do, because only poison stacks 3 times, the other stack 1 time. So let's look at Sword Smash. Sword Smash doesn't burn until tier 1. So Egg of Mayhem Sword Smash proc would not burn. Oh, my pet really wants water. Shit. Should we give him... Damn, I should have asked the doctors until how long to keep him not drinking. Because he's standing where I give him water and he's meowing. I'm gonna quickly go AFK for a moment to consult with the others. Just a moment. I'm gonna do a BRB. I can run some mats for you, but just give me like... So yeah, just give me 1 or 2 minutes to figure out whether I should give the pet some water, and I'm coming back. And if you're on Twitch, I can run some mats for you. But yeah, the guy is just... he seems to be super thirsty, and the doctors did say not to give him water, but maybe it's already time. We'll see. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back. We gave him some some water. Just a little bit shouldn't be too bad. I think the doctor said not to give him too much water. Not to give him water so he doesn't puke the medicine. But a little bit shouldn't be too fatal. And Fun Horror says, I wish Bane had poison baked into the build. I wish that as well. I'm so disappointed that there is no poison chance baked into the build. Instead, we get some stupid shit. Like, I mean, I understand all the spiderlings and the summons are pretty fun, but the spiderlings are so underwhelming. They're not ranged, so relying on them to be proc triggers is just not great. It's just not great. And relying on them for damage also doesn't work, because again they're melee and they're not always hitting, and the AI is bad, and the damage on those spiderlings is just not worth it. So it's just kind of disappointing. And then there's Puppet Master. Puppet Master is okay. But again, it's only okay when you're playing a Train Rail Master. Any other minion build, it's not gonna do that big of a difference, that 25% minion damage, because minions just suck unless they're the train ones. If you're relying on minions for damage, it's not gonna cut it. Unless you have a lot of ranged minions, like the Goblin Gunners and the Archers from Bone Razor Bonewalker. But in general, yeah, Summoner Sharpshooter, Summoner Dusk Mage, Summoner Forged right now, their main damage is not gonna be from the summons. So yeah, that's kind of how it is right now. And I wish there was that chance to poison as well. It would have been so much more fun. You wanna try that rainbow build now? Understand. I understand. And let me see if I missed some more chat. I'm probably missing some chat messages that were there. I'm just gonna quickly kill those. Did I kill everyone here? Damn, they keep respawning. Pretty nice. Okay, I think I cleared them. So let's quickly look up at the chat. And yeah, I think it works like that with the electrode. And what are my thoughts on Torchlight 3? I'm on the fence to get it. That's what Ramsheet said. Well, my thoughts are that the game is not everyone's cup of tea and not everyone would enjoy it, but there's definitely people out there, especially on my channel, I've met quite a few recently, that really enjoy the game, and it's a breath of fresh air, but keep in mind there are the flaws on the game where it's concerning the endgame variety. There isn't much. You've only got one endgame activity. So if you're the type of person that wants to run different types of activities instead of grinding the same boring repetitive endgame, then you probably won't enjoy it. But if you're fine grinding the same type of boring endgame activity, but with different builds, and the game, believe me, has huge build variety, and starting tomorrow with the new update, there's gonna be even more build variety from the new items that are getting added, which is a full new set that works for every class, and is synergized for relic stuff, and it's also gonna give us 2 new weapons. One of them is amazing. I can't wait to put it to good use. One of the weapons would be basically like this skill, like entropy, but lightning. So it's gonna shoot a big lightning bolt that's gonna be spitting smaller lightning bolts in different directions. So that's gonna be a very fun item. But of course it's gonna take one of your skill bar slots. So you're gonna have to sacrifice something. You're gonna sacrifice something on your build to use this, if you have a current build where you wanna place this in it. But yeah, there's gonna be some very interesting things to consider. Very interesting things to consider when that new update hits. So yeah, I can't wait. I really can't wait to get my hands on that update tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow to maybe make my patch notes overview. And I can't also wait for them to rework the Forged, which is not coming with the next update as far as I know. But with a future big update. They're still working on it from what I suspect. Otherwise they would have mentioned. They would have mentioned if the Forged rework is coming with the next update. And they haven't, so most likely it isn't yet. But we know there is a planned update to rework the Forged. Any other chat I've missed? Trying to figure out which way to go with it. Fun horror, regarding which way to go with it, think of what you can apply with your skills. So basically the best way to go for a rainbow build is just check what skills you can use on your class. Realm Master can apply bleeding with flying picks or poison with flying picks with the item. That means you don't need to use relic to apply the poison if you use that, or the bleeding if you use that skill. Realm Master can apply fire with Lantern Flash. Then Forged can apply poison with Poison Dart, and it can apply burning with Coal Launch and Furnace Blast. But it cannot apply bleeding, so it probably is better if you go on a Forge to pick a relic that's the Blood Drinker. So just check your class and see whether you can apply bleeding, poison and burning, and whatever you cannot apply with your class skills, try to make up for it with a relic. Realm Master with Electrode can use actually, nah, not with Electrode, because see, the thing is, the same skill for the Realm Master is the bleeding and the poison. That's kind of how it works. On the Realm Master, the same one skill based on whether you're using that Stinging Wing or not sword. Flying Picks is the bleeding or poison. So it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult to make sure you're applying all things. But it's not impossible. You can try and get a weapon with chance to burn and add chance to bleed. You can try and get a weapon with chance to poison and add chance to bleed from a socket for a rainbow build. But yeah, just make sure you're getting from your weapon and from your relic the things that you're missing from your skill tree. So let's say your skill tree is doing bleeding and burn. Then you want maybe relic with shock and weapon with poison, or vice versa. That's how I would do it, kind of. I would first pick the things I can pick with my class, and then add other one of the elements from weapon, and that another element from the relic. It could be from a relic skill. For example, Venomous Smoke can apply poison. So even though you don't have chance to poison on the poison relic, you have Venomous Smoke. And if you're gonna be using Egg of Mayhem, might as well ignore the chance to poison, because Venomous Smoke poisons enough. You can also poison with Miasma, as long as the enemies are near you. You're not a fan of the Forged. You can't guess past the way it looks. Was it you who said it looks like an oven, like an oat oven, stove or whatever? Someone said that in my stream the other day. I was just wondering. Looks like a trash can. Alright, that's a new thing. That's a new one for me. So should I get crit chance first? Or damage to relic skills? Or should I just max out summoning smash? I'm gonna go for max summoning smash now. I've got how many more points left? I have 7 points left. I'm not liking this one bit. I don't have enough skill points, but yeah. I'm just spreading myself too much into certain things. I mean, I could remove Damnation and that's 4 points. I really want the light skill damage, I really need this harmonic duration, and I really want this to DPS with. I also really want this one. And I really want this one, but let's say I don't want to go for Firestorm. Which seems kind of silly not to go for Firestorm. Because this 4-second cooldown isn't really 4 seconds cooldown from what I've noticed. At best I can probably remove my Unholy Bolt dark skill damage. But then this will suffer. This will suffer greatly if I remove 20%. This will go down to like 700 something weapon damage. But yeah, let's say I maybe remove those points here and put them here. We'll see. Ideally, I can remove the points from ignition source and rely on burning from a weapon. Or I can rely on burning from Sword Smash. And I'm keeping 1 point into my aura, so I can have more damage for Sword Smash. But I really want to be dumping my energy into Sword Smash and then using Summoning Smash more often. Energizer, I guess, would be pretty fun. Let's say I remove the points from here and put them into Energizer and maximize Sword Smash, Summoning Smash combo. That would also work, and it might be the better way to do it.
Your pet has returned.
Okay, let's just put some stuff here. This one doesn't have an offhand, so let's give it one. This one doesn't have an offhand, so let's put this one here. Can put this one here. Okay, let's keep moving. How's my level? Level 53.
Another day, another dungeon. Your pet has arrived. But can you
I think I can do this now.
You must gather the party.
I should be able to do it now that I'm 53 because I mean, I didn't do it before because I couldn't do it. I didn't do it because it was dropping me potions that I can't use. And it's just annoying. It's annoying when the game drops you potions that you can't use because your level is too low. to the potion level. So this should be level 56 or 57 enemy. 57. Oh shit, I'm still not gonna be able to use the potions. Well, I've got 19 potions. That should be more than enough for this map. Damn, this 3, oh, that's double HP. Yeah. Those 3s on a double HP map would be painful to deal with. I'm wondering if I can apply damnation to this moving skeleton. Apparently I can't. Can I swow it? It cannot be swowed. Interesting. So I cannot apply ailments or anything on that enemy. It's purely invulnerable to any type of damage and any type of dots. Damn, if there weren't so many fucking trees in this map, it would have been much more pleasant to do it. Those trees on a double HP map are just fucking annoying. With all the stun walks. And I'm already at 5 potions. Yeah, perfect. Alright, I can go and finish this map now. Pet heal me. Fuck. I knew this was gonna happen if I try. I tried to save my potions. I didn't want to use my potions because I had only 3. And the game told me at the beginning I had 19. I didn't. I had much less than 19 when I started the map. Well, there goes my good weapon. On fucking normal. Do you see? Sometimes the game can be overpowered. If you do something 4 levels higher than you, it's just overpowered. Let's try and find a weapon to use. I should have something here. Looking something close to 4000 damage. The thing is, most of my good items are in the storage, in the warehouse of my other heroes. So I doubt I can find something acceptable for my level. But I do have a Bone Walker, which is better than my current shield. And what else? What else should I use? I guess I'm gonna use... there was a weapon here with 3000 damage. This one. I don't think I found something better. Yeah, let's use this weapon for now. What's my lowest defense? Poison. Okay, let's get poison defense. Oh, I can't get... There is no poison defense on shields. Well, regular. And let's read some chat. JPrag says, hello, what do you think the build for Realm Master is currently in the meta? My what's it called? My Miasmic Train. You can check my Miasmic Train on my website. The Miasmic Train is a good meta. Another similar version of that would be to make a Flaming Destroyer version of this. But the Miasmic Train is a very good meta if you want it. Some things would get nerfed because there are some bugs that let you get damage reduction without using melee hits. But yeah, that is definitely a nice train meta if you like trains. If you don't like trains like me, because I don't like trains, you can try one of my slammer builds, either of them. Then Funhor says, is the flame shockwave from the fire relic the same range as the electrode zap? Yeah, roughly around the same range. Basically, roughly around the same range as the Digitus. That's what you should expect from the range. Similar range to the zap and similar range to the Digitus attack range. Then Fred NL says, yay, got final boss down. Grats, Fred. Now you can play. Now you can play the end game. And JPrag, you're welcome. This annoying double H. Oh, Gauntlet. Perfect. I can stay in this map for a long time now. So it's gonna get boring because I'm gonna stay in this map for a few minutes. 20 minutes maybe, depending. We'll see. I want to get 2-3 levels in this map until it starts wagging, but only if the map is good. If the spawns are super slow and it's not worth it, then I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. But that should be a good one. The Glen of Ancients is a good. I think it's a good one. I can try and find a bunch of spawn points and just take turns between one spawn. Oh shit! I'm only with 2 potions. I forgot to buy potions. This is the worst thing I could do. Going in with just 2 potions. On a map full with ranged enemies where potions would be super needed. Hopefully they just start dropping potions. And I put token of rapid bartering, which I need to remove quickly. Ah! Shit, how did she do so much damage with a fucking melee attack? They really made the witches super strong in close range. They weren't this strong, but with one of the patches they increased their damage. Okay, that's just 2 of them. Of course they're gonna respawn after I've killed the others. Yeah, I need to stay in this map for a while. But it's good, it's endless respawns. Ah, there's a tree. Goblins, nice. Actually happy that it's dropping goblins. Now I got some gear waki and movement speed. And the farmer's buff. Oh, that's my own goblin hound. I thought it was an enemy. I forgot. I forgot I'm wearing the shoulders for the goblin hound. Come on, come on. Where's my pet? Oh, it's fighting someone. Oh, they respawned, that's why. Okay, let's get some dark buff bar going on. Now let's go here while the dark buff is going and the white buff. How's the XP? Close to 54. Not the perfect density in this map, but it's decent enough. And Ramsheet says, do you think it's too simplistic compared to other ARPGs? It looks fun. Well, it is simplistic, but it's good kind of simplistic. Some people don't want all the complexity of Path of Exile or Wast Epoch, and even though it's simple, that doesn't mean there is no depth. There is a lot of depth when making your builds, because certain active skills give you, actually every active skill gives you tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 bonuses. And the quasi active skills, tier 1 and tier 3 modify the skill, whereas the tier 2 can give you some bonuses that modify certain things related to your hero. For example, cooldown reduction to your quasi skills, or it can give you a bonus damage to other skills. For example, 20% light skills damage, 20% dark skills damage. So certain skills, they might be active, but you would be investing into those for the passive bonus they give at tier 2. And when you combine the quasi skills with the relic skills, and when you think that there's 5 subclasses and 5 classes for a total of 20 combinations, there's a good amount of build variety as a result of all that depth. Some things are simplistic and some things are boring, and there isn't enough diversity in regards to endgame activities, but again, there's enough build diversity and the game looks nice visually. It's eye-pleasing to me. I don't mind the cartoony graphics. I know some people just can't stand games like this with cartoon graphics. So, fuck. So yeah, that's kind of how it is. But yeah, I think the game has a lot to offer. How is Last Epoch compared to Grim Dawn? Well, very bad FPS problems. Even people with 2080 Titanium, after they reworked the shader and optimized everything, even after that, the optimization problems in Last Epoch are still apparent. I haven't played after the last couple of updates, so I can't tell you. But it was bad before, and there's a lot of good stuff in Last Epoch. So Last Epoch is a good game. It's a good game if you're looking for an early access buggy game that's still in development. Last Epoch is not a bad choice. I think it has a lot of potential, and I think if you're a Path of Exile player, Last Epoch could be right up your alley in types of games you wanna play. If you're a Grim Dawn player, maybe Last Epoch is a decent middle ground between Path of Exile and Grim Dawn. Kind of like, that's probably what would be a good way to explain it. It looks like Diablo 2.5. Well, I could say the same about Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn looks like what could have been Diablo 3, especially when you play Grim Dawn with the Diablo 2 conversion mod. That's a great mod, the Reign of Terror. You wrote off Last Epoch as a D3 ripoff. It has nothing to do like D3. That's a huge mistake to write off Last Epoch as a D3 ripoff. I mean, if you say Path of Exile ripoff, yeah, because they're Path of Exile fanboys making a game, and they're trying to make the game good for Path of Exile players. Obviously, if you look at their marketing, if you go on their forums and look at their visuals of the forums, and if you look at what's it called, their supporter packages of Last Epoch, you're gonna see that it's obviously made by people who love Path of Exile and by people who want to imitate Path of Exile's visuals, like the badges, the supporter badges and things like that. So they're trying to go for Path of Exile players in Last Epoch. They wanna grab the Path of Exile crowd to play their game, and the Path of Exile crowd would fit at home there once the game is ready. Because in many ways it really looks similar to Path of Exile, much more similar to Path of Exile compared to Diablo 3. Diablo 3 cannot compare to Last Epoch in my opinion. There's no room for comparison there. Last Epoch for me is the superior game. I only think that Last Epoch's endgame competitive mode is super boring. Because first it's endless, like Diablo 3. It's endless and it's a no-life competition, and there's no checkpoint, so you have to do it in one go. If you start doing arena, you better prepare yourself for a few hours of grinding the same repetitive content without stopping. You can't stop and exit and then return and continue where you left off if you do the arena. But if you do the regular endgame, the rifting endgame, what was it called, Monoliths of Fate, that's actually pretty fun. And they even reworked it. I haven't played since they reworked it, but it's pretty fun from what I've seen. I enjoyed that, and there's a very good build variety there. I don't enjoy how they nerfed some skill leveling. It takes much longer than I want to take to level up a new skill from level 1 to level 20 in Last Epoch, because in Last Epoch you have to pick certain skills to specialize in, and you have to level them up to level 20 to get skill points to use passives to modify those skills. So the skill system in Last Epoch is amazing. It's an amazing skill system. I love it a lot there. That's one of the things I love the most about the game. And the system where I have passive skills for every active. So every active can be modified in multiple ways. Do I want this burning skill to be changed to poison? Do I want this poison skill to be changed to bleeding? Do I want this freezing skill to do shock and things like that? And yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. I mean, the game is good. I'm just scared to play it right now because I have no idea when I'm gonna lose my character data again. There was some very weird bug with character data corruption, with save corruption, where from the 3 heroes I had, my first 2 heroes were gone, only my 3rd hero was there. I mean, I wouldn't have been as mad if I lost all my 3 heroes, but losing 2 out of 3 seems super dodgy and sketchy and weird, and it kind of pissed me off. And I played a little bit more on that 3rd hero to max it out, and then I just decided to wait until the game launches before I play it again. I just don't want to spend some time playing and then lose my progress without being warned about it. I know it's early access and I know things like that would be expected, and I know there will be a wipe at the end, but I want to know when the wipe will be. I don't want randomly losing my hero progression and data like I did in last epoch. So I'd rather wait for the game to be more stable and play it when it launches, when it comes to last epoch. And the weirdest thing is, the game forces you to log in. Why am I logging into a server if my data is not stored on a server? What's the point? If my data can be lost and not recovered after it gets lost because it's somehow stored locally, why am I even asked to log in when I start last epoch? Maybe they already fixed this. Maybe there's not gonna be any more problems. But again, the game is good. I just rather wait for launch for last epoch. But if someone doesn't mind losing save data, then go ahead and play it. It's very fun. It's very fun, but keep in mind it's very badly optimized. In certain zones you're gonna have terrible FPS. And it's on Unity, and they haven't sorted the problem with playing windowed. When you're playing windowed, if you play windowed, you're gonna see the border. Right now I'm playing Torchlight 3 borderless window, and I can see, because I'm playing on ultra wide with a regular wide. My game is in the middle of my screen, and on the left side and on the right side of Torchlight 3 I have empty space where I can put my chat. And I can do the same with last epoch, but I'm not gonna be able to see past this line here. You see where my skill bar ends and where my XP bar ends. In last epoch I wouldn't be able to see my XP bar because there's gonna be a border here at the top, and I won't be able to do it unless I resize the window to a custom size, which is very bad for the performance. Again, I haven't played a single Unity game that sorts this problem. I'm not sure why it's so difficult to sort this in Unity when Unreal games do it super easy. This problem with window to have no border, but to also have no black bars when playing on an ultra wide as a regular resolution. But yeah, I hope I gave you more than enough information regarding whether last epoch is worth it. But don't write it off as a Diablo 3 clone. It's anything but a Diablo 3 clone. It's much closer to Diablo 2 and to Grimdown and to Path of Exile than it is to Diablo 3. But yeah, last epoch is a fun game. Honestly, I can say bad and good things about the game like any other, but the good things are much more than the bad things in last epoch. And Leo Derek says, "Hi, is there a difference between playing in solo mode or offline mode, online mode?" So offline mode is saving the data locally. Online mode is saving the data on a server. So if something happens, if you're playing in online, they can recover your save in Torchlight 3. Offline mode would have faster loading times. Online mode has slower loading screen times because the server is spinning up new zones and so on. So yeah, the zone controller and whatever is causing this, it takes a while. Some of the loading screens would take a while, but if you have it installed on a NVMe SSD and play solo, offline, not solo actually, because you can play online and still play solo. Like me, I'm playing in multiplayer, but I'm playing solo. There will be a little bit of a delay every time you load from one zone to the other. Otherwise it's like 1-2 second loading times if you have it in single player. In single player you can cheat. You can use trainers, cheating engines and all sorts of tools if you want to. The game won't stop you. But in online you won't, because they're monitoring everything and so on. So they've got systems in place to prevent people from cheating. Have I played Wosen in a while? Has it gotten any better? I haven't played Wosen ever since the big rebalancing update that really didn't rebalance much. I mean, yeah, it did rebalance certain things, but the things that needed rebalancing, it didn't. Or at least half of the things that needed rebalancing. And that's not skills, I'm talking about XP rates and drop rates. Those things were the biggest problem for me in Wosen. Drop rates and XP rates. It did rebalance some things, but the skills take too long to level up, heroes take too long to level up, and the XP rates are terrible in Wosen, and what else is terrible? There's almost no customization of your items because the system is broken, the socketing rerolling system. You can put 3 blue gems and get an affix from a red gem. You can put 3 green gems and get an affix from a blue gem. It's just so bad. And that's coming from someone who loves Wosen. I really loved Wosen. I've played it ever since it was called Umbra in the very early access days on Steam, where it really was a fun game, where it was going places until they switched it, until they reworked the alpha into what they called a beta, which was basically alpha version 2.0, where they got rid of the open world, they got rid of the things that made Wosen what it is, the things that made me wanna invest into Wosen back in the day. They got rid of the system where you can get some combos between different elements. For example, an enemy can be standing in water and you can hit it with whitening spell and it will take extra damage due to conductivity. So they got rid of this great idea to combine environment with your skills and to use your brain to do some combos, and went simple Diablo 3 clone style, where they actually got rid of the open world and the first beta version was just endgame. Which is fine, I don't mind. I've said it, if a game only has endgame and no story, I would play it, as long as the endgame is fun. But yeah, they went for a very bad way. For example, I don't like how the story is designed. The story is designed in such a way that when you go to the endgame, you can't go back to those zones. Whereas even in Diablo 3, you can go back to the story zones and do bounties. Even in Diablo 3. So Wosen kind of decided to waste their assets. They have so many maps that they could have just made some bounty system or something where they make you go into the story zones and just redo them, re-kill some bosses and so on. I mean, they went for the way where it's like exactly like a mobile game's map system. The game itself has nothing mobile other than the story and map system, where once you do something you can't return to it for one reason or another once you go into the endgame mode. In general, yeah, those are the things I had a problem with in Wosen. The biggest problems were the XP and item rates. And the drop rates of what's it called? Primordial Affinity. This one as well. And how expensive it was to use Primordial Affinity to level up skills. In the beta, right before the game launched, I had so much more fun. Max level was level 20, yet I still had much more viable things to do, much more viable builds to do in Wosen when the max level was 20. and yeah, they just failed miserably with some things, especially. And I'm not talking about the server problems. I'm not talking about the glitches and exploits. Those are not something that I really cared much about. But yeah, the things that made the game fun were kind of missing there for me. Some of those things. It ended up becoming grindier than an MMO. And when I play ARPGs, I don't expect the same grindiness as an MMO. If I want the grindiness of an MMO, I would go and play an MMO. There's plenty of MMOs out there that I can play. I would have to grind for days and months to just reach max level. I don't think ARPG hack and slash games should be like that. Not in 2020 at least. Okay, I'm gonna try and do another map here. What's the time, by the way? 8:40. 8:40. Should I try and find a goblin map or something? There is no goblin map. Not a single goblin. Okay, goblin map here. Let's see if I missed any comments, any chat. Mark Robinson says, I started a single player game not knowing that I couldn't go online. Is there a huge difference between the two besides playing with other people? No. The only difference is, again, first you can play with others in multiplayer. Second, the loading times are a little bit longer, a lot longer in online mode. And your data is safe on the server when playing online. So if something happens like save corruption, the developers cannot help you if you're playing single player. They're also not doing statistics for what heroes and relics are used more than others when people are playing on offline. But on the online they have statistics monitoring everything. You could fart in the game, they would know it. So yeah, everything's getting monitored when you play online. They know what heroes we play the most, they know what relics we play the most, they know what skills we use the most and the least. They know how many items we get per hour, and they use that statistic data to change things, to modify things. If they see certain skill is not used much, they would say, okay, there's maybe something wrong with this skill. We maybe need to do some rebalancing, maybe make it stronger, maybe make it more fun to play or something like that. And the same goes for relic and heroes. In fact, relics right now are played equally. They're saying that it's scary equal how evenly distributed the subclass choices are. Even Cold Heart, which is right now a bit underpowered, is being played as much as the other relics. Michael said that last night in the Mayhem Mondays. And yeah, you're level 10, so it doesn't hurt to start over. You can have that offline hero for emergencies when something happens and you don't have access to play online. Or if you need extra hero slots, you cannot get more than 13 hero slots in online. But you can get another 13 hero slots in offline, and that's a total of 26 heroes. And since the game has 20 combinations between class and subclass, you would still need at least 7 heroes in offline to be able to have one of each. I'm actually gonna have to do that. My goal is to have one of each on online, 13 heroes online, and then I'm gonna have to make 7 heroes offline just for the sake of having one of every possible class subclass combo. Yeah, if you've been looking into Dusk Mage, that's fine. Keep in mind you're gonna lose all your progress, not just the hero. Any legendarium unlocks would be lost. Any fort unlocks would be lost. Any account quests you've completed would be lost. They're separate. The offline and online are separate. But yeah, if you've only reached level 10, you haven't unlocked many things, so there's not much you can lose. Okay, there we go. You did the cosmic boots and helmet on your Realm Master already. Oh, that might be that might be something that hopefully you get again. Especially the helmet. The boots are not anything too fancy, but the helmet definitely is something that I really am looking forward to anytime I level up heroes. But again, there's a lot of good drop rates in the WoW levels, not as much in the end game. But that's changing tomorrow apparently. Apparently they looked into it and tweaked some of the drop rates so that we can get better rewarded when playing the end game. Because it wasn't just a few people complaining, almost everyone was complaining from the drop rates at the end game. There we go. I wanna try something. I wanna try White Vault's Cavebreaker at this point in the game, whether it's gonna give me extra DPS. I'm gonna lose some wood drop stuff. But let's try a Cavebreaker. Maybe it's gonna work fine for me. Yeah, I'm not noticing any serious DPS increase. I'm gonna switch back to the magic find set. Let's see, Woodsby stop, boom. That should work. Okay. Ramsheet says, have you played all the classes yet? If so, which is your favorite? Yeah, I've played every single class. Every single class and every single subclass combo on every single class. So all 20 combos I've played. I don't have a favorite class, I have favorite builds on every class subclass combo. My latest favorite was my melee sharpshooter with the electrode, my melee adventurer build. In general, I like builds with electrode, I like builds with the Flaming Destroyer. I also like minion builds, but I'm disappointed with the bad damage of minion builds, apart from train builds. I like playing builds with Absolver and Entropy a lot, but every now and then I try testing. I like beaming builds, but I'm kind of disappointed of Holy Fury. It feels a little bit underwhelming of how slowly it's regenerating my white buff bar. How slowly it's generating that buff bar here. If they made it to generate that much faster, then I would reconsider it, and if they increase the damage a bit. But I'm a big fan of beam builds in games normally. I'm as big of a fan of spin to win and beam and win. Both are fun for me to play, and I always try to make such builds when I can. When they're worth making. Right now it's not bad, it's just not as good as some of the other builds you can make. It's a bit underwhelming to use Holy Fury. Max says, I was looking at your Electro Dusk Mage build. How does that compare to this one? It's probably gonna be stronger. More procs. There's gonna be more procs. And it's using Entropy. It's using Entropy and it's using Absolver, and that's a great combo. I really love the combo of Entropy and Absolver. I'm not playing Entropy for one reason only with this build, and that's because I already have a Flaming Destroyer Mage with Entropy. My other Flaming Destroyer Mage, the Pyromancer, is using Entropy and Radiant Blast, so I decided use any other skill but Entropy and Radiant Blast. So everything else is fair game. And I decided to just stop on Absolver and Energy Spike, because they're good replacements. Absolver, in fact, is my favorite from the light skill spam damage things. Damn, this guy's on double HP. My DPS is so bad. They're level 58 enemies, I'm 54, and my weapon is probably 52. 54 weapon, but it's not a wife bound 54 weapon, and it's 3000 damage. I should have 5000 damage with wife bound at this point. But it's not dropping, and that's where I'm gonna go and do gambling. I'm gonna go and spend some gold coins on one-handed weapons to try and get a good Digitus or whatever, something one-handed with good damage that I can wife bound. And Vitoxin says nothing beats Realm Master Bane. Yeah, that probably is true. And Zoo says patch notes. Do you mean that there's patch notes on the Discord? What do you mean by patch notes? Are they on the Torchlight website? On torchlight3.com? I can check on torchlight3.com. I'm checking right now. News. Let's go to news. Gear and Goblins update. Scary good. Yeah, I'm gonna get that link to everyone here. If anyone wants the link, here it is. Yeah, the link you posted gets deleted by my bot. Year and Goblins update. October 29th, 2020. Wait, they decided to push it to October 29th. Not so it's not gonna be tomorrow, it's gonna be Thursday. Okay. Switch is not getting the update yet though. New legendary gear, 3 additional spooky pet. Okay, let's just share my screen. So yeah, the new legendary gear, the 3 additional spooky pet variations. Scary 4 decorations. Freshly for 0 dungeon affixes. Buy Respectacles, 2500 per one. Pretty decent. Bug fixes and skill updates. So let's see. Yeah, there's some stuff. Some interesting stuff here. User interface, okay, I don't care about that. Okay. Just looking at the stuff I care about more. So okay, interesting here. Slightly raise the XP to level from level 6 through 41 to more accurately account. Why? Increase the amount of XP to level from 4 to 5. Slightly lower the XP to level from 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. Okay, I think this and this should have been reversed. But okay. In any case, I normally try to be level 5 for Den of Upheaval. But okay. Okay, just checking what makes sense. Cinematics. Added one cinematic, added another cinematic. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's not gonna make it into my video. A lot of stuff that's not gonna be making it into my video. I'm just gonna make it. I'm just gonna mention general that they fixed a lot of issues in all sorts of zones. Items and gear. This is what I care about. Ridiculous gear work buff does not apply in combat area while in party. Increase the drop rate for legendary gear at higher levels, 46 plus on higher difficulties. This is a bit more of a significant change for ridiculous difficulty than for painful or hard, but we did at least increase the rate a bit for those as well. Okay, pretty nice. So, hooray for this one. The most important thing, I guess, in the patch notes for most people would be this. So people who quit because of bad drop rates could now return to the game on Thursday. Added Gear and Goblins gift bundle. Only available in multiplayer boxes on Halloween weekend. Seriously? You can now buy Respectacles at the vendor. Okay, we know about this. Reduce the drop rate of 5 bound scrolls so you're not sitting on so many of them from a 1 in 20 chance to a 1 in 40 chance. Okay, so half the chance now. Affixes. As percent of weapon damage instead of just an unformatted value. Alright. Bonus to relic skills percent affixes. Increase values of bonuses and more. Oh, this is pretty good. This is amazing news. Skill enhancing affixes being stronger. This one was fixed not working. This was working for me. But okay. Not sure what was wrong with this one. Alright, that's interesting. Added 3 missing skill modifier affixes to the affix table. Forge cooldown, cold launch and vortex bomb. Sharpshooter duration onslaught. Okay. It's very nice to have a vortex bomb cooldown. I was wondering what was happening, why they removed the vortex bomb cooldown reduction. Now I can make the vortex bomber build I always liked playing in the alpha. With 0 or 1 second cooldown vortex bomb. Duration for onslaught, this will be overpowered, believe me. If you stack enough revolts and stuff. Gear. Alright. In general, that's very good. Nerfed enhancing recipe drop rate. But it should have been only for the ones you already learned. But anyways. In general, okay, there's some good fixes. Some good stuff. So, this objectives thing. Reduce spiders required to complete the silky threads from 4 to 3 and all of this. I hope they fixed all the broken dungeons. I really hope they fixed all the broken dungeons. Increase progressive drop chance, increase drop chance. So all of those quests that were broken and weren't dropping enough things, they've increased the drop chance of those. So that was the other major problem that people were reporting. In general, the rest is just stuff that many may not care about. But let me quickly go to classes. I want to check the classes. Add parameterized damage reduction, effectively making the trait multiplicative. This prevents some instances of invincible builds. Interesting. What would it mean, invincible builds? I mean, you couldn't get more than 90% damage reduction. Are they referring to the damage reduction from defense, from the resistances? Oh, that's an interesting thing. I didn't know this that this was broken. That's pretty nice as well. So if they fixed this, did they also fix the snowstorm? Oh, see, Chaotic Strikes got a buff because it was broken. Blood Drinker now heals as it says. Damn, there's some good changes. This one is also good change. There's a lot of good changes, and thank you very much for the follow. I can't pronounce this Korean name, but I can say Yebosio. I probably missaid it, but yeah, Yebosio to you. Yeah, there's some good changes. Honestly, you can read through the link I sent, but in general, I think there's some good stuff. Oh, fixed an issue where tier 1 Absolver milestone was disabling the harmonic form bonus. Interesting. And that's pretty nice. Striking strike tier 3, power projection tier 4, cycle. Yeah, we already know about this. Alright, there's still some things I wanna see fixed, but yeah, enough of this. I hope I didn't bore you by looking at the patch notes. But I was very excited to figure out what they're changing, especially with classes and relics and with rebalancing certain broken things and so on. But overall, I'm seeing some good stuff there in that update. Some very good stuff. And no more problems with the drop rates. One of the biggest problems people had were the not getting items kind of problems. So, okay, I'm gonna do some more endgame now. I'm gonna save pants. I'm gonna save those. And what level am I? 54 still. Still level 54. I can try and do this one. Oh, let me go and get a blue weapon quickly from the gambler. I need a weapon around my level so I can do some damage. Because this legendary weapon is not doing much. 3000 DPS is a joke at level 54 on the weapon. 3000 without the wife bound. Can I get something with a socket, please? Blue with the socket and 1 flat damage would be good enough for me. I guess I'm not getting one. It doesn't want to give me one such weapon. Just like that Digitus I got, but with the socket would have been perfect. Oh, actually I can't get the socket. Or no, I should be able to get a socket. It's 54. I misread it as 45 and I was like, what the hell? So yeah, This is my new weapon for now,
I seem so.
I guess. Let's just do it like that. 3800. It's not terrible, it's fine, but could have been better.
I've got those.
And I'm gonna do something. I will do a Mapworks portal to catch up on my XP. I'm just farming enemies that keep dropping potions I cannot use because they're 4 levels higher than me, and it's just not fun that way when you're falling behind. See, I don't understand why they had to do it this way. We could progress our XP kind of equal to the level of the Fazir, and at best we would be 2-3 levels out-leveled by the content. Now, if I kept pushing, I would probably be 4-5 levels out-leveled by now. I could have been already doing level 60 content if I didn't die twice, and if I kept pushing and completing every level at the first try. And that would have been super hard doing level 60 with level 54 hero, with the 54 gear being twice as weak than the level 60 gear in regards to stats. And that's how big of a jump it is between 54 and 60. You're looking at an almost twice as strong damage and twice as strong defense on the affixes. So yeah, once I get 55 with this map, and I will, I can go back to the dungeon. By the way, if anyone wants to group up on any difficulty, let me know. I wouldn't mind switching up. It's gonna be faster in the multiplayer anyways. As long as we're not doing some high level dungeons. As long as it's within my level. Cause I don't feel like getting boosted in level 60. It's super boring when you get boosted in level 60 and you're just standing and doing nothing. But yeah, if it's within my level range, I wouldn't mind grouping up regardless of the difficulty. What's the time now? 9 PM. 7 minutes past 9 PM. We've got at least 1 more hour and a little bit. So I'm not gonna get level 60 today. I don't think I can get level 60 physically with the little bit of time left, but tomorrow we can get it. And Rahul says, patch video incoming, what's max travel? Yeah, the patch video will be incoming, and the max level is 60. The max level is 60, but you might get confused by seeing some numbers next to people's names. Those numbers represent the maximum challenge stages they have cleared. So yeah, if you see something like 67, 87, 90, 100 and something, 200, that means that the hero has reached this number in the end game dungeon, and the end game dungeon has 251 stages. Although after level 100 you're basically just repeating level 100 with a higher number. Because the enemies don't become stronger after level 100 in the Fazir dungeon challenge. But level 60 is not that hard to get. Although increasing some of the XP curves doesn't sit right with me. I'm not a big fan of that. They're trying to do something to make things take longer to reach out max level, instead of doing the opposite, instead of trying to give quality of life for people who wanna play their game more than just a single hero and level up outs. You should value the time of your players, and if people love your game so much that they wanna try all sorts of different characters, you should give them a way to level those quickly, without going through the boring story yet again and yet again for 20 different heroes 20 times. Just consider this: if it takes you 10 or 12 hours to reach level 60, and you want to do that 20 times, so you can have one of each hero, that's a lot of time. That's a shit ton of time. If you wanna do it's at least 200 or 240 hours, and depending whether it takes you 10 or 12 hours to reach level 60. And that's time spent doing the story and leveling only. It's super unreasonable to want your players to spend this much time so they can try every archetype. That's excluding farming for respectacles and for gold to buy more respectacles to try different builds, which is understandable. If you wanna respec, if you wanna get different things, you can farm. But grinding for levels is just boring. If you wanna level up a new hero. I think 5-6 hours is acceptable to level up a new hero, but 12 hours is just too much. I really hope they consider making some sort of way to level up outs quicker, instead of figuring out how to make it slower every time they do change this. Okay. Oh, I can now wear this. Should I keep a spare somewhere? If I die, I need to have some sort of a spare. This one won't cut it though. I'll keep this one for now. Oh, I can wear this too. And that's a lot of defense. And I'm probably gonna wear it now. Let's go enchant it. And yeah, Gwaint, I really like this change that you linked, by the way, where the bonus explosion is spawned by the first explosion instead of the player. Thankfully that's how it's supposed to be. I never knew that's how it was supposed to be. I thought it was meant to be the way it was, where the explosion is spawned by the player. It was super weird. So yeah, Blasting Charge tier 3 would be pretty fun to try now, because it's gonna be like an echo. I didn't know it was a bug. I thought this was intended. It seemed like the most stupid thing for that Blasting Charge explosion to be spawned by you instead of by the. But yeah, we talked about it, how bad it was long ago. We talked about how bad it was, and yet back then I still thought that it's how it was supposed to be. And I was, they better change it or something like that, because it's underwhelming. And I guess it was a bug. It was a bug, it wasn't intended, so that's just good news to me. Definitely good news to me. There's one thing I've noticed, by the way, about people who like Torchlight 3. Most of them are mature mature players, and most of them are patient, chill people. I'm not sure why that's kind of the thing. And there's the opposite kind of people who mostly don't like Torchlight 3. So I guess people who are impatient and really wanna be doing those speedrunning super fast gotta go quick builds, they definitely don't enjoy the game. But people who wanna just chill out and play a little bit middle range pacing, not too fast, not too slow, really do enjoy this game. It definitely provides a little bit more of a chill out play style. Even with the meta builds, you're not gonna be this quick. Unless you're running some double reload sharpshooter with Ghost Visage, or you're running max level Shadow Step with the Wanderer's Hood and Luminous Run. Okay, let's go do some more endgame. I don't think it's only Diablo 3 players that hate Torchlight 3. I've seen a lot of Path of Exile and Grimdown people that were just saying it's not good. And I've seen a lot of Torchlight 2 fanboys that hate Torchlight 3 because it's not like Torchlight 2. In fact, I think the majority of people who dislike Torchlight 3 are Torchlight 2 fanboys. And I guess they are within their right to not like the game, but it's not right to expect the game to be a copy-paste of the previous game in the title. Diablo 2 was not a copy-paste of Diablo 3. Of Diablo 1. Sorry, missed my numbers. So yeah, Diablo 2 was not a copy-paste of Diablo 1. It was doing things differently, trying to improve on different things, and in many cases it did improve on certain systems that were expanded and so on. And Torchlight 2 expanded upon Torchlight 1, but Torchlight 3 is trying to not expand on Torchlight 2, but rather do things in a new way. Everything has been done from scratch in a completely new way, every single system. The pet system is completely new, the skill system is completely new and different, the class-subclass system is new and different. What did I say? Did I say skills? I think I said the skill system. The itemization system is different. It's trying to do things in a new, different way, and many people don't like it, and that's why the most of the hate this game is getting is from Torchlight 2 fanboys. And in a way I understand them, but in another way I also don't agree that they should be this disappointed if the developers want to do something new instead of copy-paste their old work. It's like being asked to submit an essay on a similar subject and you copy-pasting your old essay and people being happy. And if you don't copy-paste your old essay and you just give them a new essay with completely different quotes and completely different things that are being discussed, yet on the same subject, people are getting annoyed because you're not plagiarizing your old work. You're not copy-pasting your old work. I'm a big fan of this game and I always will be. Unless they do something completely unjustified and wreck the whole game, which I don't think will happen, but there's always the possibility, you know. And yeah, there's always been things that I don't like about this game, but the experience in general is pretty fun. Especially now that they're fixing the drop rates. Oh boy, it's been a while. Well, we gotta wait and see how fixed those drop rates are. Because they just said that they increase them. Whether it's good enough, we have to test and give them feedback. Would I still be getting only Sneku Sticks and Stormblades and Fire Starters on level 60? We'll wait and see. What happens if you lose boss quest only at Fazir? What do you mean if you lose boss quest only at Fazir? You mean a zone where it's only the boss? You go back to the checkpoint. For example, you're doing checkpoint number 7. No, number... yeah, number 7. And you go back to number 4. Because you do 4, 5, 6, 7 is a boss. And if you fail the boss at 7, you go back to stage 4. That's just an example. So every time you unlock a waypoint, which is the first challenge of every group of challenges, whenever you fail this one, whenever you fail on the final one with the boss, you go back to this one. That's what I meant to say. That's why it's called a waypoint, like or checkpoint or whatever you want to call it. Oh, and this, by the way, is a gauntlet map. Endless mobs here. And it's goblins. Should I spend some more time farming here with those bad pack numbers? Vitoxin says a lot of WoW, yeah, and multiplayer. So Vitoxin, yeah, most likely you put a lot of props in the fort, and that's why it's wagging and taking so long to vote. They've put that fort limit for a reason, and that reason is called performance. So the more stuff you cramp into the fort, the worse the performance would get. That's why they put a limit. So if you're traveling and teleporting to those passages, you never vote a fort over the limit. So it never takes to vote too long. I wouldn't mind if they make a separate second fort screen. So maybe you click on the door and it teleports you to a separate fort that people cannot vote in unless they get invited, which has a bigger limit for people who want to do more in there. But it's nice to keep that limit the way it is right now for the forts that you see in the voting in the mid zone areas, in the passages. Let's see if I've missed some chat. So pardon me if I missed your chat message. I'm gonna go and catch up now. Soptic2 says, I cleared all the map and got only 6 or out of 8 quest items. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs for quests like those with the next patch. So on Thursday, hopefully every single one of those would finally be fixed. Hopefully. I sincerely hope that this gets fixed, because it's annoying. It's annoying having to do a whole map and then in the end not being able to fix it with not enough quest drops or not enough quest spawns or whatever other thing is not enough. What other comments did I miss? Chat, did I miss? Nerd Gamer Jer says the final target quest. Alex Creep says you all stream best for all. I'm assuming he's wishing all the best for everyone and he's going. Thank you, Alex Creep, for watching. Thanks everyone for watching in general and for being here. Have a good one if you're going away, Alex. And Nerd Gamer, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. You mean the final target quest Which final target quest that you lose sometimes? Boss quest only at Fazir. My pet's been meowing, wanting food and water. Sky, no. The doctor said no. My pet's, yeah. To those of you who may not know, he had a visit to the vet today and and got some medicine and other stuff. And he's now, if you're hearing my pet meowing, he's just asking for food and water, but they told us not to give him much today. Gwen says increase the bonus monster damage by Chinese dungeon level, starting at 1% at level 16, increasing to 47% at level 251. How are the oath damage scaling numbers? The oath scaling numbers were 0.2%. 0.02% starting at 16 and ending at 100. So between 16 and 100, what was that? Let me calculate it in altogether how much it would be. So that's 84 levels times 0.02. That's 1.68% damage. So it never went more than 1.68% damage. It was 1.68% damage at level 100. Now we will be getting 47% weapon damage at level 100. I knew this was a bug, because it was giving us 0.5 before. So before it was 84 times 0.5 was 42%. That's how it was. You were getting 42%. So welcome back to one-shotty, the one-shotty mobs, which were what was it called? The poison spider automatons, the custodians. So now let's say it's 251 levels minus 16 times let's divide it. Let's not times it, let's divide it by. So we're getting what, 0.5 I think, or 5? Something like that, I think. I'm not sure how to calculate this, how much we would be getting per level. But it's definitely not 1%, it's not 0.5, maybe it's 0.2. Let me calculate this. Let's say 251. 251 minus 16 times 0.2 is 49%. So roughly almost close to 0.2%. Almost close to 0.2%. So I guess they wanted to make it 0.2, but they made it 0.02. And they made it not go past level 100 as an increase. Yeah, the important thing is that it will really stack past level 100. I wanted it to be that way, but I actually wanted it to not have 251 stages, because it's just too many, it's too boring. And again, they're not addressing the main, they're not addressing the mammoth in the room. The fucking rewards from Fazir. The fucking huge mammoth in the room. Fazir doesn't directly give you rewards. The only rewards you get are from wood. So you finish a boss and the rewards are shitty. There's no celebratory moment where you're finishing a certain boss for the first time. So what's my reason to push the Fazir past level 30, 40, 50 if it only gets harder? But the woods doesn't get... I don't get the extra wood bags or whatever by reaching certain stages. I don't see a reason to push further. Give me a good reason and I will, other than bragging rights and challenging myself. It's not efficient to farm on the higher levels. It's much more efficient to farm around some of the earlier levels of the Fazir if you wanna farm for items on Gearwalkie maps and things like that. Definitely no risk reward. There is risk but no reward. No extra reward. But you get many places that all monsters are uniques. I mean all champions, not all monsters. Because you can get the uniques, affix even on the lower levels. So what's that map where every single monster is unique? There isn't one. Is there an affix that you can only find on a higher level that is different than uniques and makes every single enemy unique? I don't think there's one. I mean, I know about uniques that makes every champion unique. So every purple enemy would be green, every yellow enemy would be green. That's fine. See, this one would have been green in a uniques map. That's acceptable, that's fine. But you can get this much sooner than that. And again, pushing further only makes things more complicated because you have to scroll much more to get back to the regular ones. You get 50 legendary a day because you're a fucking worker. That's it. You just have better work. It's not because of the map drops. You just have good work. I can play the same maps you're telling me to play, and I've tested playing the same maps you're telling me to play, and I'm still getting no drops in the current stage of the game. So it's just you being lucky. That's it. It has nothing to do with the stages being high. Unless there's an invisible change. You're just the luckiest person in this game that I've seen, getting so many unique, so many legendary drops. I've tested playing the Divided map. I've tested playing Unique's Gearwalkie. I've tested playing Dividing Gearwalkie. I've tested every single map type you told me to try farming, and it just doesn't work out the way it does for you. So there isn't a single map that you've told me to try that I haven't. I've tried every single map you told me to try. Yes, you can sacrifice to someone else's work tree, but you can't go more than 100% gear work. You can never go more than 100% gear work. And if I play on ridiculous with Gearwalkie, and with one person in the team, that's 85%. Sacrificing a blue item, that would give me 16, that maxes me out, even gives me 101%. Excluding gear work from items and gear work from things like the would-be stop. So if you're playing a would-be stop and a little bit of gear work from gear, would be able to bump you to 100% on ridiculous Gearwalkie maps. %% gear work for Snecko Sticks, exactly my experience, or Stormblades, or Fire Starters. I mean, some people are lucky, some people are not. I mean, 4.5 hours, mostly running Gearwalkie maps. Some of them divided, and only getting one item in 4.5 hours until it finally started dropping normally. Was kind of painful. We'll see how it will be with the new drop rates. How's my XP? Almost 56, and this is a 57 map. Uniques with divided. You cannot get uniques with divided. How did you get uniques with divided? Tell me. How? They're both negative affixes. Do you mean there's a part in the Fazir that you get uniques as built-in? Or do you get divided as a built-in? Which of the two do you get as a built-in? And at what stage? Could you tell me what stage you need to reach to get this one? %50 gear work you can get by doing gear worky maps. But yeah, uniques is a negative affix and divided is a negative affix. So Vitoxing, if you don't mind sharing, which stage level do we need to get uniques or divided as a built-in affix? Like right now my built-in affix is double health. So where do you get uniques and divided as a built-in? At what stage? And I know you get 2 negative affixes, and I know eventually you get 3, and eventually you get 4 negative affixes, including the one on the card. But could you tell me where you get unique or divided? Because on the card you can only have 1 negative. So unless the map, unless the one on the side gives you unique or divided, so it would be nice to know exactly which stage you are referring to. Because see, the ones I'm running right now are double HP. So when does one start getting the unique or the divided as a negative affix? So you better tell me which map it is, so I know. Because if I don't know, I'm not gonna believe it if I don't see it with my eyes. I just don't trust that easily regarding things like that. But yeah, if you tell me which level it is, I will go and farm it. Maybe even better, send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot of a map like this. And at exactly which level it is. I need to see the challenge level on the screenshot. Because yeah, otherwise I won't see a reason to push it. And exactly that's not enough reason to make me want to push again. It's missing rewards. It's missing rewards for reaching a checkpoint, for beating a boss for the first time. I'm not talking about rewards from drops. Those are good, okay, but give me rewards for beating a boss for the first time, for reaching a certain new checkpoint. It feels super anticlimactic beating a boss in the Fazir dungeon and unlocking a checkpoint and then nothing else happening, just a new checkpoint. But yeah, right now I don't even see a reason to farm that much legendaries when they're broken and bugged. And they're not giving you flat damage on legendaries, which they're supposedly Michael yesterday said that weapons should be able to get flat damage affixes. Chest, leg armor should be able to get flat damage affixes. Any affix a blue item gets, a legendary item should be able to get it. So right now this should be priority number 1 for them to fix in regards to itemization. I'm not talking about the other aspects of the game, just item bugs. That's probably one of the most major bugs. That's why people are using blue items instead of legendary right now. Because apparently legendaries are bugged. I thought it was intended behavior, but yesterday Michael confirmed that's not intended. They just didn't know that was the case. That there's affixes that you can get only on blue, but not on legendary. And that's why in all my builds I'm mentioning for chest and leg and boots it's probably better to wear blue. And when they fix this problem, this would be amazing, because I can use 3 pieces of one set and I can use 3 pieces of another. And I will use 3 pieces of the new set and 3 pieces of the class specific set. And that would be perfect for me, because I can stack so many good things that way. So many good things. The build diversity would be pretty decent when they do this. Because that would make it so that I don't need to wear blue weapons. I can wear legendary weapons. As long as I get lucky and get a legendary weapon with enough flat damage. I will be losing the 20% wife bound bonus, but I will be getting a legendary power extra by wearing it. And I theorized I can get one-handed weapon with... not one-handed. I theorized you can get a two-handed weapon with 10,000 flat damage. If you get lucky and you have a socket without wife bounding it. 10,000 flat damage is more than enough on a two-handed. If they add those affixes. On a one-handed weapon probably you can get 7 point something 8,000. It's not as good as 8.5 or 9,000 with wife bound, but it's definitely decent and worth it. Knowing that you get an extra affix slot on the legendary and you get a legendary power. It's gonna open up a lot of build options now if they do that change. Almost 56. It's taking a while in this map because there aren't that many elites and things. You've got unique divided plus gear lucky. Can you just screenshot it and post it? Maybe post it in Discord or send me a PM. I mean, I'm not gonna believe this unless I see it. It's how I am when it comes to certain things. Because there have been many cases where people would tell me one thing in a game and then it would turn out that it's not right. I mean, we even had a case of another streamer misinforming my viewers. And I trusted him for a while, but then I tested things myself. And then it ended up he was lying. Maybe some people remember him in WoW, and I'm not gonna mention names. Don't wanna get people to go to his channel by finding out his name. But yeah, we were co-oping, co-streaming, etc. But the guy was just telling so much bullshit. He was so full of shit that in the end I decided to just test everything that he tells me myself, and believe me, there were at least 3-4 things that he lied about. And when you confront him, he he says that's not true, that's not true. He then even sent me a screenshot of completely different thing, not what I was talking about. And yeah, people just love misinforming others. So yeah, I'm gonna find it hard to believe unless I see a screenshot. Just a moment, I'm gonna check the screenshot after this fight. You said go ridiculous and you're gonna show me the map you just opened. But I'm doing Gauntlet map right now. I don't wanna play level 60 map. Is it that hard to just make a screenshot? I mean, it's fine, you don't have to send a screenshot if you don't want to, but at least tell me which challenge level starts giving you uniques or divided as a built-in innate affix. The same way right now I'm doing built-in double health. My map is Gauntlet, but I'm getting double health as a built-in. So all I need to know is which level. You sent it in Discord, okay. So it's uniques and Netherwell. You're doing uniques Netherwell map. That's what it is. So uniques maps are around challenge level 150. Uniques Netherwell maps. But are there maps that only give you uniques at the start without the Netherwell part? I need to figure this one out. That's pretty overpowered if you ask me, to give uniques or dividing as a built-in affix. But it's good to know, so level 150-ish is what we need. I don't have the time to go to this map. Sorry, but it's too far away in the Fazir, and it's too boring. Too boring to go into such a map. To go this far. I don't have the time to push to level 151. If it was something like 60, 70, 80, I wouldn't mind doing it. But not level 151. Well, the thing is, you shouldn't be forcing people to get to a certain stage to get that content, to get that that type of map. If you're walking, the gear drops behind such a map, it's definitely not a good design. If you're forcing people into pushing this high, because not everyone can push this high. So basically, the casual players can just suck it, and the rest. Well, the rest can try and suck it up and do it and then get the rewards. But at least there is rewards. But again, I'm not talking about rewards from drops. I'm talking about rewards from killing bosses for the first time. I finish my level 3 map. I unlock level 4. I want a reward for finishing this first boss fight. Then I finish the level 7 map for the first time. Then I want a reward for finishing this map for the first time. It could be something, it could be a green gear bundle, it could be a blue gear bundle. Only once. Just something that that makes it worth... that I can get rewarded throughout the whole process. Not getting 0 rewards until I reach 150 in the challenges and then start getting the rewards. I just don't enjoy the Fazir. I don't want to spend too much time doing that same shitty content. I want something that doesn't require this much time invested before you can get rewarded. It's not difficult. I mean, in other games you get decent wood early on. For example, look at Crucible in Grim Dawn. You get better wood the further you reach, but you can still get good rewards if you bail out early. You're just gonna get less chests, less chests with wood, but you're still getting chests with wood. Just a different number and just crappier chests. But at least you can spend as much time as you want for a survival run, and then at the end you get as much wood depending on how much time you spent on that run. But it's definitely nice to know that if you push to 150 you can get such overpowered maps. I'm actually even surprised they allowed for something like this to exist. So yeah guys, you heard it from Vitoxin, get level 150 on the Fazir and start farming uniques dividing maps with Gear Wiki if you're lucky to get one like that. That's the one and only reason that people would wanna push further if they want wood. But it's not enough to make me wanna push further. It's just not enough to make me wanna waste so much time pushing 250, 151. But yeah, let's wait and see. Maybe there's gonna be new endgame soon. Maybe there's gonna be other things. Fazir is just definitely not my way of playing the game. I really do wish there was something more. Come on, come on. There isn't many goblins here, damn. We need to get that level. What's the time? 9:49. There's not much time more left today to farm some levels. But yeah, Vitoxing, I wouldn't... If I show it in my YouTube video, this is gonna get nerfed. Are you sure you want me to show this in my YouTube video? If I mention something like that in a YouTube video, believe me, it's gonna get nerfed. And it's not gonna be possible anymore. So... yeah, if the developers find out about this through a YouTube video or whatever way, if someone brings that to their attention, believe me, it's gonna get nerfed. I mean, I don't care because I'm never gonna reach this high in the Fuzzier dungeon, so I don't really care, but I respect you guys if you don't want me to mention it and report it. I'm not gonna report it as a exploited way to farm legendaries. It doesn't affect me in any other way. It's not changing my experience with the game, whether they nerf this or not. So I'd much rather not nerf it to ruin other people's fun. So yeah, I'd rather not mention this in a video. It's still not enough to make me wanna push 251. It just... I don't have the time to and patience to push this far. Well, we'll see. I mean, people would keep asking, if I make a video there's gonna be questions. What do you mean by maps with lots of enemies? So yeah. I know a way how I can say it. I can say just go to a level 150 plus map and get and look for dividing uniques and gear wiki without saying on the same map. Although obviously you will want it in the same map. But anyways, I'd rather not mention it because I'm risking ruining your guys' fun. So instead of this getting nerfed and changed, enjoy it until they figure out that this exists in the game. Okay, there's some elites here. And Mr. Jockey is following me. And by the way, someone is telling me to hydrate, but I don't have water to hydrate right now. I was planning on hydrating after my stream. Let's see if I've got some more left. After my stream, I will go to the kitchen, refill my water, get my pet's water refilled as well. It would be time for him to drink some. But yeah, poor guy. Zedicus is not here. If he was here, he would be unhappy to hear about Sky's condition. Zedicus, one of my viewers, is my pet's biggest fan. Well, you were trying to tell me that for 1 week, but you never actually told me that in the exact same way you said it now. It would have been much easier if you said, hey, you can get uniques as a built-in map modifier, or you can get divided as a built-in map modifier. That would have been enough. If you told me that, I could have put 2 and 2 together. You just kept telling me push the Fuzzier further, without telling me why. You kept telling me uniques gear wiki. You kept telling me divided gear wiki. You never told me you can get all 3 of them at once. Until today. And again, that's still not enough to make me wanna push those maps. I just don't have the time and patience to push that way. To get 50 Sneku sticks a day. Push further to get 50 Sneku sticks a day. But right now I don't need to farm items because I know they're not gonna have the new affixes, the old affixes that just don't drop on them. I really hope they fix them soon though. Yes, Kai, yes. My pet wants more food. and water. So I'm 56. Should I exit this map or keep pushing until 57? This map is getting boring. I wanna leave it. Let's go kill the boss and leave that map. Oh no, Sky, not there. Fuck. My pet is behind my monitor. He can get electrocuted from my sound interface. Okay, just a moment. I need to get him away from there. I'm not sure whether he can get electrocuted from the sound interface, but there's some electricity going there, and there were a lot of warnings on the instructions to be careful. But yeah, I got him away. I got him away from behind the monitor. Level 57, more important than Sky. Sky now, I'm not sure if you heard Gwen, but Sky has a... he was diagnosed today with chronic kidney disease. So the poor guy needs to take medicine every single day until the rest of his life. The little creature. So he had some inflammations on his insides and things like that. It's good because we caught it at stage 2. It's not stage 3 or stage 4, so at least it could have been much worse if I didn't decide to take him to the vet today, so we can just check up why he's experiencing some pain in the backside. And yeah, on top of the disease, the kidney stuff, he had some inflammation and stuff that they needed to treat as well. But yeah, that's why he's a little bit impatient right now, because we haven't given him much food and water because the doctor said so. I guess it's so he doesn't puke the medicine or something like that. No idea exactly why. But they said do not give him water today. Well, I guess if it's evening, it's 10 PM here, maybe at 10 PM it's fine to give him some, just a little bit. But yeah, poor little creature, at least he's a fighter, he's gonna be fine as long as he takes medicine, I guess. At least that's what the doctor says. I'm only concerned about his liver. If he takes medicine every day, how is his liver gonna deal with this? Hopefully it's a medicine that's not that damaging to the liver. But yeah, I guess that's pretty common thing in some cats and dogs. But it's the first time I'm hearing about it today. I guess you don't hear about things like that until you do, until something happens with your pet. Okay, I'm gonna stay. Let's go finish this map. I forgot I was gonna finish this map. What's the time? 9:59 PM. They really need to fix this. It's so hard to enter this one.
You can't do that.
Come on, come on. How does this compare to my melee sharpshooter? I don't know. Before I tell you how this compares to my melee sharpshooter, I need to test it at level 60 ridiculous with full level 60 gear. Right now I can only guess. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna compare fine. I've played Pyromancer builds, and I've played Absolver builds, and I've played Energy Spike builds, so I know they are good skills, and I know Harmonic Form is good enough. So it should compare fine. It's just different play experience. Definitely different thing that you're getting out of the game with this build. Okay, chance to poison. We're taking this. $56. I still can't wear 50. I still can't wear 60 items. I can wear 59 items. But damn, I wish I saved some stuff. Oh, see, this one I can wear. But this is HP, and I'm losing defense and crit chance. But this fire damage is not bad. Let's see if I've got something else. This one, I can wear this one. 5.7k. 7.4k. If I lose the shield, which I don't feel like losing, so hopefully I don't lose that shield. Let's see. In this chest. Let's see here. Ice damage, defense, fire defense, damage versus goblins. Oh, this is pretty nice. I'm gonna equip this. And I'm probably gonna do 1 or 2 more maps, and then I'm gonna have to go and feed and give water to Sky. And also go and take a piece. I've been holding it for a long time, but I can do it for another few maps. I'm gonna equip this shield as well. I think it's better for my build. More defense. Crit damage, bonus ice damage. I'm not doing ice, am I? Yeah. My boots really need to change for something with defense. Okay, I think that's all I can take from my storage. Should I try this map now? I think I'm good enough for this map now. I mean, I'm 56, so I can already wear up to 59 gear, and this map is 59. So if it drops potions in this map, I should be able to use them. Let's see if I missed some chat, by the way. But yeah, for me playing this game is not about reaching harder difficulties in the Fazir. For me playing this game is about making as many builds as I can and testing as many builds as I can while doing so. So reaching 151 in the Fazir is just not feasible for me. I just play so I can get a certain build geared up with average gear, show that this build can be played with average gear, and then if you get better gear you can push further. and then test different stuff. That's my way of having fun. Fazier is boring for me. Doing the same type of content, especially as grindy as the Fazier with as little variety as the Fazier. After they removed so many maps. You haven't played the alpha to know how many map layouts they removed, especially in the second act. Right now we have one only layout in the second act in Hivit maps. We do have poison zombie maps and things like that, but there's only that one cave layout, and we used to have so many maps in the alpha in the Hivit. There used to be one open area zone, such as the zone before Psora. I forgot the name of that zone, but we used to have this one as a map layout. We used to have another one, I forgot what it was called, but it used to be there. And they just got rid of that, right? So the zone before Psora, I think it's this one, Bogwood Hollow. So if you look at Bogwood Hollow, this used to be a map layout. Then they removed it. Now it's neither on Mapworks nor on the Fazier. And I'm not sure why they removed it. Was it overpowered? Were there too many spawners? And that would result in too many drops. Normally in those maps I was getting much more XP in others, unless it was triple run map. By triple run map I mean you do one map, then you do the second stage with monsters, and then the third stage was the boss, instead of the boss being in the second stage. That's how it used to be. Those were my favorite, because they were a lot of XP by the time you finish it. Of course it used to take longer. But yeah, the Fazier right now feels a little bit too grindy to me. When I know I can spend my time testing new builds instead of staying on the same build for more than a week. I mean, the most I did was 10 days. I played my sharpshooter 10 days. Realm Master probably a week. This here we'll see. Maybe it might be a week as well. I think that the Realm Master maybe I played for 5 or 6 days before I got all the items I needed. And I still didn't get all the items I needed. I just gave up on getting level 60 items from the Cosmic set. I just mentioned the perfect setup in the video and that's it. I mean, if the game doesn't reward me, the least I can do is at least mention what you would do if you get rewarded. Hand cannon. Oh, by the way, this is getting changed and nerfed, the hand cannon. I told Michael about it and he confirmed it's a bug. It's not supposed to be that way. For a one-handed pistol, to get crit chance on it. It's definitely not an intended OP item to have in the game. So this is changing. It seemed too good to be intended. To get this much crit chance on a one-handed pistol. How much did I get on this one? 10%. Wow, that was actually a max roll probably. 10% crit chance on a one-handed item. See, even some two-handed don't get as much like this one. 8.5. It's just not fair. It's not fair to builds that don't use pistols, that wanna use swords and maces, and even to two-handed builds, because this is supposed to be two-handed thing only. So basically, you're getting a one-handed, almost as strong as a two-handed weapon. Just one affix less on it. But if you consider the affixes from a shield or from a focus, it becomes much stronger altogether. Okay. And here we go, like this, like this, like this. And like this. Oh, this map gave me good XP. This is the type of maps I like doing with so much goblins on them. And that was not even a... That was not even a... What's it called? Not even a gauntlet map. But yeah, the real build that you would wanna compare to my melee sharpshooter would be my melee Dusk Mage, which will be made after this one. I will try to make a melee or a Digitus, which is close range. Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage. So this one would be reworked eventually. After I make this build, I will make a second one, the same way I did with the sharpshooter, which would be using giant swings, this passive here, and it would be using other things. So we'll see. This map is quite long though, it ended up being longer than I wanted, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna do another one after it. It's 11 past 10, 12 past 10 already. And it's not just my cat that's getting hungry, it's me as well. And I've been streaming for a while, I think already 6 hours. Or was it more? I think I started around 2 PM and it's 10 PM now. Okay, we're almost done with this map. Just the boss left. Oh, and one last pack before the boss. Perfect. Because I need to waste some energy. And by the way, Gwaine, not sure if you heard it, if you were in that Mayhem Monday, but Michael confirmed that those new shoulders of the new set would recharge this energy and this one. So this one would go from 0 to 100 and this one would go from 0 to 200 every 60 seconds. I'm assuming 60 seconds with the set bonus. Maybe without the set bonus it would be 120. I forgot to ask whether it's 60 seconds with or without the set bonus. But that's overpowered, that's amazing, that's the type of thing I didn't expect. I expected it to be either one or the other. And I was pleasantly surprised to hear this. But you would have to sacrifice a skill bar SWAT. That's what he said. He said it will recharge both of them. 60 seconds is good enough. It's reasonable. I mean, you're supposed to save it and use it on bosses. Yes, you have -1 skill bar SWATs right now. Do you mean that that you have one less than you would want to have right now? Well, tough choices. I mean, this game wants to make you make tough choices. And this definitely seems worth sacrificing one skill for that extra burst potential. And Jonathan Salcedo, thank you very much, Jonathan, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. But yeah, the alt already dropped items will be what they were. That's always how they have handled changes to items. Already dropped items have remained the way they were, unless there was something super OP and exploited that needed to be changed. When it comes to affixes and stuff, I really hope they would add a rerolling system. And yeah, I think it's about time for me to go have some dinner, give my pet some food, some water. But yeah, thanks Truckweb for watching. There's gonna be more tomorrow. I'm not gonna be making a build video or any video tomorrow, any case. Or maybe I can make the patch video tomorrow, we'll see. But in any case, keep it cool. Until next time, Truckweb, and goodbye from me.